5 people. This was the 5th person he had invited to invest, and without exception, they had all refused. He couldn't understand it. Weren't these guys always eyeing the distillery, wanting a piece of the pie? His investigation over the past few days hadn't been in vain. He had finally uncovered the mastermind behind the distillery's attacks. It turned out they were partners in the distillery, and after seeing its profitability, they decisively joined forces to suppress it. The previous distillery owner had been forced to close down because of their suppression. They originally wanted to take over, but he had snatched it away. To get them to stop their suppression, Wu Zhe decided to give up his shares. However, even though he was willing to share the profits, those people still refused to shake hands and make peace. They wanted to devour him entirely. Wasn't that too greedy? Wu Zhe clenched his fist, his eyes filled with resentment, which finally turned into helplessness. These people wielded immense power, far beyond his ability to contend with. Was there truly no way out? Was he simply forced to watch helplessly as they devoured his most profitable business? Was he reborn only to be a useless person again? Ring 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 ring. Just as he was lost in his reverie, a rapid phone call rang. Wu Zhe pressed the answer button. Boss, something bad has happened. A group of safety and hygiene officials have suddenly appeared at our factory for an inspection. A panicked male voice came from the other end. Wu Zhe jumped up from the sofa, not having time to think, and rushed out to the distillery. When he arrived at the distillery, the inspection was already over, and they had found some minor flaws. They demanded that the distillery cease production, and the wine was forbidden from sale. Because the previous wine hadn't been sold, he was spared a large sum of compensation. Wu Zhe fell silent. One moment he was worrying himself sick over persistent sales problems. Now he's relieved that nothing has been sold. How ironic. Why is the distillery suddenly facing an inspection? Why are these seemingly minor issues being brought up? Those people are definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. Wu Zhe gritted his teeth in anger. Now he only has one path left. That is to sell the distillery. But he's so unwilling. Ding! Wu Zhe's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1,000. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days have passed. Wu Zhe tried to plead for himself one last time, but it was all in vain. His mental defenses were almost completely breached. He had invested most of his lottery winnings in the distillery, selling it would at least recoup some of it, right? What happened at the distillery was too minor, compared to the vast business world, it wouldn't cause the slightest ripple. Now, everyone in the business world is focused on only one thing. That is the War God Group. This group, which had grown into a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate in just a few years, is now barely clinging to life. It's only a few days away from bankruptcy. It took years to rise to power, but only a few days to fall from grace. This is the consequence of recklessly offending the Su family. Opinions on this vary widely. Some rejoiced, some lamented, and others felt a sense of shared misfortune. However, they all shared one realization. That is, never offend the Su family. This incident has only amplified the Su family's power. The mere tip of the iceberg of their strength was enough to destroy a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate in just a few days. War God Group. Conference room. The atmosphere in the hall was incredibly tense. CEO Jia Fu's face was extremely grim. Upon returning to the group, he had begun, under the orders of War God Zheng Tianxi, to rally allies against the Su family. Everything had been going well. Under their pressure, the Su family was now on its last legs. It's believed that by the time Zheng Tianxi emerged, the Su family would have already been wiped out. Unexpectedly, the Su family had the Su family as their backer. They stood up for them. A single sentence scared away most of their allies, only 2 or 3 close associates remained loyal. Faced with the Su family's all-around suppression, the War God Group suffered defeat after defeat. In just 3 days, the group's stock price plummeted. Jia Fu was filled with regret. If he had known the Su family was so powerful, he would never have listened to Zheng Tianxi and attacked the Su family. Today's meeting, gathering all the top executives, was to find a way to avoid the group's bankruptcy. Someone suggested apologizing to the Su family and ceding territory for reparations. Although somewhat unacceptable, it was a way to protect themselves. So they contacted the Su family, who then contacted Su Liang, who refused decisively. Supporting the Su family was just a side benefit. Su Liang's goal from beginning to end was to bring down the war god group. After all, they were the protagonist's cash cow. Unlike the oppressive atmosphere within the war god group, the Su family was jubilant. They had been severely suppressed by the war god group, and their morale was low. Seeing the Su family stand up for them and retaliate in an even more domineering way filled them with immense satisfaction. They wouldn't forget who had contributed to this. Everyone who saw Su Wanqing, the former eldest daughter of the family who had been expelled, was unabashedly obsequious and respectful. If it weren't for her connection with the eldest son of the Su family, it would be their Su family facing bankruptcy right now. At the same time, they also learned that from now on, she was the true head of the Su family. Whether out of gratitude or for consideration of their own interests, they had to treat her with utmost respect. Sensing the change in their attitudes, Su Wanqing remained expressionless, but her heart was filled with complex emotions. 5 years ago, when she was kicked out of her home, the disgusting faces of these people were still faintly visible. The reason for this dramatic change was all because she had Su Liang backing her up. The emotions suppressed for 5 years erupted at this moment. A strong impulse welled up within her. Snuggled in Su Liang's warm embrace, feeling his intense comfort. Thinking it through, she immediately dialed a number. "Brother Liang, are you free tonight? I want to see you." Her tone was filled with overwhelming emotion. "Okay, I'll come to your place tonight. Have dinner ready and wait for me." At the entrance of the Su group, Su Liang hung up the phone with a smile, his eyes gleaming. Looks like he'll be enjoying some perks tonight. But before that, he needs to deal with Qinzhou, the main character, first. Whoosh! A luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of him. A woman in red got out and opened the door for him. With a soft roar, the car sped away. Chapter 139: The Truth Revealed. The protagonist's mentality explodes. Murder without a trace. A dilapidated park. A figure emerged from it, looking dazed and confused. The man was dressed in tattered clothes, emanating a faint stench, and was extremely unkempt. Judging from the filthy contours of his face, who else could it be but Qinzhou? Why was he in this rundown park? It all started 3 days ago when he was robbed. Everything was stolen, even his underwear was taken. It was inhuman. Misfortune never comes singly. After the group of thugs left, Qinzhou emerged from an alley. Since he had no clothes, he could only seek out secluded spots. He happened to encounter a couple in the act. He was mistaken for a pervert and brutally beaten, and the woman even mocked him mercilessly. Qinzhou was utterly ashamed, covered his face, and ran away in tears. Only when he found a set of clothes in a trash can did he feel a little relieved. Unable to afford rent, this dilapidated park became his temporary home, plagued by mosquitoes every night. Unable to endure this miserable existence any longer, Qinzhou decided to start delivering food. He was determined to complete the system's mission and defy fate. However, his first problem was that his phone had been stolen, rendering him unable to accept orders. He went to a familiar restaurant, explaining that he would only handle one order and wouldn't charge a delivery fee. The owner, seeing his pitiful state, gave him an N-series phone. His first order ended in failure. His electric scooter was broken and under repair, he had no transportation. Seeing his ragged clothes and stench, no one would even bother to hail a taxi. After much effort, he managed to get a shared bicycle and began his frantic food delivery journey. 3 days passed. He failed repeatedly, yet persevered, without a single successful delivery. In fact, because of him, the restaurant received countless negative reviews, and business plummeted. Finally, the shop owner begged him to find another job. Please leave. We can't afford to keep someone like you. If you keep delivering like this, we'll go bankrupt. Go to that shop 100 meters to the right after you leave. If you can ruin it, I'll give you 10,000 inch. After being kicked out, his reputation spread throughout the industry. Every delivery he handled was never on time, and he always got bad reviews. Who would dare hire him now? Plus, with his phone taken back, Shinjo couldn't take any more orders. Now he felt utterly heartbroken. Was this damn system here to help him or to ruin him? Before the system, life was tough and tiring, but at least he had some semblance of dignity. Since the system came along, he was living worse than a dog. His resentment towards the system was immense, but he could only keep it bottled up inside, not daring to utter a single thought. He couldn't help it, he was afraid of being struck by lightning. Ding, Shinjo's mentality collapses, villain value plus 888. Ding, Shinjo feels despair, villain value plus 999. Shinjo has given up on the system missions. He's figured it out, this system is just messing with him, and the missions are impossible to complete. He walks dejectedly down the street. A coal-faced young man in black appeared, blocking his path. Shinjo's heart skipped a beat, his body tensed, and he warily looked around. As expected, he saw 7 or 8 people behind him. 2 of them walked towards the park where he had been sleeping. Thinking it was the same group that robbed him last time, Shinjo shuddered. What were these people doing here again? Could they be trying to force him to become a prostitute? Shinjo felt a chill run down his spine and asked incoherently. Who are you people? You don't recognize us. The leader of the group looked strange. After a pause, he smiled wickedly and said, You don't know us? We know you very well. At this moment, the 2 men emerged from the park, each carrying several hidden cameras. Shinjo, with his sharp eyes, immediately understood. His mind was filled with questions. Why were these people installing cameras around him? Still don't understand? You're incredibly stupid. The young man shook his head, seemingly disappointed, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Thank you for providing us with this monkey show all this time. Shinjo was even more bewildered. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Combined with what the young man had said, he felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps spreading across his entire body. A terrifying suspicion surged into his mind. Shinjo trembled all over, stammering as he asked. You have been watching me all this time. Although it was a question, the sentence was full of certainty. He had felt someone watching him more than once. Each time he looked, he saw no one and thought it was his imagination. Now that this group of people had appeared, everything became clear. Shinjo felt a chill run down his spine. Just imagine. What would it feel like to have your every move monitored? Wait. He was just a nobody, why were these people spying on him? Shinjo abruptly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the group of men in black. The young man at the head of the group smiled. Looks like you're not too stupid after all. You guessed right. The reason you haven't been delivering food on time lately is because we've been secretly working on it. Surprised? Surprised. His suspicions were confirmed, and Shinjo was deeply shaken. He knew it couldn't be such a coincidence. Every time he delivered food, he encountered all sorts of trouble. He should have known. Once was a coincidence, twice was an accident, but 3 times, 4 times, even 100 times? He had been set up. But Shinjo couldn't understand something. How did these people know about the system's mission, making it impossible for him to complete? How did they know he possessed a system? Why? Suppressing his surging anger, Shinjo voiced his doubts. He was worried he'd be used as a guinea pig. Hearing this question, both the leading youth and the group of men in black behind him had serious expressions, their eyes flashing with fanaticism. Of course, it's the master's order. Wu Zhe was stunned. Someone was behind this? Who is your master? He is our god. Shinjo felt a chill run down his spine. Looking at the fanaticism on these people's faces, he had no doubt that their so-called master could command them to die without batting an eye. What kind of terrifying being was he being targeted by? The black-clad youth's expression gradually softened, and he looked at him with a mocking gaze. Our master, you've seen him before. Ha! Chen Zhou was shocked, his mind racing as he frantically tried to recall. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember ever seeing such a terrifying being. If he had seen him, he certainly wouldn't have forgotten. Brainstorming without success, Chen Zhou grew impatient and angrily asked, "Who exactly is he?" The youth didn't answer him, but instead looked across the street, his fanaticism growing even stronger. Chen Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Following his gaze, he saw a luxury car parked across the street. In the back seat, a handsome young man was looking in his direction, holding a wine glass, the bright red liquid swirling in it. Elegance never goes out of style. Su Liang. Chen Zhou recognized him instantly. He'd recognized this guy who'd run off with his stunning landlady even if he were ashes. Su Liang was their master. Doesn't that mean he was the one who arranged for these people to sabotage him, preventing him from completing the system tasks and leaving him in this sorry state? The pent-up negative emotions exploded at this moment, his anger could no longer be suppressed. Chen Zhou's face contorted with rage as he stormed towards Su Liang. He needed an explanation. Ding Chen Zhou has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Chen Zhou has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding. Just as he reached the middle of the road, a dump truck suddenly went out of control and crashed into him. Inside the truck, Su Liang watched this scene with great interest. Chen Zhou's luck was almost gone, he couldn't reap the rewards no matter what he tried, so he decided to come personally. Although he was very strong and had countless methods, he could handle any unexpected events. But, a wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. Su Liang never put himself in danger. Chen Zhou had a system, that was an uncertain factor, and no one knew what would happen if he killed him. To be on the safe side, he delegated the task of killing him out of his will to his subordinates. He just needed to watch the show. As it turns out, even with a system, the protagonist is still destined to die. Chapter 140, Filial Piety and Fatherly Love unfolds? A Yandera's sister is about to be born. Ding absorbed unknown energy, system upgrade points plus 666. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. What does system upgrade points mean? Immediately afterward, a notification appeared in his mind. System upgrade points are obtained by eliminating protagonists who possess a system. They can be used for system upgrades, making rewards better, and even drawing better items in lotteries. Su Liang fell into deep thought. Those who know about system upgrades understand. Just thinking about it, after the upgrade, could the Thunder King advance a little? After all, lightning the size of a hair can only be used in comparisons, it sounds too weak. Let's go. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Liang gave a calm order. The man in red started the car and drove away. The group of men in black cleaned up the mess and also disappeared quietly. The traces at the scene were erased, a hacker had infiltrated the network and deleted the relevant surveillance footage. It was as if they had never been there at all. It seemed like just an ordinary car accident. Evening. Su Wanqing prepared dinner early and waited with her daughter, Su Xiaoxiao. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking on the door, Su Wanqing's eyes lit up. Finally, she was going to see the person she wanted to see. However, before she could react, her daughter was even more excited than her. She excitedly ran to the door and opened it. Seeing the familiar figure before her, her delicate little face lit up with a smile. Brother. Su Liang smiled, easily picking her up and pinching her little cheek. Have you been listening to mommy at home? Of course, Xiao Xiao is very obedient. I even helped mommy wash the vegetables just now. The little girl said proudly. Really? Xiao Xiao is so good. Seeing this scene of fatherly love and filial piety, Su Wanqing's face showed a genuine smile. Although she felt a pang of guilt, like her little cotton-padded jacket had been leaking. Her daughter, whom she had raised for 5 years, wasn't as close as Su Liang had been in for the past 6 months. Composing herself, Su Wanqing brought the dishes out of the kitchen and invited the two to eat. At the dining table, the three of them were enjoying themselves, looking every bit like a family. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced subtly at the window. Then, as if nothing had happened, he joined the mother and daughter in their playful banter. Click! A barely perceptible sound of a camera shutter clicking rang out in the darkness. Not far away in the residential area, a burly man looked at the photo on his camera and turned to the three people beside him. Didn't Big Brother say this was his wife and daughter? It looks like he's with that spoiled brat instead. Xuanwu, you idiot, that pretty boy must have stolen them while Big Brother was away. The speaker was another burly man. A long scar ran across his face, making him appear ferocious and menacing. He paused, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He clenched his fist, veins bulging, radiating a domineering and ruthless aura. That pretty boy dared to cuckold Big Brother. I'll go kill him right now and avenge Big Brother. White Tiger, put away your foolish ideas. Didn't you see that the drivers for that young master are all experts in the transformation realm? If you want to go to your death, then pretend I didn't say anything. This time, a woman's voice spoke. She was no less beautiful or well-proportioned than the female lead, and she looked at him with a cold smile. Vermilion Bird, who are you calling stupid? White Tiger was displeased, his face darkening. Who knows who they are? All they have are muscles in their heads, only knowing how to fight and kill. Vermilion Bird retorted without hesitation. Enough. The middle-aged man who had been silent couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted coldly. What kind of time is this to be fighting amongst ourselves? The first three were Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, while he was called Azure Dragon. They were the four great generals of the War God Temple. Except for War God Zhang Tianxi, who was at the peak of combat power, each of them possessed the strength of the peak of the Dark Realm. Originally, the four of them had been developing in the underworld. The War God group, facing severe suppression and on the verge of bankruptcy, was taking the situation very seriously. The War God group was the economic lifeline of their entire War God temple. Once bankrupt, they would have no choice but to return to their former lives as mercenaries. Internal strife was possible among their 3,000 brothers. An investigation revealed their eldest brother, the invincible war god in the underworld, had been captured. The culprit was a spoiled young master. Bewildered, they were enraged. They were usually the ones bullying others, who dared to bully them. Therefore, the four great generals simultaneously mobilized to rescue the war god. Sister-in-law, let's leave Su Wanqing's matter aside for now, lest we alert the enemy. Our immediate priority is to rescue our eldest brother. Qinglong's eyes flashed, and after a moment of contemplation, a sharp glint appeared on his face. That young Master Su, we'll settle the score with him after our eldest brother gets out. We'll show him that the War God Hall isn't someone anyone can mess with. None of them doubted their ability to handle this spoiled brat. Even knowing he was protected by a master of the transformation realm, it didn't matter. Their eldest brother was at the mid-transformation realm. Plus, there were four of them at the peak of the Dark Force realm, plus a group of subordinates. This combined force was practically invincible. Gods would be slain, Buddhas would be slain. Only Zhu Ke frowned slightly. A vague unease stirred within her, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Dinner ended. Su Wanqing cleared the dishes, while Su Liang and Xiao Xiao watched TV in the living room. Seeing Su Liang looking at his phone, Xiao Xiao obediently turned down the TV volume and sat quietly to the side. Su Liang was looking at information about the four great generals of the War God Hall. His orders were to protect Su Wanqing and her daughter. These people didn't approach, nor did they harbor any murderous intent, thus escaping unscathed. If the four people outside knew. In just over 10 minutes, their recent actions had all been revealed to Su Liang. What kind of expression would they have? The four great generals, huh? Su Liang played with his phone, showing no emotional fluctuation. He didn't take these people seriously at all. He was pondering how to use these four people to deliver a devastating blow to the protagonist and reap the rewards of his efforts. An idea gradually took shape. Far away in the capital. An antique-style room. Soft moonlight spilled onto a figure at the window. It was a girl of unparalleled beauty. Even more so, slender and graceful, with skin as smooth and delicate as jade. A stunningly beautiful oval face, seemingly nature's most perfect masterpiece. At this moment, the moonlight bathed her, making her appear holy and ethereal. She was propping her head up, gazing at the crescent moon in the night sky, when suddenly she smiled. The smile was somewhat unnatural. Somewhat sickly, somewhat sinister. Holy and ethereal, sickly and sinister, two completely opposite extremes. Yet, they blended together so naturally, without the slightest sense of incongruity. A melodious whisper, tinged with excitement, rang out. "My dear brother, it won't be long before your little sister comes to visit you." Chapter 141. The Real Mastermind. Utterly horrified. My scalp gross kisses. The next day. Wu Zhe turned on the news as usual. After his rebirth, some changes had occurred to him. For example, he now enjoyed watching the news and paying attention to national affairs. If only he had developed such habits in his previous life. He wouldn't have only just learned a few ways to make money after his rebirth. After finishing his meal, Wu Zhe picked up his water glass and took a sip when he saw a news report on TV. He immediately spat it out. Ignoring the details, he stared intently at the television. It was reporting on a car accident. Although the victim's face only flashed by, he recognized him. Chen Zhou. The rich second-generation heir who delivered food in a Ferrari. He actually got into a car accident. Wu Zhe's body stiffened, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. What the hell is going on? In his past life, Chen Zhou was incredibly powerful, owning several luxury villas and driving top-of-the-line luxury cars and sports cars. You're telling me he's just gone like that? Even if it's a butterfly effect of his rebirth, it shouldn't be this absurd, right? Wu Zhe was starting to doubt his existence. Suddenly, a jolt went through him. So many big shots from his past life were dead. He was just a nobody. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Involuntarily, he thought of the distillery. After several days of running around, he finally discovered it. The distillery was a deep well of corruption, far beyond his control. All the employees had been bribed, they were spies planted by other manufacturers, and they were all selling counterfeit alcohol. How could he, with only genuine alcohol, possibly operate? He knew the distillery would be very profitable in the future, but selling it would be a huge loss. But there was nothing he could do. With the sales channels monopolized, how could he make money if he couldn't sell his products? He understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. If he hesitated to relinquish the deal, what if those behind-the-scenes manipulators became desperate? He wouldn't even know how he died. Thinking of this, Wu Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. To him, the distillery was a hot potato. He had to get rid of it as soon as possible. He couldn't sit still any longer and rushed out the door. He made a phone call while driving. "Mr. Xiang, you've won. I'm willing to sell the distillery to you." There seemed to be a pause on the other end before a single word was uttered. "Okay." Afternoon. In a tea house. Wu Zhe sat down, drinking tea. He glanced at his watch every now and then, revealing his unease. His face was grim. The agreed time was 2 o'clock, and they were already more than 10 minutes past. Just as he was getting impatient and preparing to leave, the door to the private room was pushed open. Wu Zhe quickly looked over. The person who entered was indeed President Xiang. However, after a moment, he became puzzled. President Xiang, after opening the door, didn't come in but stood silently to the side. He respectfully extended his hand, gesturing for them to come in. Two women walked in confidently. Wu Zhe's eyes lit up. His gaze fell on the woman in the lead. She was stunningly beautiful, no less so than the Ring Shanshan sisters. If he knew anything about the Su group, he would definitely recognize her. This is Li Wanjun, one of the three beauties of the Su group. Su Liang entrusted her with the task of acquiring the winery. Being promoted to manager in such a short time without making any significant contributions would inevitably cause gossip among her subordinates. This was an opportunity for her to prove herself. As for the woman behind her, she was rather ordinary. Anyone who underestimated her because of this would be making a grave mistake. As Li Wanjun's assistant and bodyguard, she was not as harmless and unremarkable as she appeared. Li Wanjun sat down opposite her, with her assistant standing guard beside her. The introductions were left to General Manager Xiang. General Manager Li, this is the winery owner, Wu Zhe, Mr. Wu. He nodded respectfully to Li Wanjun first and began the introductions. Mr. Wu, this is General Manager Li, who is acquiring the winery. Wu Zhe snapped out of his reverie. Noticing General Manager Xiang's respectful attitude towards this woman, he gradually frowned. What was going on? Weren't the sales companies targeting the distillery owned by General Manager Xiang and his associates? Why are they so respectful to this woman? Could it be she's the boss of these companies? But that doesn't make sense. These sales companies are all independent. General Manager Xiang himself is the biggest boss. Gradually, a possibility occurred to him. That these sales companies targeting the distillery were all orchestrated by the woman before him. The sales companies, in his eyes, were behemoths. Judging from General Manager Xiang's respectful attitude towards this woman, her background was unimaginable. Just as his thoughts were wandering, Li Wanjun's calm voice rang out. Mr. Wu, let's cut to the chase and talk about the distillery acquisition. Wu Zhe's thoughts were pulled back. He took a deep breath and said, I spent 3 million to acquire the winery, and with the investment in production and hiring employees, the total investment is nearly 8 million. What price does Ms. Li intend to offer for the acquisition? Li Wanjun's expression was somewhat strange as she stated a number. 2.5 million. Wu Zhe wondered if he had misheard. He clearly stated that he spent 8 million and she's offering 2.5 million? After confirming it was the price, he shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, your price is too low, I won't accept it. Then goodbye, Mr. Wu. Before he could finish speaking, Li Wanjun stood up, and prepared to leave. Wu Zhe was dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be a negotiation? There has to be a negotiation process. I haven't even made an offer yet, what does it mean for her to just leave like that? He originally wanted to sell for tens of millions and make a small profit. How the hell are we going to make any money like this? Hey, let's talk this out. 10 million. Seeing that Li Wanjun showed no sign of stopping, Wu Zhe panicked. 8 million, I just want my investment back. Wait, 7 million isn't out of the question. 6 million is negotiable. 5 million should be fine, right? Li Wanjun continued lowering the price without pausing, and they were already at the door. Wu Zhe gritted his teeth and called out. You win, 2.5 million it is. Deal. Li Wanjun turned around, a relieved smile on her face. Why didn't she raise the price? Because 2.5 million was Su Liang's offer. He had a feeling there was something more to it. Wu Zhe slumped into his chair. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he would never have sold the winery for a fire sale price of 2.5 million. Not to mention the money he'd invested, it wasn't even enough to buy the winery. Besides, this price was somewhat insulting. But he had no choice. He'd invested 8 million in the winery, plus his car, house, and daily expenses. The 10 million he won in the lottery was already gone. With no money in hand and no income from the distillery, what was the point of holding on to it? It was better to sell it and get some money. After the negotiations were completed, the assistant produced the contract. Wu Zhe glanced at it. Good heavens, he always carried the contract with him. He knew he'd sell it for 2.5 million. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth. After signing the contract, he received a transfer of 2.5 million into his account. It felt incredibly ironic. After Li Wanjun and the other person left, President Liang spoke to Wu Zhe in a somewhat ingratiating manner. "Mr. Wu, you and I have both worked with the Su group before, so we should help each other out in the future." "What did you say?" "That Li Wanjun is from the Su group." Wu Zhe had seen Li Wanjun's name when signing the contract and said in shock. "Yes, she's one of the 3 golden flowers of the Su group, you didn't know that?" President Liang looked at him with some surprise. Wu Zhe stood frozen in place. Wrong. He was wrong. Wrong beyond belief. The mastermind wasn't a few manufacturers, but the Su group. The Su group, Su Liang. He recalled the events that had occurred since his rebirth. Most of the changes were related to the Su group, or rather, Su Liang. Before, Wu Zhe had only guessed, unable to believe it. Now it was confirmed. That Su Liang was definitely a reborn person like him. Upon reaching this conclusion, Wu Zhe's head felt like it was going to explode, a tingling sensation spreading from his tailbone throughout his body. Chapter 142, capturing the reborn protagonist and interrogating him about the whereabouts of the other protagonists. Wu Zhe didn't hear a word of what President Liang said afterward, his mind was in turmoil. The bigwigs he knew from his past life, Mubai, Yixian, Lin Hao, Shenzhou, had disappeared one after another. Although there was no evidence to prove Su Liang was responsible, he had a hunch. He was definitely involved. These bigwigs were all ruined. What if they were targeting him? No, they were already targeting him. Wu Zhe's spirits lifted. When he connected everything to Su Liang, some of his previous confusion suddenly became clear. The disappearance of the cryptocurrency website was most likely his doing. The Su family definitely had the power to influence those business giants on Huar Street. And then there was the winery. He believed that those sales companies were the masterminds behind the winery's disappearance, merely pawns in Su Liang's game. All the evidence pointed to Su Liang already having his eye on him. It was only a matter of time before they made their move against him. This thought filled Wu Zhe with dread. What should he do? Faced with the behemoth that was the Su family, he was like an ant, only able to wait for death. Wu Zhe returned home in a daze. His mind was racing the whole way, desperately trying to find a way out of this predicament. He came to a conclusion. He was like a fish on a chopping board, completely at their mercy. After parking his car, Wu Zhe got out, and suddenly his vision blurred. Immediately afterward, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A wave of dizziness washed over him, his head lolled to the side, and he passed out. When Wu Zhe awoke again, he found himself lying in a manor. The unfamiliar surroundings instantly brought him back to his senses. Memories from before he lost consciousness surfaced, combined with the lingering pain in his back. He had been kidnapped. Wu Zhe scrambled to his feet, only to find several men in black standing nearby, coldly watching him. Wu Zhe froze. But when he saw the figure sitting leisurely in a chair ahead, he was struck dumb, his face contorting in shock. Su Liang. He had just been wondering when Su Liang would attack him, but now he was right in front of him. Su Liang, why did you bring me here? This is illegal. Thinking of the disappearance of the powerful figures, Wu Zhe trembled, his voice trembling with barely concealed fear. He was terrified. Where was the arrogant, disdainful Su Liang he had shown before, thanks to his reborn foresight? Ding. Wu Zhe felt fear, villain value plus 666. Don't be nervous. I brought you here because I don't want you to do anything stupid. Su Liang wore a warm, welcoming smile. He had known all along that the protagonist was suspicious, but because he hadn't taken any action, he'd let him remain undetected until now. Presumably, knowing that the Su group had acquired the winery would only increase his suspicions. Although he was certain the protagonist had problems, Wu Zhe couldn't do anything about it. The difference between them was like an insurmountable chasm. But Su Liang still kept him under control. What if, in desperation, he revealed his rebirth? Even if he revealed it, few would believe him, yet he had to be cautious. This secret was best kept to himself. The reason he hadn't eliminated Wu Zhe yet was twofold. First, he hadn't finished reaping the benefits of his luck. Second, he needed to ask some questions. Judging from Wu Zei's actions, he recognized Mubai, Lin Hao. Su Liang wanted to know if there were any other protagonists involved. Knowing these people beforehand and nipping them in the bud saved him the time of searching. It wasn't that the protagonists didn't know him and therefore didn't harbor hatred. If these people had protagonist auras, then he had a destined villain aura, inevitably leading them to conflict. It was either you die or I die. Therefore, with the qualities of a ruthless hero, the man who believed, "I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me," had no choice but to eliminate these protagonists with tears in his eyes. Su Liang's eyes flashed as he looked at Wu Zei. "I have a few questions for you." Seemingly sensing Su Liang's improved attitude, Wu Zei was no longer so afraid. "I'm not in the mood to answer your questions. Let me go back, or I'll call the police." Before he could finish, he had to shut his mouth, fear gripping his face. Su Liang had produced a golden desert eagle without anyone noticing. Then, he slowly raised the pistol, aiming it at him. "No, I was just kidding. Ask me anything, I'll answer everything I know." However, Su Liang didn't stop, pulling the trigger directly. A golden bullet flew from the muzzle. Bang! The next moment, the hard marble beneath his feet shattered, and Wu Zei wet himself in fear. Feeling utterly weak, he collapsed to the ground. Looking at the small crater created by the blast, he trembled. Damn it, thank goodness Su Liang changed direction at the last moment. If it hit him, it would leave a gaping hole, a gruesome death. Ding. Wu Zei's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 888. Ding. Wu Zei was terrified, villain value plus 888. The power, comparable to an armor-piercing bullet, was no joke. Previously, Su Liang thought this pistol was somewhat useless, all show and no substance. Now, it had become a great toy for him to scare people. "Can I ask now?" Su Liang wore a gentle smile, a smile that would inspire warmth in anyone who saw it. But Wu Zei felt an endless chill. The gaze directed at him was as if looking at a demon from hell. You can ask." He trembled with fear. "You were reborn from several years in the future." The words were like a thunderbolt. Wu Zei shuddered violently, his face turning deathly pale. He was even more shocked than learning that Su Liang was a reincarnated person. "How did you know I was reincarnated?" he asked in terror. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, he quickly covered his mouth. His gaze swept back and forth between Su Liang and the group of men in black. He had been careless. What if Su Liang was testing him? "Get this straight, I'm asking you a question. Just answer properly, stop with the nonsense." Seeing Su Liang raise his gun again, Wu Zei was terrified and quickly said, 2.5 years. I was reborn 2.5 years in the future." After speaking, he looked around and found that the men in black still had expressionless faces. They were all Su Liang's loyal henchmen, 100% loyal. Just to be safe, even the mind-controlling red-clad man had been sent away. This kind of thing had to be done carefully. 1 coin year. Su Liang seemed thoughtful. After thinking for a moment, he said again, "Tell me everything you know about the next 2 years." Faced with the threat of a gun and the men in black eyeing him menacingly, Wu Zei had no choice. After a long while, he finished speaking and cautiously looked at Su Liang. He didn't know how Su Liang would deal with him. The story was too bland. Su Liang was somewhat bored. This is a typical nerd, spending his days lazing around playing video games, watching videos of beautiful women, and practicing his family's traditional craft. He's completely oblivious to major events. Aside from cryptocurrency and his winery, his two most profitable ventures, he knows almost nothing. Oh, and there's also land development. He can't get involved because he doesn't have the money. Su Liang could easily contract it out and make hundreds of billions, but he's not interested. He was hoping to hear about some major events from Wu Zei so he could get involved early, but he's disappointed. He's losing interest. Let me ask you another question. How many people like Lin Hao and Chen Zhou do you know? These two people he's asking about either have power, connections, or a system. As for the other two business protagonists, he completely ignores them, they pose no threat to him whatsoever. If he encounters them, they'll just be easy prey. Chapter 143 Unbelievable Confidence. The god of war is released from prison, his mentality has exploded. Wu Zhe was stunned by Su Liang's question, somewhat confused. Soon, a thought struck him, and he asked blankly. Aren't you also a reincarnated person? Why are you asking me? With his own precedent of reincarnation, he had assumed Su Liang was the same, and hadn't considered other possibilities. His limited reading had restricted his imagination. Seeing Su Liang frown, Wu Zhe immediately fell silent, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Let me think. His mind raced, racking his brains. People like Lin Hao and Xin Zhou were all destined to be big shots. Who were some other incredibly powerful figures in his past life? Ultimately, he thought of 3 people. Zhou Yu, who developed perfect VR technology. Whether in games or movies, he brings the most immersive experience, leading the trend. Su Yon, who livestreams extreme challenges, skydiving from 20,000 meters, trekking through uninhabited areas, crossing the Pacific Ocean. Xiao Bufan, a very well-hidden wealthy man, exposed on a show about hiding his secret stash of money. Zhou Yu became famous a year later, and now he's probably researching VR technology somewhere. He discovered Su Yong and Xiao Bufan while browsing videos. Su Yong is a madman, doing extreme challenges, who knows when he'll die. But there's no denying he's famous, he's always trending, a prominent figure. The show about hiding secret stashes of money was open to anyone, testing whether someone had hidden money. Xiao Bufan's childhood sweetheart, whom he was planning to marry, unexpectedly participated in the show. The result, her wealth was exposed. His everyday tableware was antique, a single flower pot was worth hundreds of millions, a table tens of millions. His tycoon status couldn't be hidden any longer. Hearing him recount these people's information, Su Liang stroked his chin, his gaze intrigued. Whether these people were protagonists was unclear, a quick investigation would reveal the answer. Immediately, he gave a wink to the Skynet assassin beside him. The Skynet assassin understood and turned to make the arrangements. He then turned his gaze to Wu Zhe. Anything else? Wu Zhe thought for a moment, then said with a mournful face. No, that's all I can think of. Only these 3. Really? Or are you lying? Think it through before you speak. Su Liang toyed with his pistol, his tone calm. In his opinion, Wu Zhe wasn't lying. This world certainly had more than just these few protagonists. The reason he only knew these was partly because he stayed home and rarely interacted with those people. Also, they might be from different timelines. 3 it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He didn't expect to know all the main characters at once, catching them all was unrealistic. Wu Zhe watched with trepidation. He was terrified that Su Liang would point a gun at him at any moment and shoot a bloody hole in his body. He began frantically trying to recall if there were any other powerful figures. He rattled off several names, but Su Liang shook his head each time. Those people he mentioned were all influential figures, people he already knew. Clearly, they weren't the main characters he wanted to know. Looks like you really can't remember. Then I can only apologize. Su Liang raised his pistol, the dark muzzle pointed at him. Ding. Wu Zhe is terrified, villain value plus 888. A death knell loomed over him. Wu Zhe was terrified, cold sweat pouring down his back. In that critical moment, his eyes lit up. I know someone else. Oh. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, slowly lowering the gun. Tell me about it. The reason Wu Zhe hadn't mentioned this person earlier was because he was different from everyone else. When he was reborn, that person wasn't famous yet, he was only known to be as powerful as Lin Hao. Now, with life and death hanging in the balance, he didn't care about anything else. He'd tell him and see. That person's name was Tang Xiaoshan. On a dark and windy night. He was working late into the night, and on his way home, he encountered a group of martial arts masters. Several old men were chasing a young man. He didn't catch what was said, something like a petty thief who doesn't deserve to be called a son, or stole the Tang clan's most precious treasure. Finally, several old men caught up with the young man and surrounded him. His face was cold, his head bowed, and he sneered. Why? Why didn't you old geezers lie in your coffins instead of chasing after us? You little beast, hand over what you stole, then come back with us to receive your family punishment. One of the old men shouted coldly, his aura exploding. Hey, do you know you've already chosen your own death? Behold my death coil. The young man roared, and a thin silver thread shot towards the group at incredible speed. A sudden sneak attack, catching them off guard, it wrapped around their necks, decapitating them. Wu Zhe, witnessing this, was completely terrified, leaving him with an indelible psychological trauma. He vividly remembered the look in the man's eyes after killing them. Without a doubt, if he hadn't been exhausted, he would have killed him. Su Liang fell into deep thought. Time ticked by, and Wu Zhe grew increasingly tense, his entire body drenched in sweat. Just as he was on the verge of despair, Su Liang spoke, waving his hand. Take him away and treat him well. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Zhe. He thought Su Liang was really going to treat him well, but after going downstairs, he realized he was wrong. Treat him well means whipping him? Amidst his resentment, a huge question arose in his mind. Judging from Su Liang's words, Tang Xiaoshan would have been fine if he hadn't spoken up. It was only after he did that he was whipped. Just how hated is that guy? Ding Wu Zhe has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 888. Ding Wu Zhe has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 888. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the headquarters, a figure walked out. Feeling the sunlight on his body, Jiang Tianxi gazed at the azure sky, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. I'm out. Su family, are you prepared for destruction? He walked around a corner, where 4 figures were already waiting for him. These were his 4 great generals. Jiang Tianxi's quick return was thanks to their arrangements. Big brother. They were all somewhat excited to see him again. Jiang Tianxi nodded, then suddenly frowned. Why are you all here? Didn't I tell you not to follow me? The 4 great generals exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. They didn't know how to tell him about the War God Group's bankruptcy. That's right, just this morning, the War God Group couldn't withstand the Su family's pressure and declared bankruptcy. Without the War God Group, their money-making machine, they could only return to their old profession as mercenaries. Not noticing their odd behavior, Jiang Tianxi waved his hand. You're here just in time. Help me deal with one guy. He thought of Su Liang, a flash of resentment in his eyes, and his killing intent became almost uncontrollable. By the way, what's the situation with the Su family now? I told Jia Fu that when I get out, he must hear the news of the Su family's demise. If he can't even handle this simple matter, he doesn't deserve to be in his position as CEO. The 4 of them fell silent, an awkward atmosphere spreading. Jiang Tianxi's senses were incredibly sharp. Sensing the tense atmosphere, he asked coldly. Say something, what's going on? Finally, Xinglong stepped forward. Big brother, the Su family is fine, but our War God Group has gone bankrupt. What? Jiang Tianxi was completely bewildered, some of him wondered if he had misheard. Say it again. Our War God Group has gone bankrupt. Now that he heard clearly, Jiang Tianxi was furious, pointing his finger at him and cursing. The War God Group isn't some nobody, it's worth tens of billions. It's only been a few days, and you're telling me it's bankrupt. Do you think this is a joke? He simply didn't believe it. He paused, then continued. Where's Jia Fu? Didn't I tell him to combine all his forces to destroy the Su family? He can't even handle a small family worth a few billion? What is he good for? Xinglong didn't speak, but Xuanwu stepped forward to explain. The Su family has the Su family backing them up. It was the Su family that suppressed us. Jiang Tianxi was stunned. His gaze swept across the 4 faces, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be true? If it was the Su family that attacked their War God Group, they certainly wouldn't last long. But they shouldn't have been able to hold out for even a few days. What about those allies? Were their partners just for show? The moment the Su family spoke up, they withdrew. After understanding the whole story, Jiang Tianxi was completely dumbfounded. He originally wanted his subordinates to instigate a business war to destroy the Su family. But on the day of his release from prison, his own businesses went bankrupt? He was devastated. Chapter 144: A surprise prepared for the protagonist. The heroine travels 1,000 miles to repay a kindness. Ding Jiang Tianxi has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Jiang Tianxi has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Jiang Tianxi's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Su Liang locked Wu Zhe in jail. This reborn protagonist is no longer of any use, he can just be a source of experience points for harvesting. He was sitting in a chair, propping his head up with one hand, enjoying a red-clad massage on his legs. Beside him, a figure in black was reporting to him. Skynet assassins are spread all over the world. It hasn't been long, and based on only the fragmentary information provided by Wu Zhe, they've already located those 4 people. That guy named Zhou Yu just joined a research group. The research project is VR technology. Su Yang is still a nobody streamer, and his streaming style isn't extreme challenges, it's all very ordinary. Xiao Bufan was just a corporate slave, working himself to the bone every day, enjoying the perks of a 007 work schedule. Tang Xiaoshan was from the reclusive Tang family, seemingly possessing considerable talent, with the potential to become a god king. After hearing about these people, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. It was still uncertain whether the first 3 were protagonists. If they were, their cheat abilities hadn't awakened yet. Killing them was no different from killing ordinary people, he wouldn't be able to harvest their luck. Then he'd keep them under surveillance. As for the 4th, he couldn't be bothered with him. Who's a decent person afraid of death's clutches? Su Liang waved his hand, signaling someone to step back. These people would be secretly monitored, and any strange behavior would be immediately reported. Not long after, a woman drove up. It was Li Wanjun. After briefly dealing with the winery matters, she couldn't wait to find Su Liang. What was this called again? 1,000-mile journey to deliver abalone. The gift was generous, and the sentiment was profound. Su Liang, of course, wouldn't refuse. While enjoying the heroine's gratitude, a system notification appeared in his mind. Has Jiang Tianxi come out yet? Su Liang's eyes were somewhat strange. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. I've prepared a surprise for you. I hope you can stay calm and not get too worked up. After all, a strong leak, a term for someone easily exploited, isn't easy to find. Li Wanjun was a little overwhelmed. She thought love required sincerity, but she hadn't expected Su Liang to prefer force. In the alley. After hearing the stories from his subordinates, Jiang Tianxi was furious. His war god group, which he had painstakingly built up, went bankrupt within days of his imprisonment. Billions of dollars evaporated, his heart was bleeding. All the brothers in the war god hall, including his savings of several years, were invested. Just like that, it all went down the drain. Losing money was secondary, the collapse of the war god group meant losing his source of income. The brothers of the Temple of War can only earn money as mercenaries. All his previous reforms and efforts have been in vain. The Temple of War will become a laughingstock in the entire dark world. Jiang Tianxi trembled with rage. A murderous aura emanated from him, and the surrounding temperature plummeted by more than 10 degrees Celsius. The 4 generals felt the air freeze, finding it difficult to breathe. White Tiger, with his fiery temper, was enraged by his elder brother's anger. Brother, it's all that pretty boy from the Su family's doing. Let's go kill him. Yes, we can't quell our hatred without killing him. Black Tortoise echoed. After a pause, he pulled out a camera and presented a photograph to Jiang Tianxi. Brother, this is a picture we took last night when we visited sister-in-law. That brat actually took advantage of your absence. Hearing that they were going to kill Su Liang, Zhang Tianxi immediately suppressed his imposing aura, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Didn't he know it was that despicable Su Liang? He wanted nothing more than to grind him to dust. But he was no match for that guy. He himself was a peak-level expert in the transformation realm, and even the driver was a transformation realm master. Several experts at the transformation realm were guarding Su Wanqing, some even stronger than him. What could he possibly use to kill Su Liang? His life? He glanced at the photo. Su Liang was eating with Su Wanqing and her daughter, looking like a warm family of three. His heart ached so much he could hardly breathe. Ding! Zhang Tianxi's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Both of his brothers spoke up, and Xinglong also stepped forward. Brother, the Su Liang must be killed, and the Su family must be wiped out, otherwise, what will become of the prestige of our war god hall? Only Zhu Ke remained silent. She secretly observed Zhang Tianxi, watching his expression constantly change, her heart sinking. Sure enough, she heard Zhang Tianxi sigh, saying helplessly, Su Liang isn't so easy to deal with. Let's wait. Wait for what? Doesn't our war god hall have any pride? If we don't handle this properly, anyone will dare to step on our heads in the future. Bai Hu protested loudly. The others nodded in agreement, all turning to look at Zhang Tianxi. In their view, the war god hall's high-ranking officials were all here, along with 100 elite soldiers. Dealing with a family would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? They didn't take these families in the country seriously at all. Even the Su family, standing at the pinnacle, was no exception. Zhang Tianxi was so embarrassed he almost dug his toes out of his seat. Seeing that they weren't going to give up, he could only explain. Su Liang is at the peak of the transformation realm. The peak of the transformation realm? Add to that his bodyguard who's at the early stage of the transformation realm, and we all go for it. What peak of the transformation realm? Bai Hu waved his hand dismissively. Gradually, he came to his senses, staring blankly. The other three also wore expressions of disbelief. Seeing their shocked expressions, Zhang Tianxi felt a pang of unease. When Su Liang slapped him on the shoulder, causing him to collapse to the ground, he was even more bewildered than they were. You all know he has a bodyguard at the early stage of the transformation realm, but now I'm telling you, he has many more at the transformation realm level. There are 3 or 4 experts at the transformation realm protecting Su Wanqing, some even stronger than me. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The 4 generals were stunned. A wave of fear washed over them. Luckily, they hadn't gone to cause trouble for Su Liang last night, nor had they rashly appeared before Su Wanqing and her daughter. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. If these words hadn't come from Zhang Tianxi, they would never have believed it. What is a peak transformation realm expert? It's no exaggeration. In the underworld, even peak dark force experts were top-tier powerhouses, and transformation realm experts could practically roam freely. And then suddenly someone told them. Transformation realm experts, rare even in the underworld, were as common as dogs in this bustling city? Damn it! Were they insane, or had the world gone mad? After processing this information, everyone fell silent. No one mentioned killing Su Liang right now anymore. Temporarily suppressing this dangerous thought, the 4 generals led Zhang Tianxi back to their base. This grudge couldn't be left unresolved. The enemy was strong, they had to return and reconsider. The so-called base was merely a small bar they had bought. It had become a small outpost for their war god temple. However, as they returned to the bar, something felt off. The entire road ahead was blocked. Zhu Ke, sitting in the passenger seat, saw people walking back and rolled down the window, smiling as she asked. Excuse me, what happened up ahead? It's so congested. The middle-aged man was stunned by Zhu Chue's stunning beauty and immediately became a sycophant. I don't know the specifics, but I saw a lot of SWAT officers surrounding a bar, and there was even a gunfight. I never thought that scenes I only saw on TV would actually happen in real life. It was so exciting. The middle-aged man described the thrilling scene he had witnessed with great enthusiasm. However, Zhu Ke ignored him. Looking back at the group, everyone wore the same expression, utterly horrified. Chapter 145: Su Liang's Open Scheme. A Test of Humanity. A rift between brothers. A strong sense of unease surged through the group. They jumped out of the car and dashed towards the bar ahead. Seeing the beautiful woman vanish in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man pounded his chest in anger and regret. He was so excited he forgot to even try to flirt with her. The five men swiftly weaved through the crowd to the scene of the incident. What they saw next shocked them to their core, their pupils exploding. Their base, the small bar, was completely surrounded by SWAT officers. Snipers were positioned all around, ready to snipe their brothers inside the bar at any opportunity. Several teams of SWAT officers, armed with riot shields, steadily approached the bar, throwing flashbangs and smoke grenades as they got close. Then they stormed in and opened fire. Zhang Tianxi and the others watched, their eyes bloodshot with rage. The people in the bar were all their brothers. Seeing their brothers killed filled them with uncontrollable hatred and fury. Ah, damn it! White Tiger, eyes red with rage, roared and couldn't help but charge forward. The other three generals were also furious. Even though they knew that charging would expose them and make them wanted and hunted down throughout the 9 provinces. But they couldn't care less. They couldn't stand by and watch their comrades in arms die tragically on the battlefield. Zhang Tianxi couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to rush forward to save them. Suddenly, he sensed something and stopped in his tracks. His gaze fixed in one direction. It was a fully armed woman, her strength mediocre, only at the peak of the Mingjin realm. If there was anything particularly striking about her, it was her explosive figure and stunning beauty. Of course, what attracted Zhang Tianxi wasn't her alluring figure and beautiful face. It was the 2 powerful figures, no weaker than him, protecting her. Zhang Tianxi once again fell into a state of existential crisis. Is the city really this terrifying? You can encounter masters of the Huajin realm everywhere. Wait. Something's not right. The 2 men's auras seemed familiar, reminding him of the people around Su Wanqing. A flash of inspiration struck him. They were all Su Liang's men, guarding this woman. Doesn't that mean she was also Su Liang's woman? Combined with what he'd seen of Xia Qingqiu earlier, Zhang Tianxi gritted his teeth in anger. Why? With so many women around Su Liang, why would he still bother with his Su Wanqing? Coming to his senses, seeing several of his men preparing to rush forward, Zhang Tianxi quickly stopped them. Big brother, what are you doing? Our brothers are being slaughtered. Aren't you going to help save them? You're stopping us. Xuanwu was furious, disregarding his status as their leader, glaring at him with his large, round eyes and roaring. The others looked at him with confusion. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes held a hint of displeasure. Only Zhu Chue's eyes showed trust. Zhang Tianxi sighed, pointed to Tang Xian who was in charge of directing the operation, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, she's that Su family's eldest son's woman." The 2 women beside her are both at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. The group was stunned again upon hearing this. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, extinguishing their anger. 2 mid-stage transformation realm experts. Don't even think about rescuing them. Even if all 5 of them went together, they might not be a match for them. But we can't just watch our brothers die a horrible death. It's one thing to die on the battlefield, but for them to infiltrate unarmed is too pathetic a death. Baihu still looked unwilling, his eyes burning as he stared at Zhang Tianxi. If Zhang Tianxi could hold off those 2 experts, they were confident they could rescue their brothers from the SWAT team. Xinglong and Xuanwu thought the same thing. Their gazes fell on him, awaiting an answer. Zhang Tianxi immediately hesitated. If he was absolutely certain, he would definitely rescue them. The opponents were 2 experts no weaker than him, with his rich combat experience, taking them down was only a matter of time. But what he desperately needed now was time. He was afraid that even if he held them off, he wouldn't be able to rescue many of them. This would expose him and the 4 great generals, making him a wanted fugitive throughout the 9 provinces. Emotionally speaking, if brothers are in danger, you should save as many as you can. Rationally speaking, such a sacrifice is too great and not worthwhile. And most importantly, deep down, he didn't want to take action. Once he did, he would have no choice but to leave the country and return to the underworld. Then Su Wanqing and her daughter would be at Su Liang's mercy. Ultimately, he couldn't abandon his wife and daughter. What he didn't notice was, seeing him hesitate and remain silent, the eyes of Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu gradually changed. They all valued brotherhood highly. They believed brothers were like limbs, women like clothes. In their view, if a brother was in trouble, they would risk their lives to save him. Undoubtedly, Jiang Tianxi's actions today would create a rift between them. This was Su Liang's blatant, overt scheme. The two mid-stage transformation realm experts were cleverly positioned. Not too many, not too few. If it was too few, Jiang Tianxi would act without hesitation. If it was too many, his brothers would give up and wouldn't blame him. This was a test of humanity. Actually, it seemed like there were two choices, but there was only one. That was to not act. Once they made a move, the hidden assassins would take them down in one fell swoop. Su Liang wouldn't let them return to the underworld. Since they were here, they might as well die here. Gradually, the gunfire stopped. Jiang Tianxi snapped out of his turmoil. He knew the battle was over and felt a pang of regret. He regretted not acting sooner, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The men all looked towards the entrance of the small bar. They saw a group of SWAT officers dragging out 4 or 5 people, the rest were corpses being carried out. Seeing their familiar brothers being taken away in police cars, the 5 men were furious, but dared not act. Things have progressed to this point, there's no need for further action. In the arena, a young man in Special Forces uniform jogged up to Tang Xian to report. Reporting, Captain, 95 criminals killed, 5 captured. Very good. A smile appeared on Tang Xian's face. These are all achievements delivered to her doorstep. She also had to thank Su Liang for the information. A few hours earlier, she had received a call from Su Liang informing her that a group of terrorists had entered the country. He told her to simply lead her men to surround and eliminate them. Tang Xian always trusted Su Liang implicitly. She arrived with her men, full of bravado, and indeed found a group of terrorists in the small bar. Although these men didn't have firearms or other firearms, they still tried to resist with knives. How could Tang Xian, with her fiery temper, tolerate that? They were terrorists anyway, dead or alive. They haven't come to see me these past few days. I thought they'd fallen for someone else. Looks like they still care about me. Tang Xian thought to herself, feeling quite pleased. Her thinking wasn't wrong, Su Liang had considered this. Who knew how many major figures she would encounter in the future? Having someone of her own in a high position within the bureau would make things easier. He could promote Tang Xian, but without results, she wouldn't be able to command respect. I was just thinking about how to create an opportunity to boost her sales. Just when I was feeling sleepy, someone delivered a pillow. That's when the people from the Temple of War appeared, experience points delivered right to my doorstep. Chapter 146, The protagonist's betrayal and abandonment begins. Abundant lottery rewards. Watching the SWAT team leave, Jiang Tianxi and the others were filled with anger and grief. Why didn't you intervene? Baihu blared fiercely at Jiang Tianxi. If he had intervened, perhaps so many brothers wouldn't have died. Baihu, how dare you speak to your brother like that? Calm down. Qinglong, being more rational, stopped him. However, his eyes showed a slight change. Xuanwu turned his head away, clearly also somewhat angry. Jiang Tianxi felt distressed. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to begin. The problem was indeed that he hadn't intervened. Don't blame Brother Tianxi, everyone. Zhu Ke stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. Those were 2 experts at the transformation realm. How could Brother Tianxi possibly be a match for them alone? Even if we went to rescue them, could we succeed? Those SWAT officers were fully armed. Hearing her explanation, the group gradually calmed down. Baihu apologized to Jiang Tianxi. "I'm sorry, brother, I acted impulsively just now." "It's all right." Jiang Tianxi waved his hand. Although he had spoken frankly, he could still sense it. An invisible barrier had formed between him and his brothers. He sighed, frowned, and asked, "How did the cops discover your tracks?" The four generals exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. They wanted to know the reason too. With their stealth abilities, the cops shouldn't have been able to find them. Zhu Chua's beautiful eyes brightened as she thought of a possibility. Could it be Su Liang? Upon hearing this, the others' eyes gleamed. Before, they all thought Su Liang was just a spoiled young master and hadn't taken him seriously at all. Now they knew he was a disguised strongman with so many experts under his command. It wasn't surprising that he had discovered their tracks. Su Liang. Jiang Tianxi also felt that only Su Liang could commit such a heinous act. He was immediately enraged, veins bulging on his arms, his killing intent boiling. Ding Jiang Tianxi is consumed by rage, villain value plus 1000. Ding Jiang Tianxi's mind collapses, villain value plus 1000. That evening, Tang Xian, having changed out of her combat uniform and into a cheongsam, appeared before Su Liang. She happily reported on the afternoon's operation. She had been in charge of commanding the capture of prisoners and killing so many criminals, earning her a first-class merit. Now, all she needed to do was let the incident escalate, build up her reputation, and she could easily be promoted. How could Tang Xian not be excited? So, facing Su Liang, she was particularly sharp-tongued. Sensing her sincerity, Su Liang patted her head, a smile appearing on his face. "I'll arrange a promotion for you soon, and I'll give you another surprise in the next few days." "Really?" Tang Xian's eyes lit up, and she worked even harder. Seemingly remembering something, she frowned slightly. "By the way, Brother Liang, my investigation revealed that there were 4 other people with that group of terrorists. Their counter-surveillance capabilities are very strong, none of the surrounding surveillance cameras captured anything. Interrogate those prisoners. They won't talk even if you beat them to death. I'll see how long they can keep quiet." She was still somewhat angry as she said this, that several people had actually escaped. Su Liang's eyes flashed. He knew that those 4 people were the 4 great generals of the War God Temple. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Just leave those few people alone for now. What's the point of just capturing them? The script targeting the protagonist has only just begun, it will definitely be very interesting later." After the stunning policewoman collapsed from exhaustion, Su Liang went to the garden outside. Feeling utterly defeated, he decided to draw a prize to calm his nerves. Immersed in the system, he unknowingly accumulated 50,000 villain points. System lottery. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won the reward, Spirit +1. It was as if a gentle breeze had swept over him, he felt more energetic and his thoughts were clearer. His mental strength was already quite strong, so the +1 effect wasn't significant. Without hesitation, Su Liang spoke calmly. "Continue drawing." "Ding, congratulations, host, you've drawn a reward, mental strength +1. Another wave of refreshment washed over him, this time the feeling was much more noticeable. Not bad. Su Liang sensed it, the increase in mental strength made his perception of the outside world even clearer. While it didn't enhance his overall strength, it did improve his ability to use the Thunder King and his mental power. If the Thunder King were only the size of a hair, he could last a very long time. Now, with his full power, after exhausting his mental strength, he could already electrocute a minor expert of the Ming Jin realm. It was somewhat useful, but not significantly. As for his mental power, Su Liang's mind stirred slightly, focusing his attention on the marble table in front of him. Gradually, the table floated up and slowly moved in front of him. Su Liang focused his mind, and the several hundred-pound stone table slammed to the ground with a loud thud. Several 100 pounds is still a bit of a stretch. He thought to himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, several ghostly figures appeared. They were the Skynet assassins guarding the area, who had rushed over after noticing the commotion. "It's nothing, you can leave." Su Liang waved his hand. The Skynet assassins bowed and quietly disappeared into the night. Continue. After they left, Su Liang spoke to the system again. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn a reward, gambling skill, God level." A massive influx of information flooded his mind. This shock didn't affect Su Liang much, he was already used to it. He just felt a little strange that he had drawn a God-level skill from the lottery. It felt like the lottery was getting better and better. Could it be the effect of the +1 luck from last time? What if there were more luck boosts? After digesting this information, he had mastered various cheating techniques and knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that if he claims to be second to none in gambling skills, no one dares to claim first. Those so-called gambling kings, gambling gods, and gambling saints all have to step aside. Mastering this skill means you'll never have to worry about money again. When he ran out of money, he'd head straight to the casinos. But for Su Liang, who was incredibly wealthy, it was completely useless. He completely forgot about it. Continue. Ding, congratulations, host, you've won a reward, Demon Blade. Forged from meteorite iron, capable of cutting hair in an instant, indestructible. The next moment, a blade appeared in Su Liang's hand. Moonlight streamed down, reflecting a chilling gleam. He examined it, it looked quite imposing, but he wondered if it was as powerful as described. Glancing at the marble table in front of him, Su Liang lightly swung the blade. A shocking scene unfolded. The demon blade swept across, as if slicing tofu, cleaving the marble table in two. Su Liang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't used much force at all, even an ordinary person swinging a knife could achieve this effect. This meant he could easily break through the defenses of a grandmaster of internal energy, a defense that even bullets couldn't penetrate. His combat power had surged again. Currently, he hadn't found anyone who could threaten him. Later, perhaps some powerful protagonists would appear, allowing him to wield this knife. Smiling with satisfaction, Su Liang mentally stored it in his personal space. He still had one more chance to draw a prize. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a reward, 10 modified luxury cars. Performance and configuration far surpass sports cars, unparalleled comfort. Luxury cars? What? Does he think he's a super rich protagonist? So what if the cars are good? Does he still need to drive them himself? Su Liang simply ignored it. He wasn't disappointed. The system's focus was on having many children and good fortune. He hadn't really expected anything from the prize draw anyway. Getting the demonic sword was already a huge win. Chapter 147: The female lead's terrifying imagination. A possible protagonist appears? The next day, Su Liang drove to Yu Shuang's house to deliver prenatal medicine to the newly pregnant woman. On a whim, he switched to the luxury car he'd won in a raffle the night before. A low-key yet luxurious Maybach. The comfort was indeed far superior to his previous Rolls-Royce. It should be quite good for getting things done, Su Liang thought to himself. As for the car's performance and power, he didn't care at all. Redclad, driving in the front, was shocked. As a top assassin in the underworld, she had seen countless luxury cars, but none were as good as this one. While driving, she tested it, and all the data far surpassed that of top-tier sports cars. She couldn't help but admire Su Liang's mysterious nature even more. Arriving at the destination. At the entrance of a luxurious villa, Yu Shuang was about to leave. Seeing Su Liang arrive, she was overjoyed. When he took out the prenatal medicine and various supplements, Yu Shuang was incredibly excited. She could see Su Liang's concern and how much he valued her unborn child. She happily welcomed Su Liang home. As for her earlier plan to go out, she completely forgot about it. Once inside, she was busy serving tea and water, peeling grapes, and cutting fruit. She was practically treating Su Liang like a wealthy landowner. In fact, it was pretty much the same. In her heart, she was just one of Su Liang's concubines. To gain more favor, she had to work hard to please him. By the way, did you go out for something? Eating a grape she offered, Su Liang raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes. Yu Shuang responded with a soft yes, then shook her head. Actually, it's nothing serious. My cousin is coming by train, and I'm going to pick him up. Since you're here, of course I'll stay home with you. He's a grown man, he won't get lost. Far away in a Shanghai subway station, a somewhat handsome young man stood blankly at the door. His gaze swept back and forth between the group of receptionists, but he couldn't spot that familiar figure. Seeing Su Liang's confusion, Yu Shuang explained. I just graduated high school this year and got into Shanghai University. I was planning to come here early to familiarize myself with the environment. My mom knows I'm here, so she asked me to look after her. Oh. Su Liang responded with an oh, and information about Yu Shuang surfaced. There was indeed such a cousin, named Zhao Qing, the grandson of her mother's cousin's aunt. He vaguely remembered the name. He remembered that when the college entrance exam results came out, this guy was quite famous, scoring almost a perfect score. He used to have terrible grades, right? At the time, he was busy pursuing a female lead, so he hadn't paid much attention, only memorizing the name. Somewhat unexpectedly, he'd appeared now as Yu Shuang's cousin. Su Liang gave her a strange look. What are your plans? Yu Shuang was taken aback. Not knowing why Su Liang would care about this, she didn't hide anything. I rented an apartment for him near the school, I'll pick him up for a meal, and then drop him off. After saying that, she realized what she meant. Su Liang's sudden concern for her, was he jealous? A wave of happiness washed over her. After a moment of quiet delight, Yu Shuang, fearing Su Liang might misunderstand, said, It's probably because of my fame. A lot of relatives I wasn't really close to before are now trying to curry favor with me. I don't know how his mother managed to convince me, but we have a really good relationship, which is why she asked me to take care of him. Just to save face, I'm just going through the motions. I've never actually met that cousin. Brother Liang, you're here, of course you're the most important. Just give him an address, he can go straight there. What? Women's imaginations are just too wild. What does jealousy mean? Those two words don't even exist in Su Liang's dictionary. Because every woman he has bodyguards, any man who gets close is dead. So, jealous? Not at all. He was just guessing whether Zhao Qing might be the main character. Why not go and see for yourself? Su Liang's heart stirred, and he smiled. Since it's your mother's request, it wouldn't be right not to meet him. I'll go with you to see that cousin. Yu Shuang was a little surprised. Su Liang, such a busy man, actually wanted to go with her to pick someone up? She quickly cheered up. If she couldn't understand it, she wouldn't think about it. She knew that spending more time with Su Liang was enough. Ring 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 ring. A cell phone rang. Yu Shuang picked up the phone, it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, she answered. A tentative voice came from the other end. Cousin, it's me, Zhao Qing. I'm at the subway station. Where are you? I haven't seen you. Knowing it was her cousin calling, Yu Shuang said calmly. I didn't go to the subway station. Just take a taxi to the Century Hotel. I've ordered lunch there. She thought about it and abandoned the idea of picking up her cousin. Su Liang was going to pick someone up with her? What kind of person was he? However, she had originally planned to just treat him casually. Since Su Liang was with her, she changed the location to a 5-star hotel. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone of the call ending, Zhao Qing, standing at the subway station entrance, was dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. Actually, he had been there for half an hour, searched around the entrance without finding her, and then called. And his cousin hadn't come? He felt like he was about to vomit blood. Then he began to console himself. My cousin probably forgot because she's too busy. Seeing her preparing a welcome-back dinner at the hotel, she must value me. Zhao Cheng smiled, his eyes possessing a hint of aggression. He reached out, as if to grasp something. He had long wanted to meet his famous cousin. For this reason, he had given up on Beijing University and chosen a less prestigious university in Shanghai. To see his cousin, he had his mother cultivate a relationship with her mother. He also used his excellent grades to gain favor with her mother. As for why he went to such lengths to get close to his cousin, only he knew the truth. And he had that confidence. Because he was the protagonist of destiny. A month before the college entrance exam, his grades were at the bottom of his class. He thought he could only go to a junior college, and after graduation, he'd be stuck in a factory making screws. His future was bleak. Just then, something called the super academic system was implanted into his mind. His fate began to change from that moment on. The super academic system, as the name suggests, aimed to cultivate him into a super academic genius. In 1 month, he mastered all the high school material, and in the final mock exam, he ranked first in the entire school, shocking everyone. During the college entrance exam, he lived up to expectations, achieving a score just 1 point shy of a perfect score. Countless universities offered him places, but he rejected them all, choosing Shanghai University instead. His famous cousin, a big star, was there. Thinking about meeting his dream girl soon, Zhao Qing's heart pounded with excitement. Chapter 148: A series of twists and turns. Mental breakdown. Su Liang's behind-the-scenes manipulation. At the entrance of the Century Hotel, a taxi slowly pulled up. The driver stopped the car, looked at the young man in the passenger seat, and said with a smile, "Young man, we've arrived at the Century Hotel. The total is 250 inch." Zhao Qing's face darkened. When he hailed the taxi, he checked the fare from the station to the Century Hotel. It should have been around 100 yuan at most. This unscrupulous driver had doubled the price. What? Did he think he was a newcomer and was trying to rip him off? Actually, paying a little more money wasn't the problem. The main issue was the wasted time. He was already past the time he was supposed to have dinner with his cousin. He wondered if his cousin would be angry because he was late. He was seething with anger. He pulled out 100 yuan and threw it in the driver's face, then prepared to get out. He found the door locked. It seemed the driver had been prepared. The driver's cold voice came from beside him. "Young man, didn't you hear me? It's a 250. Zhao Cheng was furious. "You have the nerve to say that? You took me on such a long detour, and I didn't even ask for money, and now you have the nerve to ask for more. Open the door right now." If he weren't in a hurry, he would have argued with this heartless driver. "Young man, that's not right. Some sections are congested, so of course I have to take a detour." Seeing his smiling face, Zhao Qing was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. This is downtown Shanghai, and it's not rush hour yet, so where's the traffic congestion? Just as he was about to explode, the driver spoke first, his face grim. "The timer clearly states the price. Are you trying to renege on your payment?" As he spoke, he pulled a dagger from the drawer. Damn it! Zhao Qing cursed inwardly. But his body betrayed him, and he pulled out another 200 yuan and handed it over. He was a chosen one, his future bright. It wasn't worth arguing with such a ruthless person. He smiled, took the fare, and the driver gave him 50 yuan in change before opening the car door. Watching the taxi drive away, Zhao Qing's face darkened. "I'll remember you." Composing himself, he turned to look at the Century Hotel and strode towards it. As expected of a 5-star hotel. As soon as he stepped inside, Zhao Qing was stunned by the opulent and luxurious decor. His family was only middle class. When had he ever been to such a high-class place? Crystal chandeliers worth hundreds of thousands, exquisite dishes on the tables, elegant white-collar workers in suits, everything was captivating. Is this the life of high society? Zhao Qing's eyes flickered. He had a system. Sooner or later, he would become one of them. No, he should be even more upper class than them. Just then, a man and a woman walked towards him. Lost in thought, he didn't dodge and bumped into him. "Are you blind?" The man was a portly middle-aged man, who cursed with a look of disgust. Beside him, his heavily made-up female companion hurriedly patted his clothes, as if afraid of getting them dirty. "You blind fool, do you know how much my husband's outfit costs? If you damage it, you'll never be able to afford to pay for it." Zhao Qing realized he had bumped into someone and was about to apologize. Seeing their attitude, he immediately swallowed his words. "Are you blind? The road is so wide, why did you insist on walking in the middle? Besides, why didn't you let me pass?" He was already seething with anger because he'd been ripped off on a ride. Seeing their unreasonable behavior, his anger flared up instantly. "Oh ho, you little bastard, you think you're right? You want us to give you space? Who do you think you are?" The heavily made-up woman stood with her hands on her hips, arrogant and aggressive. "Apologize to my husband right now." Zhao Qing was so angry he laughed. There are all sorts of birds in a big forest. Even if you called the King of Heaven himself, he wasn't wrong. He immediately started arguing with the two of them. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby customers, who watched with interest. Zhao Qing was annoyed. He was already late for his appointment with his cousin, and if he delayed any longer, he feared he would leave a bad impression. He tried to walk around the two of them, but the middle-aged fat man grabbed him, insisting he apologize. "You little bastard, do you know who my husband is?" "The general manager of a building materials company in Shanghai." The heavily made-up woman pointed at his nose and launched into a tirade. Zhao Qing's face darkened considerably. Damn it, what kind of person is this? A company general manager and he's this arrogant? Then do you know who I am? Seeing his pretentious act, the heavily made-up woman scoffed. "No, then who are you?" My sister is the big star Yu Shuang." Zhao Qing wanted to say that he was this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. But then he realized that saying he was a student in this situation was inappropriate, so he changed his story. "Put." A moment of silence followed, then a burst of snickering. "Your sister's manager, you? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. What kind of trash are you?" "I'd say I'm the richest man in the country." The middle-aged man scoffed, gripping him even tighter, refusing to let him leave. Not only him, but the surrounding onlookers also looked incredulous. They certainly knew about Yu Shuang, the big star who debuted in Shanghai. They also knew that after her retirement, she became the manager of the entertainment division of the Su Group. Is this kid crazy? He's trying to scam Manager Yu. I remember before Manager Yu retired, she gave an interview, and I happened to see it. She explicitly stated that she was an only child. She's probably a severe case of chunibyu, a Japanese term for someone with delusions of grandeur, fantasizing about having a celebrity older sister or brother all day long. How boring. The surrounding people whispered amongst themselves. Some who had felt sympathy for Zhao Qing after seeing him being bullied now felt only contempt. Slap. The heavily made-up woman slapped Zhao Qing across the face. The slap was merciless, leaving a bright red handprint on his cheek. Zhao Qing was stunned. He had never been hit before in his life, he found it hard to believe. The woman's voice rang out. You think you're worthy of being associated with Manager Yu? Don't even mention being your sister. If you knew Manager Yu, I'd kowtow and apologize to you. Fine, fine. Feeling the mocking gazes around him, his face burning, Zhao Qing was furious. I'll call her right now. With that, he picked up his phone and dialed Yu Shuang. Hello, the number you dialed is not answering. Zhao Qing was somewhat bewildered and dialed again. Hello, the number you dialed is switched off. Meanwhile, in the VIP room on the third floor. Seeing it was her cousin calling, Yu Shuang ignored it. When he called again, she hung up immediately. Like a little maid, she continued serving food to Su Liang. Zhao Qing stood there, stunned, his face blank. Why didn't his cousin answer his calls? Didn't she come? But wait, she even sent him a private room seat. Was she angry because he was late? Keep pretending, keep pretending. The heavily made-up woman crossed her arms, looking at him with a mocking expression. Everyone was watching the spectacle. Zhao Qing was in a state of turmoil. Seeing the middle-aged fat man still holding him, he had no choice but to apologize helplessly. He needed to go see if his cousin was there. The heavily made-up woman sneered. "Why didn't you apologize earlier?" "Too late." Another round of intense arguing ensued. Finally, the hotel lobby manager intervened to smooth things over. By the time things were resolved, another half hour had passed. Zhao Qing hurried upstairs. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and the heavily made-up woman were bowing and scraping before a woman in red. "You did a good job." Receiving the praise, the two were overjoyed. After securing a company cooperation opportunity, they left happily. The woman in red turned back to watch Zhao Cheng hurriedly board the elevator, a deep look of confusion on her face. She couldn't understand why her master would target such a minor character. Chapter 149 Stunned. My sister's man? The protagonist froze on the spot. That's right, this whole incident where Zhao Qing only got humiliated and didn't show off was orchestrated by Su Liang behind the scenes. After learning about his cousin from Yu Shuang, he arranged for someone to investigate. After reviewing the information about Zhao Qing, the probability of him being the protagonist was 99.9%. The remaining 0.1% was that he was being cautious and hadn't seen him in person. Regardless of whether he was the protagonist or not, Su Liang would ruin his relationship with Yu Shuang. He wouldn't allow any man to be near his woman. Not even a cousin, let alone a biological brother. Zhao Qing being ripped off in the car was just an accident. Even without that, a series of other things would be waiting for him. Being late was inevitable. The reason for the delay was that Su Liang and Yu Shuang had already finished their meal. The elevator arrived on the third floor, and Zhao Qing hurriedly stepped out. He took out his phone, glanced at the location information Yu Shuang had sent, and went to the door of a private room. He pushed open the door directly. The first thing he saw was Yu Shuang, who had just put down her chopsticks. Her stunning beauty, elegant demeanor, and enviable figure matched the image he'd seen on television. No, the real Yu Shuang was even more beautiful than on TV. Zhao Qing was stunned. Yu Shuang had only been out of the public eye for a little over a month. Just before his college entrance exams, she was at the height of her fame. Wherever she went, students would murmur about her. He also greatly admired his famous cousin. Back then, he was at the bottom of his class and thought that even if he and his cousin were related, they were destined to be from two different worlds, never to cross paths. Who knew that a system would suddenly possess him? Young people, seeing a superstar, who wouldn't have some thoughts? Zhao Qing was no exception. The system inflated his ambition. So after winning over Yu Shuang's mother, he immediately suggested going to Shanghai. He had already begun to fantasize about living with his famous cousin. Come back to his senses, his pupils contracted when he saw Yu Shuang's next action. He saw his cousin pull out a tissue, reach to a man's mouth, and gently wipe it. Because of the angle, he hadn't noticed the other man at first, only realizing it now. Watching Su Liang enjoy his beautiful cousin's gentle service. Zhao Qing's eyes blazed with fury, his face contorted with jealousy. Ding, Zhao Qing has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding, Zhao Qing has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 777. Yu Shuang merely glanced at him and ignored him. Cousin? What's more important than pleasing Su Liang? After wiping his mouth, she poured a cup of tea and held it to Su Liang's lips. Su Liang's gaze fell on Zhao Qing. His face showed an expression of unsurprised expectation, a playful glint in his eyes. This meeting was quite interesting. He took the teacup, leaned back strategically, and adopted a spectator's stance. Considering her image in front of her cousin, Zhao Qing ultimately refrained from making a scene and walked in. I'm sorry, cousin, I'm late. Oh. Having already guessed this was her cousin, Yu Shuang responded indifferently, her face expressionless. The cold attitude felt like a knife stabbing into Zhao Qing's heart. Her cousin was indeed angry. After a pause, Yu Shuang looked at the leftover food in front of her and said, We've already eaten. If you want some, you can ask the waiter to take the food down and heat it up. She was angry with this cousin, and her tone was utterly impolite. Knowing he was coming, Su Liang had offered to come along. What a huge favor that was. And yet he was late. Not only did he embarrass her, but he also made Su Liang come all this way for nothing. When it was time to eat, she didn't wait any longer and started eating with Su Liang. Zhao Qing looked at the table in front of her, a table laden with delicacies. He'd never even seen it before, let alone eaten it. There were 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. He knew they were prepared for him. Zhao Qing was furious. He cursed the driver and that despicable couple's ancestors to the 18th generation. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have been late. Now he was being forced to eat leftovers, especially in front of his goddess. He couldn't accept it. He forced a smile. I ate late this morning, I'm not hungry now. As soon as he finished speaking, as if in response, his stomach rumbled. Zhao Cheng wanted to disappear into a hole in the ground. Composing himself, he quickly changed the subject. Cousin, I just made a phone call. His cousin was right here. Why did she hang up on him? Yu Shuiying said calmly. I hung up. Sorry to disturb our meal. Zhao Cheng felt like a knife had stabbed into his heart again. So direct? At least say your phone died, that would have been a good excuse. But soon, he caught the key point in his cousin's words. Us. His gaze fell on Su Liang beside him. Recalling the scene of his cousin wiping his mouth earlier, their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Zhao Qing asked warily. Cousin, who is he? Yu Shuiying's expression softened. After thinking for a moment, she explained. He's the president of the Su group, you can call him Young Master Su. Shuiying, you're being too polite. A voice interrupted her. Su Liang put down his teacup and put his arm around her waist. Since we're family, there's no need to hide our relationship. He said to Yu Shuiying, then looked at Zhao Qing, his tone teasing. I'm Shuiying's boyfriend. You must be Xiuqing's cousin, right? Just call me brother-in-law from now on. Zhao Qing froze, his mind going completely blank. His cousin has a boyfriend? He went to great lengths to meet his goddess, only to find she's already in someone else's arms. You can imagine how he felt. Ding. Zhao Qing's mentality explodes, villain value plus 999. Su Liang smiled, his eyes slightly narrowed. This protagonist has already mastered the art of incest. Yu Shuiying didn't notice the change in Zhao Qing's expression. At this moment, she nestled in Su Liang's arms, her face radiant with happiness. Wasn't this a form of acceptance? Zhao Qing's face was grim. Xiao Qing? What the hell? He even made me call him brother-in-law? Seeing his cousin nestled in that guy's arms, an overwhelming feeling of heartache welled up inside him. The two got up from their seats and passed by him. Yu Shuiying asked with some confusion. What happened to your face? Zhao Qing touched his cheek. It was from that woman's slap, it still throbs slightly. It's nothing, I tripped and fell on the way. How could he tell his cousin he'd been slapped? That would be too embarrassing. Yu Shuiying nodded. A fall that left a handprint? Who would believe that? But she was just asking casually. Whatever happened, it wasn't her business. Then, arm in arm with Su Liang, they walked out of the private room. Zhao Qing quickly followed. Yu Shuiying turned to look at him, her brows slightly furrowed. Why are you following us? Seemingly remembering, she finally spoke. I rented a school district apartment outside Shanghai University. I'll send you the location, you can go there later. Huh? What happened to living in a big villa with his famous cousin? Imagination is beautiful, but reality is always so harsh. Watching his cousin being led away by that man, Zhao Cheng looked bewildered, vaguely hearing their conversation. Brother Liang, I'm so sorry to have wasted your time. I am indeed a little disappointed. The more embarrassed you feel, the more kisses you get. Brother Liang, you're so annoying, manhwa. Zhao Qing's heart was shattered, and he stood there stunned for a long time. His eyes regained focus, and his fighting spirit burned brightly. He's the protagonist, how can he be easily defeated? I must get my cousin back. The president of the Sioux group, right? Sounds impressive, but how could she possibly be a match for someone with a system like him? If I become the Azure Emperor in the future, I'll make the peach blossoms bloom everywhere. Chapter 150. Su Liang takes control of everything. The protagonist's nightmare begins. Su Liang and Yu Shuang took the elevator downstairs, and Zhao Cheng followed. When he saw his cousin come to the front desk and take out her card to pay, he was seething with resentment. He calls himself a CEO of a corporation, yet he lets a woman pay for his meal. Is he even a man? He's clearly just a gigolo. Zhao Qing's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Damn it, he was too late. If he had come to find his cousin earlier, he would be the one living off her. Ding. Zhao Qing has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 888. Ding. Zhao Qing has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, subtly glancing at Zhao Qing behind him. Looks like he has plenty of energy. No need to rush, he's already prepared 36 tricks, just not sure if they'll hold up. Through the investigation of Zhao Qing. From last place to first in the entire school, his academic improvement is illogical. Definitely another system-based protagonist. With the unstable element of the system involved, Su Liang won't let it develop unchecked. He has to cause him some trouble. As the protagonist, being bullied every day, living a life worse than an animal that's reasonable, right? Not only that, he'll also arrange for a series of assassins to monitor him, just in case. Su Liang smiled slightly. Seeing Yu Shuang finish paying the bill, he put his arm around her waist and walked away, following him all the way out. Only after the two intimately got into the car and left did Zhao Qing reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Gurgle gurgle. His stomach growled in protest. Zhao Qing turned around, glanced at the grand and luxurious 5-star hotel, and licked his lips. He hadn't had the chance before, but now that he had the system, he wasn't going to let himself suffer. He was just about to go in for a big meal, when a female voice suddenly rang out beside him. Looking closer, he saw a girl dressed casually, with a round face and a student-like appearance. Hey bro, could you help me scan a QR code on Pinduoduo? I'll give you free water. As she spoke, 2 dimples appeared on her face, and she waved a bottle of soda. Zhao Qing hesitated. Pinduoduo was like a virus, he wouldn't bother with most people. It would only download when someone he knew asked for help, and even then, he'd delete it immediately after scanning. Please help me, bro. The girl began to plead. Zhao Qing, a newcomer, was completely overwhelmed. He immediately took out his phone and downloaded the app. After scanning the code, a payment page appeared. Looking puzzled, the girl next to him spoke up again. Hey sir, enter your payment password. Don't worry, it won't cost you anything. Zhao Qing indeed saw a 0 yuan payment prompt. So he entered his bank password. After doing all that, he waved it in front of the girl and said with a smile. All done. A strange glint flashed in the girl's eyes. Thank you, sir, you're such a good person. Beep, good guy card. After saying that, she smiled and handed over her sugary drink. Zhao Qing took it, and seeing the girl go to ask other people, he rubbed his nose. Just as he entered the hotel, hundreds of thousands of yuan were quietly transferred from his card. Looking at the various dishes on the menu, Zhao Qing was dazzled and kept swallowing hard. He vowed that when he had money in the future, he would order every single dish. For now he'd order a few cheap dishes to fill his stomach. Even so, the meal cost tens of thousands of yuan, and he was shocked when he paid the bill. He couldn't help but sigh at how damn rich people knew how to enjoy life. He took out his phone to scan the QR code to pay. After he entered his password, a notification popped up. Insufficient balance. Zhao Qing was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes, confirming that he hadn't entered the wrong password. How could this be? He was the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. He had received various bonuses from the county, city, and school, and countless red envelopes from relatives, totaling hundreds of thousands of yuan. How could it show insufficient balance? Thinking he was hallucinating, he scanned the QR code to pay again. The insufficient balance message popped up again. After several unsuccessful attempts, Zhao Qing panicked. He checked his bank card. When he saw the zero balance, he was dumbfounded. The waiter began to get impatient, his gaze gradually changing. "Brother, you're not planning to dine and dash, are you? I know you're in a hurry, but don't panic." Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Qing's forehead. Seeing the soda on the table, he opened it and gulped down a few mouthfuls to calm his nerves. He called the bank's customer service. What happened? He had hundreds of thousands in his account. How did it suddenly become zero? "Hello, Mr. Zhao, you want to ask about the whereabouts of the 630,000 yuan in your card, right? It was transferred out at 12:43 p.m. What? Hearing the customer service representative's words, Zhao Qing jumped to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. When did he transfer the 630,000 yuan? 12:43? Zhao Qing recalled. A young woman had asked him to scan a QR code. Wasn't it supposed to be a 0 yuan payment? Holy crap! He'd been scammed. He instantly suspected fraud and picked up the phone to call the police. Suddenly, he felt a churning in his stomach, a rush of air from his intestines. He couldn't hold it in. A loud pop echoed throughout the hall. The sound startled the diners, who thought something had exploded. Looking towards the source of the sound, Zhao Qing's face changed drastically, turning from pale to ashen. His heart pounded wildly. Something was wrong, very wrong. Thump, thump, thump. The feeling was too intense, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He immediately had diarrhea. A strong odor filled the air, and the hall fell silent. The waiter who was processing the payment was closest, his face instantly turned a deep, liver-colored red. Holy shit! He cursed angrily and fled in terror. A commotion erupted in the hall. Zhao Qing was stunned, his mind blank. This was in public. He was so embarrassed. He pulled up his pants, covered his face, and ran to the restroom, a single tear falling from the sky. An afternoon passed. Zhao Qing barely left the bathroom, he was completely exhausted. He understood. The reason for his diarrhea was the problematic bottle of instant noodles. He didn't know how much laxative had been added. He hated that young woman from lunch with a passion. Not only had she swindled him out of over 600,000 yuan, but she'd also poisoned his water. What a grudge! He swore. He would never use Pinduoduo again, it was truly toxic. Zhao Qing had already reported the fraud to the police, but he didn't know when the results would be available. Now, a problem lay before him. He was detained for allegedly dining and dashing, and they were demanding compensation. All the hotel guests had left because of him. From now on, the hotel's reputation would be affected, resulting in substantial losses. Chapter 151: The protagonist goes to prison. An inside-outside collusion? The female lead offers herself up. Zhao Qing walked aimlessly down the street. Laughter echoed around him, but human joys and sorrows are not shared, he only felt the noise. He was here, of course, not because the hotel had kindly released him. He had no choice but to borrow money from his classmates. He couldn't bring himself to ask his cousin Yushuang or his family for money. He was utterly humiliated. Ding! Zhao Qing's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 999. Wow, sister, look! Such a handsome young man! A girl exclaimed nearby. Immediately afterward, her friends chimed in. It really is, I declare that young man mine, and none of you can take him from me. I advise you to give up on that idea. Didn't you see the girl next to that handsome guy? How can you, with your flat chest, compare to someone who's 36-inch? I can compare my figure, but my looks are nowhere near as good. I'm so envious of that older sister. It wasn't just these few girls chattering. Others around them were also occasionally making comments. Zhao Qing raised his eyelids. His gaze swept through the crowd and landed on the two people attracting attention at the entrance of a concert hall. He shuddered. It was his cousin and that gigolo. Seeing the two being fawned over by everyone, Zhao Qing felt a surge of anger and coldness. Damn it! If it weren't for that gigolo, he would have moved into his cousin's house and lived with her. Then, when they walked together outside, he would be the one being fawned over. Ding Zhao Qing's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 999. Su Liang's brow twitched. Seeing the listless Zhao Qing, he raised an eyebrow slightly. This protagonist isn't doing well. He hasn't even really made a move, and he's already been reduced to this state. This is just the beginning, the little protagonist needs to hold on. A faint smile appeared on his face as he and Yu Shuang walked into the concert hall. Spending the afternoon with this female lead today has once again garnered him a huge wave of goodwill. In the past, his acquisition of these female leads was somewhat dishonorable, so to prevent them from having unfounded thoughts after becoming pregnant, Su Liang still makes time for them. Called loving companionship, it's really just to reassure them about having his children. Judging from the longing in Yu Shuang's eyes, you can tell how effective it is. Seeing the two enter the concert hall, Zhao Qing hesitated, wanting to follow. However, he was stopped by security at the entrance. Please show your tickets. What the hell? Zhao Qing frowned. Why didn't he see Su Liang and his cousin have any tickets when they went in? Are they bullying honest people? Why did they only give me my ticket and not theirs? He pointed at Su Liang's back. The security guard looked away, his face full of disdain. Who do you think you are, daring to compare yourself to young Master Su? Young Master Su is a VIP of our concert hall, of course he doesn't need a ticket. You don't seem to appreciate music at all, so get lost, get as far away as you can. Zhao Qing was so angry he almost vomited blood. Unable to get into the concert hall and even turned away by security, he was incredibly frustrated. Just then, a woman in her 40s, well-maintained and still charming, approached him. Young man, I could tell at a glance you had something on your mind. Looking at the woman before him, Zhao Qing was quite surprised. You noticed that? The middle-aged woman smiled and fanned herself with a fan. Of course, I've seen countless people. I can tell at a glance whether a young person like you has a bad temper. She paused, then continued. Don't worry, I came to you to help you solve your problems. After saying that, she winked at him. Zhao Chang was somewhat bewildered. Are we that close? You're going to solve my problems? Just as he was about to send her away, he suddenly paused. Around noon, that young woman approached him and swindled him out of over 600,000 yuan. Could these people be in cahoots? So, the words he was about to say to kick him out were replaced with, "Oh? What's your plan? Just follow me, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. No customer has ever given us a bad review." The middle-aged woman led the way, secretly pleased with herself for getting another customer. Zhao Qing's eyes flickered. After a moment's hesitation, he followed. The two turned and twisted until they arrived at a slightly secluded building. Zhao Qing became increasingly suspicious of this woman. He silently took out his phone, ready to call the police at any moment. Upstairs, the middle-aged woman called out. Girls, come out and serve customers. A group of beautiful women emerged, surrounding Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing was dumbfounded. Has this some kind of brothel? You mean this to relieve your troubles? So he misunderstood. They weren't with that scammer from noon at all. Zhao Qing suddenly felt bored and prepared to leave. He hadn't even considered letting these women relieve his troubles. They'd been with so many women already, he was afraid of getting a disease. Their looks weren't exactly good, just well, not really. He was the protagonist of his own destiny. If he were to find a woman, she'd at least have to be someone like his cousin. However, before he could leave, a group of police officers rushed in. Don't move! Hands on your heads, squat down. Anti-prostitution operation. Zhao Qing. After a chaotic scene, dozens of people, including Zhao Qing, were taken away by the police. During this time, he did consider explaining. Comrade, I really didn't come here to solicit prostitutes. That's what everyone who gets arrested says. Meanwhile, in a dark room, war god Jiang Tianxi and his 4 generals were gathered together. They dared not go out, because they weren't sure if their brothers had betrayed them. Only after 2 days did they breathe a sigh of relief. There were no wanted posters for them online. It seemed their good brothers hadn't betrayed them. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was heavy. They hadn't slept all night, constantly thinking of ways to deal with Su Liang. Finally, they came up with a plan. Su Liang was powerful and had many men under his command. A direct confrontation would be tantamount to suicide. Therefore, they devised a plan of attack from within. They would send someone to approach Su Liang, find an opportunity to ambush him or poison him. Only in this way could they have a chance to avenge their fallen brothers. But who should go? This was no joke. If they were exposed, they would face certain death. A moment of silence fell. Finally, a clear female voice spoke. I'll go. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 men all looked at Zhu Ke. Although they didn't want to say it, she was indeed the most suitable candidate. Zhu Ke was a woman, very beautiful, and easy to trust. Judging from the many women around Su Liang, he must be a playboy and a lecherous old man. A beauty like Zhu Ke will surely lower her guard. Alright, it's settled then. Zhu Ke, you find an opportunity to get close to Su Liang. That guy is dangerous. You must protect yourself. If you encounter any trouble, notify us. Jiang Tianxi looked at Zhu Ke, waved his hand, and made the decision. Finding Zhu Ke staring intently at him, he was somewhat unable to meet her gaze and turned his face away. How could he not know Yu Chue's feelings? It's just that his heart only belonged to Su Wanqing, and he had been pretending not to understand Yu Chue's feelings. Now, to avenge his brothers, he had to send Zhu Ke into danger, and he felt very guilty. Zhu Ke took a deep breath, her gaze gradually regaining focus. Brother Tianxi, don't worry about me. I will definitely live up to your expectations. After saying that, she strode out. Watching her departing figure, Jiang Tianxi felt a sense of loss, as if something was missing from his heart. Chapter 152 Collapse. Instant death. A protagonist more wrong than Doi. At the police station. Zhao Qing was still trying to explain. He felt incredibly wronged. More wrong than Doi, a legendary figure known for her tragic fate. If he really had gone to a brothel, getting caught would be bad luck and he'd have to accept it. But he hadn't. Ah, right, you're right, so show me your ID. The police officers completely ignored Zhao Qing's excuses. The brothel was in a remote location, who in their right mind would go to such a place? Zhao Qing was in a state of turmoil, but he could only find his ID and hand it over. Zhao Qing. A tall, thin officer picked up the ID and glanced at it, somewhat surprised. Why did this name seem familiar? Beside him, a slightly overweight officer looked at it and exclaimed in surprise. This year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination is also named Zhao Qing. The tall, thin officer remembered and looked at the ID card more closely. Zhao Qing, 18 years old, lives in Rongqing's 2nd Ring Road. He glanced at the ID, then at Zhao Qing, a hint of doubt in his eyes. The top scorer in the college entrance exam was from Rongqing. Could this be the client? After a moment's thought, he asked hesitantly. Are you the top scorer in the college entrance exam from Rongqing? Zhao Qing remained silent. She didn't want to answer, but knowing the police would eventually find out, it was only a matter of time. She reluctantly nodded in admission. Holy crap! This shocked all the officers. They'd caught students soliciting prostitutes before. But catching the top scorer in the college entrance exam was a first. Their gazes towards him changed. You have to believe me, I really didn't go to a prostitute. Zhao Cheng panicked and began to explain. I was scammed out of over 600,000 yuan at noon. That woman came looking for me just now, and I thought they were in cahoots, so I followed her to check. Now he knew he couldn't hide the scam any longer, or he'd be in real trouble. He kept his head down, finding it incredibly difficult to speak. The officers exchanged glances, some suspicious. It wasn't until they questioned the investigation department that they confirmed the story, and were quite speechless. A top-scoring student in the National College entrance examination scammed out of over 600,000 yuan? Isn't that a bit much? Call your family. An officer approached Zhao Cheng and returned his phone. Zhao Cheng panicked. Whether he'd been scammed or mistaken for a client of prostitutes, he didn't want his family to know. If word got out, everyone in the surrounding area would know. His once soaring reputation, built on his achievement as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, plummeted in an instant. The thought of becoming a laughingstock filled him with fear. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Seeing his anxiety, the police officer, knowing how those caught soliciting prostitution for the first time often felt, reassured him. Don't worry about going to jail. We'll have your family come pick you up, and you'll just pay a fine. This was exactly what Zhao Qing was worried about. But he had no choice but to call his family. Xiao Chang, it's so late, what's wrong? A concerned female voice came from the other end. It was his mother. She knew what was going on after a moment's thought. It's normal for a child to be homesick on their first trip away from home, she continued. Xiao Qing, are you at your cousin's? What's she like? Be sure to get along well with her. The phone was to his ear, but Zhao Qing remained silent. Thinking about what had happened today, he suddenly felt an urge to cry. He was ripped off in a taxi. He was bullied like a nobody in a 5-star hotel. He was swindled out of all his money, poisoned, and had diarrhea all afternoon. Now he was falsely accused of being a customer of prostitution and arrested. This city is too damn treacherous. He wanted to go back to the countryside. Seeing his silence, the officer took the phone and said, Are you Zhao Qing's family member? I'm an officer from the Dongqing branch. The situation is like this. Zhao's mother was stunned. With their son's meteoric rise from the bottom of the class to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, their family was riding high. The elderly couple were overjoyed, boasting to everyone about their son's success. It was their pride and joy. Unexpectedly, on his very first day in the big city, their son went to that kind of place. Zhao Qing snapped out of his daze and quickly grabbed the phone, trying to explain. Mom, please listen to me, I've been framed. Zhao's mother was furious and wouldn't listen. She immediately launched into a tirade of abuse. After she'd finished scolding him, she asked what to do. Upon learning that they had to go to the police station themselves to pick him up and pay a fine, they were at a loss. They were so far away, they couldn't go anytime soon. Zhao's mother told him to contact Yu Shuang, but Zhao Cheng absolutely refused. She had no choice but to call her best friend, asking her to ask her niece, Yu Shuang, to go to the police station to get her son out. Shanghai Concert Hall. Second floor VIP box. Yu Shuang nestled in Su Liang's arms, their warmth resembling that of a couple. Quietly enjoying the master's performance on stage. Ring 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 ring. The phone rang. Yu Shuang picked it up and saw it was her mother calling. After hesitating for a moment, she answered. After chatting about everyday things for a while, Yu Shuang heard her mother say, Shuang, I heard your cousin got into some trouble and went to the police station. Could you go and help him out? Hanging up the phone, Yu Shuang frowned slightly. Her cousin got into trouble and went to the police station? That Zhao Qing? She already had a bad impression of him, and now he was in jail on his first day in Shanghai. She suddenly felt a sense of disgust. What's wrong? Su Liang, at the peak of the transformation realm, possessed incredibly sharp senses. Even though the phone call was quiet, he heard every single word. He tilted his head slightly, feigning confusion as he asked. Nothing, just a call from my mom, nothing much. Yu Shuang shook her head. She didn't want to spoil Su Liang's enjoyment because of that cousin. She leaned her head closer again. The concert ended, and the two walked out of the concert hall. Yu Shuang remembered her mother's instructions and considered whether to go to the police station to bail out Zhao Qing. Under Su Liang's persistent questioning, she recounted the whole story. After finishing, she looked at Su Liang somewhat nervously. Worried that Zhao Qing's situation might affect Su Liang's opinion of her, she felt uneasy. Su Liang, however, smiled, a bright smile. Since my cousin is in trouble, how can you, as his older cousin, ignore it? I'll go with you to see. He wondered what Zhao Qing's expression would be when he saw Yu Shuang. Such an interesting scene. Of course, he wouldn't miss it. Chapter 153 Severing Ties. Destroying the Spirit. Suzaku comes to be a maid. Ding Zhao Qing's mental breakdown, villain value plus 1000. When Yu Shuang saw Zhao Qing again, he looked haggard, as if he had lost all his energy. Young man, someone's here to take you out. Seeing his lack of reaction, a police officer reminded him. Zhao Qing gradually came to his senses, looked up, and saw a familiar figure. His spirits lifted. Why is my cousin here? Seeing the look of disgust on Yu Shuang's face, he hurriedly said in a panic. Cousin, please let me explain, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Zhao Qing was so anxious he was almost crying. Being mistaken for a client by the goddess he liked made him want to die. That's right, Yu Shuang had already heard from the police officer why Zhao Qing had been arrested. Her goodwill towards him plummeted to its lowest point. Don't explain to me. What you want to do is none of my business. If my mom hadn't called, I wouldn't have come here to see you. Yu Shuang said expressionlessly. After speaking, she turned and left. As she left, she paused, leaving behind a single sentence. Don't call me cousin anymore. I don't have relatives like you. Snap. Zhao Qing froze on the spot, as if he heard the sound of his heart breaking. Ding Zhao Qing's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ahem. A cough came from the side, pulling him back to reality. Little brother, I know you're going through puberty, and it's normal to have needs, but you can't go to places like that. Su Liang had come with Yu Shuang. He didn't leave, just looked at Zhao Qing with a mocking expression. Zhao Qing was instantly furious and retorted angrily. I've said it so many times, I didn't go to a brothel. Little brother, we're all young, we all know what's what. There's no point in arguing. Su Liang smiled, but Zhao Qing saw it as mockery and was furious. Su Liang's smile deepened. Don't take your cousin's words to heart. She was just saying it in anger. I'll teach her a lesson tonight. With a playful remark, Su Liang turned and left. What the hell? Zhao Qing stood there, completely dumbfounded. Su Liang was going to teach his cousin a lesson tonight? How? Have they already gone this far? The thought of his goddess-like cousin being manipulated in countless positions made him close his eyes in anguish, 2 streams of tears falling down his face. Ding Zhao Qing has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Zhao Qing has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding. Yu Shuang waited outside. Seeing Su Liang only now coming out, she couldn't help but ask in confusion. Brother Liang, what did you say to him? Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. I said you said it in anger, and told him not to be angry, after all, he's family. Brother Liang, don't speak up for him. If it weren't for my mother's orders, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Yu Shuang was still seething with anger. Don't be so hasty, maybe it really is a misunderstanding. Su Liang put his arm around her shoulder, speaking with a meaningful tone. The more he said this, the angrier Yu Shuang became. She felt that Su Liang only trusted Zhao Qing because of her. And Zhao Qing's actions were completely unworthy. Yu Shuang secretly made a decision. She would call her mother sometime and cut off all contact with that family. Noticing her change in mood, Su Liang smiled, everything was under control. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Liang emerged from the cold basement. The reborn protagonist Wu Zei's luck had been fully harvested, and he had come to see him off. Master. A figure in red appeared before him. What is it? Among the maids we hired today, we discovered an unexpected person, Zhu Ke, one of the 4 great generals of the War God Temple. Su Liang smiled, a somewhat enigmatic smile. 2 days ago, he noticed someone was following him. Although Zhu Ke was cautious enough, how could she hide it from him? After a moment's thought, he bought a villa in the city. He'd been hiring maids for the past 2 days, how could he manage without servants? The life of the wealthy was so simple and unpretentious. Wasn't he supposed to be investigating? Su Liang decided to create an opportunity for her. It was just a casual idea, but unexpectedly, the fish took the bait. Don't act yet, let's see what tricks she has up her sleeve. Bring them over. In the living room, Su Liang sat at the coffee table, making tea. Not long after, 8 women, dressed extravagantly, walked in. Their clothes were all different, but they shared one thing in common: extremely beautiful faces. Their figures were all curvaceous. Any one of these women, placed outside, would be treated like a goddess, receiving endless adulation. Now, however, they've all become maids hired by Su Liang. The requirements for maids are incredibly demanding. Not only are looks and figure required, but also temperament, and most importantly, purity. With such high standards, the salary is naturally exorbitant. $1 million annual salary is just the starting point. Good performance comes with bonuses. As for how to get those bonuses, that depends on their performance. It's really not much different from selecting concubines in ancient times. Some of them aren't there for the salary. Some are simply in love with Su Liang and willingly become maids. Others are sent by their families, hoping to curry favor with Su Liang. At this moment, they stand cautiously to the side, holding their breath, afraid of making the slightest sound to disturb Su Liang. They skillfully use the tea-making tools, each movement fluid and graceful, a feast for the eyes. The maids watch quietly, most with infatuated eyes, their hearts pounding. Of the 8 beauties, only one remains clear-headed. This is a woman dressed in a light blue dress. Even among a group of goddess-level beauties, she stands out, ranking in the top 2. Why the top 2? Because there's another woman among them, whose figure and looks are no less stunning than hers. That woman is Zhu Ke, who has infiltrated the group. After leaving the War God Temple clique, she had been pondering how to approach Su Liang. However, she hadn't found an opportunity. Su Liang was too powerful, she dared not approach to investigate. She dared not infiltrate Su Liang's home. Just when she was at her wit's end, she suddenly saw an advertisement for maids by Su Liang. She knew this was a perfect opportunity to get close to Su Liang. She hesitated. Appearing before Su Liang as a maid was far too dangerous. But then she thought of the War God Temple brothers whom Su Liang had killed. She wanted to avenge them, so she steeled herself and applied. When she saw Su Liang, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes, which she quickly concealed. Now was not the time to act. She had to find a foolproof opportunity. Just as her thoughts raced, Su Liang stopped what he was doing, his gaze falling on them. The group of maids tensed up at the sight. They had passed their interviews, whether they would be hired depended on Su Liang. Su Liang's gaze swept across the crowd, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He immediately spotted Zhu Ke in the middle of the group. To his astonishment, there was actually another female lead among them. Su Liang's expression turned strange. Hiring a maid once resulted in 2 female leads, what if he hired more? Let me introduce myself. Chapter 154. Once it's in the bowl, there's no escaping it. What should a maid be called? Su Liang leaned on the armrest of his chair, one hand on his arm, his gaze full of interest. His gentle, soothing voice reached the ears of every girl present. They all snapped out of their reverie. A smart-looking girl, her eyes darting around, stepped forward first. My name is He Shui, I'm 25 years old, and I live in Long Street, Nanchang. I graduated with a degree in horticulture, and I'm skilled at flower and plant care, pruning. The maid was tense, her voice trembling with nervousness, but she still tried her best to showcase her talents. Su Liang nodded, signaling for the next person. With the first one stepping forward, the remaining girl's tension eased slightly. Then came the second. My name is Hong Schwanger, I'm 24 years old. I'm a descendant of the Hong family cuisine lineage. I can cook all 8 major cuisines in 10 famous dishes. What were these maids for? They weren't just decorative objects, they were elites from various industries. These women were not only skilled in housework and cooking, but also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea. All to provide their master with the ultimate enjoyment. The third one. My name is Wang Fingwu, I'm good at singing and dancing. This time, a woman with a stunning figure stepped forward. After speaking, she straightened her posture, displaying her imposing physique. Su Liang glanced at her. Wow, impressive. Among the women he had seen, she was indeed quite magnanimous. However, she was still somewhat inferior to Shui Yurong. After all, Yurong was famous for her large breasts. The fourth one. The fifth one. The sixth one. He suddenly stopped at the seventh one. Only the 2 most dazzling women remained in the room. Zhu Kei was one of them. She had originally planned to wait until the very end to appear. However, seeing the girl trembling with nervousness, to avoid attracting Su Liang's attention, she had no choice but to step forward first. My name is Kong Kei, I'm 26 years old, and I recently returned from abroad. I'm skilled in traditional Chinese musical instruments, the guzheng and the xiao. Kong Kei was Zhu Chue's real name. It was true that she was musically talented. Originally, she came from a wealthy family and lived a carefree life, cultivating her interest in traditional Chinese music. Not only was she musically gifted, but she was also skilled in dance. However, a sudden accident destroyed her family, forcing her to become a fugitive. By chance, she joined a mercenary organization, constantly growing stronger through hard work. Although living in the dark world and experiencing countless killings, her talent in music and dance did not diminish. It even provided cover for her numerous assassinations. Who would have thought that a gentle woman who played the guzheng so well could kill without batting an eye? Countless people have died because of her disguise. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Memories of Suzaku surfaced in his mind. Capable and resourceful, she truly lives up to her role as the female lead. He wasn't interested in the guzheng, but he was eager to see Suzaku play the xiao. His gaze shifted, landing on the last girl. Among the maids, she was the youngest, seemingly still in university. Su Liang recalled the information he had just seen about these girls. This female lead was placed in this position by her family. The Yu family's business had been suffering setbacks recently. If things continued like this, they would soon go bankrupt. Just when the Yu family head was at his wit's end, something caught his attention. The Su family was being suppressed, and the Su family stood up for them, turning the tide and destroying their rivals. His eyes lit up. If Su Liang helped their Yu family, what was this little trouble? Not only would it ensure the family didn't go bankrupt, but it could even take them to the next level, allowing them to take off from where they were. But how could he get in touch with Su Liang? After some inquiries, he learned that the Su family's heiress had an ambiguous relationship with Su Liang. Of course, information about the women around Su Liang wouldn't appear online. But with careful inquiries in high society, some information could still be obtained. Knowing that Su Liang liked women, the Yu family head breathed a sigh of relief. Because he had a beautiful daughter in college. But how could he get his daughter close to Su Liang? He was stumped. He couldn't very well go to the young master of the Su family himself and say, "I'll offer you my beautiful daughter in exchange for helping my family out of its crisis." If word got out, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of high society? 2 days ago, he saw the news that Su Liang was hiring maids and immediately hatched a plan. He would have his daughter come for an interview. Upon hearing her father's arrangement, Yu Yue refused. Wasn't this treating her like a commodity for sale? However, seeing her parents' constant worry and the enormous debts the family would face after bankruptcy, She compromised. She mustered her courage and went for the interview. She passed the interview and met the young master of the Su family. She was instantly captivated by his outstanding charisma. After regaining her senses, she began to regret it. Although Su Liang was perfect in both appearance and physique, she had her own principles and wouldn't easily accept a stranger. Seeing Su Liang scrutinizing them, Yu Yue trembled nervously, fearing he might suddenly pounce on her. After Zhu Ke finished introducing herself, the room fell silent, everyone looking at her. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yu Yue hurriedly stammered. I am called Yu Yue. And then nothing more. She lowered her head, practically burying it in her chest, utterly flustered. Su Liang smiled slightly. Once they're in his grasp, there's no escaping them. Whether they're shy, nervous, afraid, or have ulterior motives, he has plenty of ways to make them submit. Su Liang turned his head, looking at the woman in red beside him. Take them downstairs and make arrangements. The woman in red nodded, knowing Su Liang was satisfied with them and wanted them to stay. Just as they were about to leave, Su Liang suddenly spoke. Peacock, stay a moment. The maids were stunned. They glanced at Zhu Ke in surprise. Su Liang had taken a liking to her, and they were all filled with envy. Only Yu Yue felt fortunate. Her clenched fists relaxed slightly. Thank goodness Su Liang didn't let me stay. That was terrifying. The woman in red led them away, leaving only Zhu Ke behind. She stood with her back to Su Liang, her expression constantly shifting. Why did Su Liang keep her here? Has he discovered her? But that shouldn't be the case. She always disguised herself when on missions. Aside from a few acquaintances, no one had ever seen her true face. This time, Zhu Ke was going all out to infiltrate Su Liang's side. In a flash, she turned around, all her emotions completely concealed. A look of confusion appeared on her face. Young Master Su. Su Liang smiled and beckoned. When Zhu Ke approached, he looked her up and down. What did you just call me? Zhu Ke was taken aback. Was there something wrong with how she addressed him? She asked somewhat worriedly. Young Master Su. No, you've already been hired. As a maid, what should you call me? Zhu Ke quickly thought of an answer, but hesitated, finding it difficult to speak. Seeing the smile on Su Liang's face, she wanted nothing more than to strike him immediately. Calm down. She kept telling herself. She wasn't even sure if she'd been exposed yet. Acting rashly would only lead to her death. Having figured everything out, she lowered her eyes and murmured a cry. Oh nar. Chapter 155 The Vermilion Bird Dances. The heroine's heart is in turmoil. Taking care of her sister? Su Liang smiled brightly. Interesting. Very interesting. A powerful mercenary, ruthless in killing, willingly calls him master. This isn't just lowering himself, it's practically humiliating, yet Zhu Ke still did it. Su Liang believed that with his charm, he could definitely captivate a large number of infatuated women. But Zhu Ke was definitely not among them. So, what was her purpose? It was obvious. Ha! Then let's see how far you're willing to back down. Pulling back to his senses, Su Liang lowered his gaze to the teapot in front of him and spoke calmly. Pour me a cup of tea. Yes, master. Zhu Ke approached and picked up the teapot. While pouring the tea, she observed Su Liang, who was inches away. At such close range, with her strength, she could snap an enemy's neck in 0.01 seconds. But that was only against someone weaker than her. She wasn't confident she could handle someone a level above her. Zhu Ke hesitated, unsure whether to make a move. A cup of tea was poured, but she still couldn't make up her mind. She sighed and handed it to him. Su Liang took the teacup, gently blew on it, and asked casually. With your qualifications, you could get jobs at any Fortune 500 company. Why did you choose to apply for a maid position? Zhu Chue's heart tightened. This question had been asked during the interview. Now that Su Liang was asking it, the pressure was palpable. She tried to remain calm and replied, "Master, you're so young to be the CEO of the Su Group. Not only are you incredibly capable, but you're also handsome. I want to follow you." As she finished speaking, a shy expression appeared on her face. She glanced at Su Liang furtively, seemingly embarrassed. The infatuated woman persona wasn't something she had fabricated. Among the maids, several were willing to serve Su Liang. Zhu Kei couldn't understand, but that didn't stop her from using this persona as a cover. Su Liang picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and smiled noncommittally. If any of the other girls had said this, he might have believed them. For a woman who had killed countless people to say this was an insult to his intelligence. "What are you good at again?" Hearing Su Liang's question, Zhu Kei was taken aback. Was this a test? Was he asking her to perform? Guzheng in Xiao. You can save the Xiao for later, you can start. Su Liang paused. Zhu Kei thought he was asking her to play the Guzheng, but the next sentence left her dumbfounded. "You'll dance for me first." Su Liang's face was full of wicked amusement. Zhu Kei froze, then a displeased voice rang in her ears. "What? You can play the piano, but can't you dance?" Seeing her remain silent, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. "Compared to music, I prefer appreciating dance. If you can't, then I'll have to ask you to leave." Upon hearing this, Zhu Kei panicked. Dancing? Of course she could. And she danced just as well as anyone else. The reason she hadn't spoken up before was to avoid attracting Su Liang's attention. In front of Su Liang, a peak-level expert in internal energy cultivation, every move she made could expose her. Her goal was to get close to Su Liang and avenge her brothers from the War God Hall, not to truly curry favor with him. She said eagerly, "I can dance too, just not as well as I'm good at playing the flute. Since Master wants to see, then I'll dance." Seeing Su Liang nod in satisfaction, she went to the center of the hall, preparing to dance. Things had developed to this point. She could only try her best to conceal her aura, so as not to attract Su Liang's attention while dancing. "Wait, this outfit doesn't suit you, go change." Su Liang stroked his chin, a fleeting smile in his eyes. Zhu Kei was dumbfounded. Before she could react, the woman in red led her to a room. Inside were all kinds of women's clothing. Short skirts, stockings, lace, you could find any uniform in there. Even traditional Chinese dresses were no exception. These clothes all shared one thing in common: they were extremely short, extremely thin, and extremely. Zhu Kei blushed furiously, staring blankly at the woman in red. You want me to wear these?" The woman in red looked at her leisurely. Knowing this woman's intentions were impure, and harboring a mischievous thought, she crossed her arms, squeezing herself into a Mariana Trench-like shape. Otherwise, Zhu Kei was speechless. When she reappeared before Su Liang, she was already dressed in a long traditional Chinese dress. Combined with her capable demeanor, she possessed a rather chivalrous air. Under Su Liang's gaze, she felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he could see right through her. "Not bad, let's begin." A graceful dance of flowing robes and feathered garments slowly unfolded. During the dance, Zhu Kei approached Su Liang several times, nearly losing control each time. "Calm down, you must restrain yourself." Su Liang wasn't the only one present. The woman in red, a master of the transformation realm, was also there. It was too dangerous. It wouldn't be too late to act after gaining Su Liang's trust. "Ah!" she gasped as she approached Su Liang again. Suddenly, Su Liang reached out and grabbed her. With a slight pull, her entire body uncontrollably leaned forward. Zhu Chue's eyes flashed, her peak dark force strength stirred within her, but she forcibly suppressed it. In the end, unsurprisingly, she fell into Su Liang's arms. Su Liang lifted her chin. "You danced well. I've decided to give you a reward." Zhu Kei suddenly had a bad feeling. Before she could react, she saw a handsome face slowly approaching, and her eyes widened. Zhu Chue's mind went blank. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of Jiang Tianxi. 5 years ago, Jiang Tianxi joined the mercenary group, and she became his instructor. In Jiang Tianxi, she saw a reflection of herself from years ago, both striving relentlessly. Over the past 5 years, she had witnessed Jiang Tianxi rise from humble beginnings to become increasingly powerful. Time and again, he had surpassed her expectations, and a faint sense of admiration had begun to grow in her heart. She had subtly hinted at her feelings, but Jiang Tianxi had ignored them, leaving her heartbroken. Knowing that Jiang Tianxi still harbored feelings for someone else, she could wait patiently. But she never expected. Less than half an hour after meeting Su Liang, her first kiss was gone. The intense masculine scent wafted over her. Su Liang was so domineering, brooking no argument. Zhu Chue's heart was in turmoil. Ring 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 ring. A phone ring startled her awake. Zhu Ke pushed Su Liang away and fled in panic. She hadn't even realized that her powerful presence would expose her identity. Watching her flustered retreating figure, Su Liang smiled. Think you can escape? We'll play slowly. He then looked at the still ringing phone, picked it up, and saw it was his mother calling. He was somewhat surprised and pressed the answer button. Xiao Liang, are you getting used to being alone in Shanghai? Want to come to Beijing? A calm, intellectual female voice came from the other end. I still have some things to take care of here. I'll come find you after I'm done. All right then. There's something I need to tell you. Chinga is coming to see you. She's already booked her flight and should arrive tomorrow night. I'm a little worried about her personality. As her older brother, you need to take good care of your little sister. Chapter 156. A chilling thought. The protagonist breaks down. The female lead wants a divorce. After hanging up the phone, Su Liang fell into deep thought. His Yandere younger sister had called more than once, wanting to come to Shanghai to see him, but he had always refused. What a joke! How could he possibly win over the female lead with a tagalong like that? Unexpectedly, this time she bought a plane ticket without a word. Not even a phone call to let him know. Looks like she's made up her mind. Thinking of something, a smile bloomed on his face. If he remembered correctly, that girl was still in school, a junior this year, right? School was starting soon, so she should come and go to school. Thinking of the start of school, he couldn't help but think of Zhao Qing. Su Liang picked up his phone and glanced at the trending topics. Shocking. This year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination has been caught in an indecent video leaked from a 5-star hotel. Top scorer arrested for soliciting prostitution late at night. Is it moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Top scorer Zhao was scammed out of over 600,000 yuan. The National Anti-Fraud Center urges the public to download anti-fraud apps and start fighting fraud from themselves. Oh my God. After 2 days of fermentation, news about Zhao Cheng dominated the trending topics. His expression must be quite interesting right now, right? He put down his phone, a mocking look in Su Liang's eyes. More than just an interesting expression, Zhao Cheng now felt like he wanted to die. A school district house outside Shanghai University. Ever since he was mistaken for a customer of prostitution and arrested 2 days ago, and it was his goddess-like cousin who came to bail him out, Zhao Qing had fallen ill. Today, he was lying in bed scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, the chat group exploded with messages, all discussing him. Holy crap, this is huge gossip. Everyone, check the trending news. It's about Zhao Qing, the dark horse of our class. Is Zundu fake? Scammed out of over 600,000? He's rich. TSK went to prostitutes before the start of the semester. Is this how he welcomes university life? At Zhao Qing, what's going on? Aren't you going to say something? Someone reminded him to check the trending topics. With a nervous heart, Zhao Cheng clicked on the news and sat bolt upright in shock. He was trending? His hands trembled as he clicked on the news, and the content made him instantly shudder, his face turning pale with horror. The news reported that he had been scammed out of over 600,000 yuan, which could be considered somewhat understandable. After all, he was just a fresh graduate. How could he know that the city was so treacherous? When the last two incidents were exposed, he was completely blacklisted online. He had diarrhea after dining and dashing at a 5-star hotel. He'd been poisoned. And his arrest for soliciting prostitution, how many times had he explained? It was just a coincidence. Zhao Cheng trembled, his fists clenched, his anger almost unbearable. Which damned bastard leaked this? Swish! A flash of lightning struck his mind. He quickly grabbed his phone and looked at the news again. The news included not only text descriptions but also photos. And the camera angles were incredibly cunning. The more Zhao Qing looked, the colder his heart grew. It was as if every place he went, there was this photographer. It was like being followed. Zhao Qing involuntarily shuddered. A bizarre thought surfaced in his mind. Why would someone be following and nobody like him? Just a top scorer in the college entrance exam, surely paparazzi wouldn't be following him around the clock? Then why? Deliberate, premeditated. Let's make an assumption. Could everything he's experienced have been orchestrated? Thinking this way, everything became clear. What a coincidence! All the bad luck seemed to have piled up in one day. It was terrifying to think about. He was like a character in a script, a puppet, manipulated at will. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Zhao Qing cautiously looked around. Even now, in this enclosed room, he felt uneasy, as if someone was watching him. There's always a treacherous subject trying to harm me. Ring 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 ring. A cell phone rang, nearly scaring him out of his wits. He picked up the phone, his hands trembling. It was a call from one of his best friends. Upon answering, an urgent voice came from the other end. Old Zhao, is the news online true? You were scammed out of over 600,000 yuan? You were caught urinating and defecating in a hotel? And you went to a brothel? No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Qing denied it 3 times in a row before quickly hanging up. He was in a state of utter confusion and needed to be alone. These people wouldn't listen to his explanations. He had to find a way to clear things up, or he would become a laughingstock online. However, before he could come up with anything, phone after phone rang. Ding. Zhao Qing's mental state is collapsing, villain value plus 999. Ding. Zhao Qing is mentally unstable, villain value plus 999. Ding. Leaving Zhao Qing on the verge of collapse, Su Liang had already arrived at Su Wanqing's house. His sister was coming tomorrow. It was time to take care of some things. To escape an arranged marriage, Su Wanqing used Zhang Tianxi as a shield. The upper class isn't easily fooled. For this she even obtained a marriage certificate. The two had no feelings for each other, but the marriage certificate had legal effect. Su Liang told her to divorce Zhang Tianxi. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was initially confused. She had completely forgotten about the matter. Whether she even had the marriage certificate was a question. After searching for a long time, Su Wanqing finally found it in a tattered little bag, which she had tossed aside to gather dust in a corner. This was a stain on her record. She had to get a divorce as soon as possible to avoid Su Liang's misunderstanding. Looking at the marriage certificate, Su Wanqing thought to herself. She felt a pang of regret for not thinking of it sooner. Then, she looked at Su Liang with some worry. I still have my marriage certificate, I wonder if his is. Su Liang stroked her hair, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Don't worry, just go find him. Doesn't he know what kind of person the protagonist of the God of War is? Even if he loses his life, he won't lose any keepsakes related to the female lead. Even if he does lose them, he'll find them at all costs. He believed that Zhang Tianxi not only still had the marriage certificate, but it was also perfectly preserved. Su Wanqing nodded. She picked up her phone, found a number in her blocked list, and dialed it. She had received a call from Zhang Tianxi before, but he hung up and blocked her before she could finish a sentence. In a dark room, Zhang Tianxi was eating takeout with his 3 top lieutenants. Even though they knew their brothers hadn't betrayed them, they chose to stay hidden for a while out of caution. Their enemy was Su Liang. Anyway, they were no match for him, so going out was pointless. It was better to hide and investigate secretly, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The group ate their junk food, the atmosphere slightly oppressive. Ever since Zhuke left, they had felt an ominous atmosphere hanging over them. Jiang Tianxi felt especially empty inside. What's Zhu Chue's situation? Still no news. Jiang Tianxi put down his chopsticks and looked at Qinglong. Qinglong was in charge of intelligence gathering and had been investigating Su Liang with all his might. Zhuke would contact him directly if she found anything. Qinglong shook his head and said, "One good news and one bad news. The good news is that Zhuke infiltrated Su Liang's recruitment of maids and successfully stayed. The bad news is that staying by Su Liang's side, under the nose of a peak-level expert, is like dancing on a knife's edge." Becoming a maid? The faces of the group turned grim. Zhuke was their partner, and now, for the sake of revenge, she had been reduced to working as a maid. Jiang Tianxi felt a pang of pain in his heart, his expression constantly shifting. The thought of Zhuke being by Su Liang's side, possibly being discovered and facing danger at any moment, perhaps even, made him tremble with rage. The crucial point was that he had agreed to this. It's like pushing a woman who loves you into the arms of your enemy, making her a subservient maid. The feeling is indescribably painful. At the same time, a vague unease settles in your heart. Chapter 157: Su Liang's behind-the-scenes maneuvers. Elegance never goes out of style. Ring ring. The sudden ringing of a cell phone broke the silence of the dimly lit room. Jiang Tianxi shook his head, trying to dispel the uneasy thoughts in his mind. He pulled his phone out of his pocket. When he saw the caller ID, he jumped, his pupils contracting. Wanqing. He had memorized this phone number a long time ago since returning to the city. However, they had only spoken once. That time, he only said one sentence before the other end hung up. When he called back, he was blocked. Why was Su Wanqing suddenly calling him? Did she encounter some difficulties and need help? Or had she figured it out and wanted to tell him the truth about Su Liang's threats? Jiang Tianxi couldn't help but get excited and pressed the answer button. Wanqing, what's up? Before he finished speaking, a soft moan came from the other end. He asked, somewhat puzzled and worried. Wanqing, what's wrong? And nothing, I just got startled by a mosquito. Jiang Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're all right. Not long after, Su Wanqing's voice came through the phone. You still have your marriage certificate from back then, right? Jiang Tianxi was stunned, then overjoyed. Yes, I have. I've kept it safe all these years. Really? That's wonderful. He could tell from Su Wanqing's tone that she was very happy. Jiang Tianxi couldn't help but smile. He took out a wallet from his pocket, and inside was a small booklet. This was his and Su Wanqing's marriage certificate. He gently opened it, and a wedding photo came into view. In the photo, one person was him 5 years ago, smiling like a 300-pound child. The other person was Su Wanqing. Her face was still stunningly beautiful, but her expression was cold and aloof, keeping everyone at arm's length. Such an expression shouldn't appear in a wedding photo. The distance between them and the picture also suggested their relationship was somewhat forced. He knew it was just a transaction, but Jiang Tianxi took it seriously. He firmly believed that one day he and Su Wanqing would truly be together. After achieving success, he couldn't wait to return home, wanting to surprise Su Wanqing. Reality, however, gave him a huge shock. His beloved wife had already fallen into another man's arms. Not only that, but she was pregnant with another man's child. His adopted daughter, whom he had called an ugly monster 5 years ago, still remembered it vividly. His wife and daughter had been snatched away. He was furious and resentful, but powerless against Su Liang, a peak-level expert. Now it seemed there was a turning point. Su Wanqing actually called him. Before his memories of Su Wanqing were over, her voice rang out again. Tomorrow, you take the marriage certificate to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and I'll be there too. Huh? What does that mean? Jiang Tianxi's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition rising within him. Sure enough, Su Wanqing continued. Our deal is over, and the divorce proceedings should be completed. I'm afraid Liang Ge will misunderstand. Thud. Jiang Tianxi was dumbfounded. His body stiffened abruptly, and his phone fell to the ground with a soft thud. He had been overthinking it. Su Wanqing's excitement about the marriage certificate wasn't a test. It was because having a marriage certificate meant a quick divorce. The reason she wanted a swift divorce was even more infuriating for Jiang Tianxi. She was afraid of being misunderstood by Su Liang? Wait, how old is Su Wanqing? About the same age as him, yet she calls Su Liang, who is almost 5 years younger, brother. Just how deeply is she infatuated? Seeing Jiang Tianxi's dazed expression. The three powerful generals beside him exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions incredibly complex. They weren't ordinary people, being so close, they had heard everything on the phone. The wife their eldest brother always talked about, the woman they had teased about for years, was actually divorcing him? The reason? She was afraid that their enemy, Su Liang, would misunderstand. They seemed to see a vast green meadow floating above Jiang Tianxi's head. Ding, Jiang Tianxi's mentality has shattered, villain value plus 1000. Ding, Jiang Tianxi is consumed by rage and hatred, villain value plus 1000. The next day. Looking haggard and having not slept all night, Jiang Tianxi left his darkroom and headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He had thought a lot throughout the night. He decided to go see Su Wanqing. He wanted to try one last time. Several of his brothers, seeing his condition, wanted to go with him, but he refused. Before leaving, he glared at Qinglong with his reddened eyes, his anger barely contained. Investigate Su Liang, investigate the Su family, investigate them thoroughly. I'll make sure they know the consequences of messing with me. Don't worry, brother, I've already mobilized all the intelligence agents from the War God Temple. We'll have our revenge soon. Meanwhile, Su Liang left Su Xiaoxiao alone at home watching TV, then went downstairs with Su Wanqing and got into a comfortable luxury car. He felt a little regretful. If Su Wanqing hadn't been pregnant, he would have given her a good beating. Ding! A message notification sounded. Su Liang picked up his phone and glanced at it, his eyes flashing. His fingers moved slightly, and he typed a message and sent it. The message contained only 2 words. Close the net. He provoked Jiang Tianxi not just to gain villain points, but also to lure out the people hidden in the shadows by the War God Temple. They were the War God Temple's intelligence agents. These people were infiltrated into the crowd in different ways. They might be beggars, street thugs, or even high-level white-collar workers. These people are extremely difficult to detect when they hide. Even with his powerful surveillance network, he couldn't pinpoint their location immediately. Therefore Su Liang chose to lure them out. Although these people were insignificant to him, and even if they were kept alive, they wouldn't pose a threat. His woman was also protected by skilled guards and wasn't afraid of retaliation. But better safe than sorry. It's better to eliminate them all. These intelligence agents were like the eyes of the War God's temple. How would Jiang Tianxi feel if he wiped them out? He'd probably feel terrible, wouldn't he? Upon receiving Su Liang's message, the terrifying killing machine, Skynet, sprang into action. Dark alleys, hidden rooms, rooftops, all those investigating Su Liang were simultaneously targeted. Even a taxi was following Su Liang's car. For unknown reasons, a tire exploded, causing the taxi to crash into a guardrail and kill the driver instantly. Atop a 100-meter-high building, a sniper rifle was aimed at Su Liang's car. However, the next moment, he was shot in the head. He didn't even know where the bullet came from. Unexpected traffic accidents occurred frequently outside the car, but neither the woman in red nor Su Liang paid any attention. Su Wanqing was curious. A series of car accidents occurred on the street, forcing other vehicles to stop, but their car remained unaffected. A car sped past on the street. Elegance never goes out of style. In a room in a high-rise building, a figure held binoculars, observing the scene unfolding on the street. He trembled uncontrollably, as if he'd seen something terrifying. Trembling, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Brother Long, we seem to have provoked a truly terrifying being. All the brothers monitoring Su Liang are dead. What did you say? The voice on the other end was filled with disbelief. Explain yourself clearly. I saw. Before he could finish, the voice abruptly stopped. It turned out that someone had appeared behind him sometime during the night and easily snapped his neck. Hello, 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 can you hear me? The phone lay silently on the ground. The person picked up the phone, and a voice, indistinctly gendered, came through. The master sent me to deliver a message. Blame Jiang Tianzi. Chapter 158. The God of War goes blind. The heroine remains loyal until death. The sister arrives. Who are you? In the dimly lit room. Xinglong gripped his phone tightly, demanding angrily. What have you done to them? Beep beep beep. The call was disconnected. Baihu and Xuanwu both looked at him nervously. Xinglong didn't know what was wrong with him. Answering a phone call had made him lose his composure. A strong sense of unease filled their hearts. Xinglong put down his phone and immediately called the other agents. The number you dialed is not answering. The number you dialed is switched off. Either no one answered, or the call couldn't get through. Finally, Xinglong collapsed to the ground in despair. He had to accept a fact. The intelligence agents he had assigned to monitor and investigate Su Liang and the Su family had all met with misfortune. They were even very likely dead. But how could this be? Those were 300 elite warriors of the War God Temple, specially trained and skilled in disguise, assassination, and stealth. Yet they were all targeted and killed at the same time, not a single one escaped. It's utterly unbelievable. No wonder his subordinates said they'd offended a terrifying being. This can't even be described as terrifying. Calling them death gods wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thinking this, Xinglong felt a chill run from his tailbone to the top of his head, chilling him to the bone. Baihu and Xuanwu panicked upon seeing this and woke him up to ask what had happened. Xinglong regained his senses. He told them what had happened. When they learned that the War God Temple's intelligence personnel had all perished, they were stunned. These men were not only their brothers, but also the cornerstone of the War God Temple. Without them, the War God Temple was like a blind man. How could they talk about rising again? This time, they had miscalculated. They never expected Su Liang could mobilize such a terrifying force. They were all filled with regret. If only they had known this would happen, why had they ever opposed Su Liang? They didn't even dare to think about it. No one spoke, the room was deathly silent. What did that person just say? Blame Jiang. Baihu seemed to remember something, a murderous glint in his eyes, and said. Baihu, shut up. He was interrupted coldly by Xinglong halfway through his sentence. Baihu was enraged. Did I say anything wrong? We were doing well in the underworld, but he insisted on returning to the city. Because of his words about destroying the Su family, the entire War God group was ruined, and all those connections have severed ties with us. Because he was imprisoned, we came to rescue him, and watched 100 brothers die before our eyes. This time, we helped him deal with Su Liang, and we lost 300 brothers. Xinglong remained silent, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Xuanwu opened his mouth, then turned away, saying nothing. Jiang Tianzi was completely unaware of all this. He took a taxi and arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Looking at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, his expression was complex. He dreamed of 5 years ago. Back then, Su Wanqing found him, told him about the deal, and then they came here to register. 5 years have passed, and everything has changed. Sigh. Just as Jiang Tianzi was lamenting the impermanence of life, a car pulled up in front of him. Then, he saw Su Wanqing and Su Liang get out together. Jiang Tianzi's head was about to explode. He thought Su Wanqing had decided to divorce him herself. He never expected her to come with Su Liang. Does that mean when they called him yesterday, they were together? He sensed something was off about Su Wanqing's tone then. Could they have been? This is outrageous. Jiang Tianxi was trembling with anger and coldness. Su Liang is inhuman. Wanqing is pregnant, what if she gets hurt? Let's go. A cold voice rang in his ears. Su Wanqing walked over, said that, and then walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau without stopping. Jiang Tianxi didn't follow, but turned to Su Liang, suppressing his anger. What exactly do you want? Come at me with your problems, don't hurt Wanqing. Ha! Su Liang scoffed. As expected of the protagonist? He'd rather die himself than let the female lead be harmed. If he weren't strong enough, he would definitely capture the female lead and force the protagonist to die. Now that he had the power, there was no need to use that method. He had plenty of ways to make the protagonist experience despair. Tisk, how do you know I hurt her? She was clearly very happy last night. Su Liang's expression was playful. He glanced at him indifferently, then took a step and followed Su Wanqing. You. Jiang Tianxi's eyes were bloodshot. Looking at Su Liang's back, he began to tremble uncontrollably. If he didn't know Su Liang's strength, he would have killed him on the spot without hesitation. He gritted his teeth, finally letting go, and reluctantly went inside. There weren't many people at the Civil Affairs Bureau today, and the divorce proceedings were completed quickly. Standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Tianxi was dejected. It was as if something had been lost forever. Ding, Jiang Tianxi has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding, Jiang Tianxi has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding. Unlike his dejected state, Su Wanqing let out a long sigh. After completing the divorce proceedings, she and that guy would have nothing to do with each other anymore. That's good. She wondered if Su Liang would care. If he was angry, she would plead with him until she was hoarse to calm him down. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Su Liang put his arm around her waist and pinched her cheek. Seeing how obedient Xiao Wanqing is, I'll reluctantly forgive you, but you'd better behave well in the future. Su Wanqing was delighted and, disregarding Su Liang's form of address, immediately began flirting. Her voice wasn't loud, but Jiang Tianxi, a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator, could clearly hear it. His composure instantly shattered. He whirled around and saw the two of them cuddling together. His suppressed anger erupted at that moment. Jiang Tianxi completely lost his temper. He stared intently at Su Liang's retreating figure, his rising rage making him pant heavily. You deserve to die. He uttered each word slowly and deliberately. Jiang Tianxi charged towards Su Liang, his fist, the size of a sandbag, clenching mid-charge. The woman in red sensed the killing intent and wanted to intervene, but Su Liang stopped her with a single glance. She was only at the early stage of the transformation realm, no match for Jiang Tianxi. Besides, the protagonist was currently in a state of rage, poised for a breakthrough at any moment. Su Liang intended to personally teach him a lesson, to make him understand one thing. A leak should be prepared to be a leak. However, before he could even make a move, Su Wanqing noticed Jiang Tianxi's intention to harm Su Liang and stepped in front of him without hesitation. Jiang Tianxi's fist was inches from Su Wanqing's face. The wind from the punch ruffled the hair on her forehead, but her fist wouldn't land. Looking at Su Wanqing, who stood shielding her enemy, Jiang Tianxi's expression was incredibly complex, his eyes filled with deep sorrow and despair. His wife? No, now she should be called his ex-wife. How ironic that she would stand in front of him, who was wholeheartedly trying to protect her, for someone who had designs on her. Su Wanqing had no idea about his inner turmoil. She only knew that Su Liang had helped her and her daughter a great deal. Not only was he her benefactor, but also her man, and the father of her child. How could she watch him get hurt? Ding, Jiang Tianxi felt despair, villain value plus 1000. Su Liang was somewhat surprised. He looked at Su Wanqing with newfound respect. This was also a characteristic of female leads. Once she set her sights on a man, she would be devoted to him until death. For female leads like this, he could only say, the more the merrier. You scared her. The authoritative voice rang out. Su Liang lightly raised his foot, and the next moment, Jiang Tianxi was kicked away like a kite with a broken string. The impact was so severe that he was completely stunned. Even if he knew Su Liang was going to attack, he couldn't react in time. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Tianxi was kicked more than 10 meters away by Su Liang. Su Wanqing's mouth gaped open in an O shape, feeling a little itchy, wanting to say something. Then, she remembered Su Liang's words. You scared her. Was he avenging her? A strong sense of security spread through her heart. Taking in her self-consoling expression, Su Liang stroked his chin. Should he say something to show his support? And so. He looked at Jiang Tianxi, lying on the ground, his chest bones shattered, barely alive, and said with undeniable arrogance. Wanqing is my woman. Don't bother her again, or don't blame me for being impolite. Ah, how awkward. Su Liang felt it was childish, but Su Wanqing didn't think so. Her eyes were full of stars as she looked at him. Then, the woman in red drove off, and the two of them drove away. As evening fell, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the earth. At Shanghai International Airport, a plane arriving from the direction of Beijing landed. A young woman with exquisitely beautiful features, an ethereal and a stunning figure despite her young age walked out of the airport. Wherever she went, men and women alike turned to look. Her charm had reached the point of being universally appealing. Just as she stepped out of the gate, she paused. A long line of cars was parked ahead, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. Of course, what made her stop wasn't the impressive convoy, but the figure at the front of it. The surprise on her face slowly turned into delight, and she opened her arms and ran towards the figure. Brother. Chapter 159 Yandere. Su Qingge is in a tiny bit of danger. Brother. Su Qingge opened her arms and ran to him. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly and caught her. Su Qingge was a head shorter than him. She looked up at Su Liang, blinked her bright eyes, and smiled radiantly. My dear brother, we've finally met. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt there was something more to his sister's words. He brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and said with a smile. Isn't it a bit much? We haven't seen each other for only half a year, it's like we're meeting for the first time. Su Qingge suddenly smiled. Seeing Su Liang's thoughtful expression, she changed the subject. Brother, how did you know I was coming to see you? Of course, it's because we siblings are telepathically connected. I don't believe it. I've said I wanted to come several times, but you wouldn't let me. Su Qingge pouted, looking aggrieved. Her willow leaf eyebrows trembled slightly, making her incredibly cute. Gradually, she smiled. She tiptoed, leaned close to Su Liang's ear, and whispered. Brother, you wouldn't let me come. Is there some secret you're afraid I'll discover? Or have you found me a whole bunch of sisters-in-law? Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with flirtatious teasing. Su Liang's smile didn't fade. You can guess. I'm not going to guess. Su Qingge rolled her eyes, saying irritably. Mom told you, right? I wanted to sneak over and surprise you, brother. My plans are ruined. Hey, just don't give me a shock. Su Liang muttered to himself. Wow, brother arranged such a long convoy, is it to pick me up? Su Qingge exclaimed, looking at the convoy behind her. The convoy was long and magnificent. Even larger than the processions for welcoming some heads of state. How is it? Don't you like it? Su Liang asked with a smile. He certainly had his reasons for arranging such a massive convoy. He was clearly telling everyone in Shanghai that his sister had arrived, and from now on, they should avoid her. That's how domineering he was. I like it, of course I like it. I like anything brother arranges. Su Qingge's eyebrows curved into crescents. She paused, then looked up, murmuring softly to herself. Brother seems different now. He never used to think about me. Su Liang's eyes flickered. His sister had seen through his thoughts. This wasn't surprising, his younger sister was quite clever, much smarter than her brother. Liang helped his sister into the car. A woman in red opened the car door. Chingga paused, her gaze sweeping over the woman in red, then blinked innocently and asked, "Sister, are you my sister-in-law?" She paused, tilting her head and touching her chin. "And you mean are you and my brother together?" The woman in red. Liang. No, he's my master." Wow. As if discovering a new continent, Chingga looked at the woman in red, then at Liang, her eyes gleaming. "Ha he. Liang's lips twitched. This little sister is toxic. He takes back what he said earlier, she's not cute at all. After getting into the car, Chingga chattered incessantly until she got tired and stopped. Liang fell into deep thought. He realized this little sister was no ordinary person. She actually possessed the strength of the early stage of the transformation realm, on par with the woman in red. She had even tested him when she pounced on him earlier. With the force of Chingga's charge, 6 months ago, he would have definitely been knocked off balance. Although he knew she was testing him, he didn't dodge. Living under the same roof, it was only a matter of time before he realized it. It's better to show her just the tip of the iceberg now. Previously, he didn't know much about this younger sister. The novel only described her as a yandere, glossing over many details. That wasn't a problem. In this complex world of novels, some character inconsistencies are inevitable. One thing was rather strange. In his memory, about 6 months ago, this younger sister was indifferent to him. Today, she suddenly pounced on him. It wasn't entirely a test, she genuinely wanted to get close. No, her attitude changed a few months ago when she contacted him to come to Shanghai. That was right after he transmigrated and underwent his transformation. Considering what his yandere sister just said, did she know something? She must have noticed his changes long ago and might have been watching him all along. This is getting more and more interesting. It seems he needs to get to know this yandere sister better. Liang's lips curled slightly upwards, a faint smile playing on his lips. The long convoy followed, becoming a spectacular sight on the street. Numerous powerful families, having received news of the arrival of the Su family's second young lady, issued orders to their subordinates and juniors. Everyone was to keep a low profile. Those playboys, their minds filled with frivolous pursuits, were all recalled and confined. These were the most likely to cause trouble. A single word from them could offend someone untouchable, leading to the destruction of their family. The carriage drove smoothly until it finally arrived at the Su family compound. Chingga alighted from the carriage, looking around curiously. The only difference from 6 months ago was the new batch of maids. Her gaze fell on Juke, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Peak of dark strength. Adding that driver with the transformation realm skill, her brother was indeed extraordinary, even more mysterious than she had imagined. She blinked her beautiful eyes, her pupils darting around, and grabbed Liang's arm. They walked into the hall together. At Liang's command, someone brought in the prepared dinner. The welcoming feast was quite lavish, filled with delicacies. "Wow, brother, were all these dishes prepared for me? How did you know what I wanted to eat? I like you more and more." Chingga's eyes lit up. Liang was slightly silent. "Aren't these dishes things we eat often?" He only casually reminded her before leaving. Was his reaction too much? At the table, Chingga, her eyebrows arched, picked up a piece of bluefin tuna. "Brother, open your mouth, I'll feed you." Ah. Chapter 160. Eating, Sleeping, and Playing with Beans. Chinga's other identities. Leaving aside Chinga's mischievousness. Now, let's talk about Jiang Tianxi, dragging his weary body back from the hospital. Liang had held back in that kick. It only resulted in a fractured sternum, requiring a dressing change and treatment at the hospital. However, any physical altercations in the near future were out of the question. Liang was just trying to prevent him from causing any trouble. Upon seeing his sister, he realized how wise his decision had been. She'd probably be clinging to him until he sent her back to school. Back in those dark rooms. Jiang Tianxi immediately sensed something was wrong. Baihu, hot-tempered and unable to hide his feelings, glared at him with anger. Xuanwu, sullen and withdrawn, turned his face away, looking like someone owed him $100. Qinglong's expression was complicated. Jiang Tianxi's heart sank. Could something have happened while he was away? A strong sense of unease spread through him. He immediately asked, "What happened? You still have the nerve to ask?" "It's because of you, Crazy and the others." Baihu couldn't hold back anymore. He abruptly stood up from the stool, clenched his fist, and was about to punch Jiang Tianxi. The 3,000 members of the War God Hall were all brothers who had gone through life and death together. Some of them were particularly close. One of Baihu's closest brothers was one of the 300 who died that morning. How could he not be furious? Xuanwu acted quickly, grabbing him and stopping him. "Baihu, calm down. We're all brothers who've risked our lives together. There's no need to hurt our feelings." "Feelings?" Baihu gave a bitter laugh and pointed at Jiang Tianxi. "We treated him like an older brother, but did he treat us like brothers? Let go of me. I'm going to teach him a lesson today. All he ever does is cause trouble." "Baihu, shut up." This time it was Qinglong who spoke. In the Hall of War Gods, besides War God Jiang Tianxi, his words carried the most weight. The white tiger, itching with anger, glared fiercely at Jiang Tianxi, then broke free from Xuanwu's powerful restraints. Looking at the three bewildered figures, Jiang Tianxi was completely baffled. The feeling of unease grew stronger. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Explain things clearly, Qinglong, you speak." "Brother, the intelligence agents I arranged to investigate the Su family and Su Liang have all lost contact, and it's confirmed that none survived." Qinglong pursed his lips, his voice trembling, his tone sorrowful. He still couldn't believe it. Jiang Tianxi's eyes widened, his face blank. Then, Qinglong recounted the events in detail. Jiang Tianxi's mind went blank, he lost his balance and took 2 steps back. His face flushed crimson. With a pft, a mouthful of blood spurted out. In the past, seeing him cough up blood would have prompted 3 people to rush to his aid, but now they all stood by coldly. 300 people. 300 elites from the Temple of War. Not just chickens and dogs, but 300 living, breathing people, just like that, dead. Jiang Tianxi now understood why Baihu was so furious. It was all his doing. If he hadn't provoked the terrifying enemy Su Liang, and summoned his brothers to investigate, those people wouldn't have died so needlessly. Their deaths were utterly pointless. Wait a minute, it wasn't him who provoked Su Liang. From the very beginning, it was Su Liang who was causing him trouble, okay? Couldn't he fight back? Just let himself be bullied? What kind of logic is that? Ding Jiang Tianxi has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Jiang Tianxi's mentality has exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Brother, I think that Peacock is a bit too calculating. Should your little sister help you teach him a lesson? Su Qingga's eyes blinked, her appearance incredibly innocent. It was hard to believe that such a celestial being would say such a thing. Actually, these were her true feelings. This world is full of outstanding people, they have more choices. My brother is so handsome, has such a great presence, and is so capable. What's wrong with having a few more women? Su Liang reached out and gently ruffled her hair. What are you thinking about, you little brat? What kind of talk is this, coming from a young girl? Poof. Su Qingga shook her head. I wonder who keeps bringing a maid around all the time. Hey, is the red cloth thing never going to end? Su Liang stroked his chin, thinking about how to use his influence to fill his sister's schedule with professional courses. Su Qingga pouted, dissatisfied. How am I a little girl? Su Liang. Fine, he admitted it. His sister had grown up. Brother, I've told you so much about myself, shouldn't you tell me about yours too? His sister was being mischievous again. A fleeting look of bewilderment crossed Su Liang's eyes. What's there to tell me? Although I don't know, brother must have many stories. Suchinga persisted. My story is just eating, sleeping, and playing with beans every day. Suchinga clearly didn't believe him, clinging to Su Liang. Of course, Su Liang wouldn't tell her anything. Trying to get information from him? The little girl was too naive. An extreme tug-of-war ensued. Late at night. The night was deep and quiet. In Suchinga's room. It was time to sleep, but she had changed her clothes. It was a fitted outfit that made her look very capable and dashing. She was about to take a mask out of her bag. The appearance on the mask was terrifying, deeply lined, looking like an old woman from afar. She had a name. The Mengpei of the Yellow Springs Road and the Bridge of Helplessness. The moment she put on the mask, her demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. A chilling aura suddenly emanated from her. She could transform into a ruthless Grim Reaper, or a mischievous and clever younger sister. Next, Suchinga took out her phone and opened an app. She logged in by scanning her face. The page quickly redirected to a scene from the underworld. Looking closely, a message was pinned to the top. Assassinate Su Liang, the eldest son of the Su family, bounty, $1 billion. There was discussion below. My God, a bounty of $1 billion. Since joining the underworld, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. The eldest son of the Su family? Just a spoiled brat? What makes him worthy? Hey, anyone with a brain wouldn't say something like that. Even if he is a spoiled brat, the Su family's backing makes him worth that much. Gentlemen, we, the black and white impermanents, happen to be in Shanghai. Don't try to take this mission from us. After reading these messages, Suchinga's expression turned cold, a strange smile playing on her lips. Dare to kill my brother? He really doesn't know what's good for him. She walked to the window, gazing at the crescent moon in the night sky, her eyes filled with a chilling light. Emperor Fengdu, you're courting death. Chapter 161. Suchinga fiercely protects her brother. Anyone who harms her brother must die. Suchinga harbored a secret. She had a strange dream about her brother, Su Liang. In the dream, she and her brother grew up together. He treated her very well, protecting her from any harm. He was domineering, manipulative, and controlled everything. He used the world as his chessboard, and all living beings as his pawns. He was ruthless towards outsiders, but genuinely kind to his family, especially his sister. However, in reality, Su Liang seemed somewhat dim-witted. He was even willing to be a sycophant for a woman. The vast difference between reality and her dream made her treat her brother coldly. How could a brainless sycophant be worthy of being her brother? Nor worthy of being her future. The brother in her dream was more like him. To understand the situation, she accidentally joined an organization called Underworld. She wanted to use this identity to obtain more intelligence. Just a few months ago, she finally made her move. She discovered her brother's personality had changed, gradually merging with the brother in her dreams. She wanted to return to Shanghai to find her brother, but she was tied up with a company trial arranged by her family. Recently, the underworld issued a new mission. Someone offered $1 billion to kill her brother. Suchinga couldn't sit still any longer and immediately bought a plane ticket to come. When she saw Su Liang again, she found he had indeed changed. He looked almost exactly like her brother in her dreams. That's why she acted so strangely when they met at the airport. If Su Liang knew about her dream, he would be astonished. If he were reborn, possessing memories of 2 lifetimes, knowing he would become that kind of person in the novel world, he would also understand one thing. He hadn't transmigrated as a soul, but was reborn. It was just that for some reason, his memories only awakened half a year ago. The underworld, this organization is vast and mysterious. The ranks are arranged according to underworld titles. Their strengths were roughly equal, with the strongest being the Fengdu Emperor. The mission to assassinate her brother, since it appeared in the underworld's mission log, meant it was tacitly approved by that Fengdu Emperor. What mysterious powerhouse! What founder of the underworld? Anyone who dares to kill her beloved brother should be prepared to die. Suchinga couldn't understand why she had such a dream, but thinking of her brother's protectiveness towards her in the dream, she absolutely wouldn't allow him to suffer any harm. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Suchinga put away her mask and left her room alone. She paused for a moment in front of her brother's bedroom across the hall, then drove out of the Su family compound. As the roar of the car faded into the distance, a figure in red appeared in Su Liang's bedroom. After reporting Suchinga's departure, Su Liang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Haven't you found out the force behind Chinga yet? Not yet. Interesting. Su Liang's expression was enigmatic. In the past, whenever he needed to investigate something, Skynet would always find it immediately. The fact that nothing has been found yet only indicates that Suchinga's backing is not simple. It might even be a force no weaker than Skynet. He had a hunch. His sister's appearance would draw out a worthy adversary. Meanwhile, Suchinga drove into the bustling city center. After parking on the roadside, she entered a secluded alley alone, discreetly avoiding surveillance cameras. In the alley, two people were waiting for her. Their clothes, one black and one white, combined with their masks, certainly gave them the air of the black and white impermanence. However, the two men seemed somewhat impatient. The underworld had issued an assassination mission against Su Liang, and according to the information, it was in Shanghai. They happened to have just completed their mission here. Upon learning that Su Liang was a spoiled young master, they felt like they'd been struck by lightning. The mission was simple, the reward was outrageously high. It was time for the brothers to get rich. After some investigation, nothing was found to be amiss. Just as they were about to make their move, Mangpa contacted them, proposing a collaboration. Considering the $1 billion bounty on that young master of the Su family, he couldn't be so simple, so they agreed. The reason they chose this secluded location was to assess Mengpo's strength. If she was weak, she wouldn't be qualified to join them. Old Bai, what do you think of Mengpo's strength? She hasn't shown up in years. I thought she'd been killed. We'll see soon enough. It's past the agreed time. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were soft, but they were no ordinary people, and their sound was clear in the quiet night. Both black and white impermanence felt a chill. They turned sharply, looking towards the alleyway entrance. A figure came into view. Even with the Mangpa mask on her face and her simple attire, Suchinga's charm was undeniable. Mangpa, you're overtime. Don't you have any sense of time? Bai Wuchang's gaze sharpened slightly. He couldn't gauge Mengpo's strength, but he couldn't afford to be weak in terms of imposing presence. That's right, that's right. Don't you know that being late is very disrespectful to us? He Wuchang nodded in agreement, his gaze somewhat unfriendly. What respect do the dead need? Suchinga's melodious voice rang out. What? Both He and Bai Wuchang were startled upon hearing this. Out of their assassin's instincts, they flipped their wrists, and weapons appeared in their hands. It was a steel wire of a special material. The material was incredibly hard, capable of easily cutting through flesh. Although it didn't have the effect of stealing souls, it was more than enough for killing. Suchinga didn't stop moving, a short sword appearing in her hands seemingly out of nowhere. Suddenly, she flashed forward, appearing in front of the two in the next instant. Both He and Bai Wuchang were terrified. A thought flashed through their minds, a grandmaster of internal energy. Without a second thought, Bai Wuchang held his soul hook in front of him to block Suchinga's attack. He Wuchang, on the other hand, unleashed his soul-snatching spear, attempting to cut her in half. Even in this life-or-death crisis, they remained calm and collected, their teamwork undeniably seamless. However, it was all for naught. The incredibly hard steel wire, capable of easily slicing through steel, only briefly blocked the short sword before shattering. The short sword's momentum didn't wane, slicing through Bai Wuchang's neck. With another casual swing, he blocked He Wuchang's attack. A flash of cold light, and He Wuchang died instantly. Why? Bai Wuchang clutched his neck, trying to stop the gushing blood, but to no avail. Blood seeped from between his fingers, a gruesome sight. Knowing he couldn't escape his fate, he asked the question that had been nagging at him. Being part of the mysterious organization of the underworld, the identities of each member were unknown, so there was no question of not being able to kill each other. He simply couldn't understand when he had offended such a powerful expert. Telling you won't hurt. Your mission target this time is my brother. If you don't die, who will? Bai Wuchang's pupils widened, his head lolled to the side, and he died with his eyes wide open, unable to close them in peace. Before the brothers could even act on their mission, the other side showed up at their door. Who killed whom? There's a mole. Abort the deal. Chapter 162. When Suchinga starts to act cute, even a god can't resist. Removing the masks from the two men, Suchinga quietly left. She wasn't worried at all about whether leaving their bodies here would expose them. The underworld was a very mysterious organization. Even face to face, no one would know who they were, especially since they had avoided surveillance before arriving. Who killed them would never be known, and no one would avenge them. The underworld was simply missing a pair of black and white impermanents. Yes, just a pair. The underworld had many low-level figures like black and white impermanents. This also showed the vastness of the underworld. Actually, Suchinga knew that such minor characters couldn't possibly kill her brother. The maid and driver beside him were both grandmasters of internal energy, just like herself. She couldn't stand it. She wouldn't allow any words that could harm her brother to appear before her eyes. Back in her car, Suchinga drove home, as if she were just going for a drive. But after she left, unbeknownst to her, several figures silently appeared in the alley. They were naturally assassins sent by Su Liang to secretly protect his sister. The fact that they could hide from Suchinga showed their extraordinary strength. They could be considered among Su Liang's top experts. Su Liang had already received news that his sister hadn't returned, but his face showed little surprise. The underworld, huh? Playing with his phone, he gazed at the night sky, lost in thought. The next morning, Su Liang came out of his bedroom, just as his sister's door across the hall opened. Suchinga, dressed in pajamas, yawned and lazily looked at Su Liang. Good morning, brother. Suchinga seemed oblivious to her own charm. She stretched, once again displaying her figure. Su Liang turned to leave, but Suchinga persisted. Brother, are there any activities today? I've been helping out at the company, and I finally have some time to relax. Brother wouldn't be so heartless as to not spend time with me, would he? She ended up looking pitiful. Ha! If he didn't know her true identity, Su Liang might have actually believed her. It's unbelievable. The ruthless, cold-blooded manhwa from last night is now acting all cute and coquettish. The key is, her pitiful appearance always evokes feelings of pity. He glanced sideways at his sickly-skinned sister. So, what kind of activities do you want? I don't know. Sister, you're new here, so brother, how about we take a stroll around Shanghai together? Seeing her brother unmoved, Suchinga's eyes darted around, and she thought of a plan. If brother doesn't spend time with me, I'll tell mom. Su Liang. Holy crap? What a clever way to turn the tables. Joking aside, Su Liang still needed to spend time with his younger sister, and he fell into deep thought. He was certain his sister was ill. He wondered if there was any way to cure her. If it were a common illness, it would be easy to handle with his godlike medical skills. But this is a mental illness. Let's see if spending more time with her can make a difference. To cure it completely, we'll see if it works after he acquires hypnosis skills. That's how it was decided. With her brother's consent, Suchinga was as happy as a child, jumping for joy. After breakfast, the siblings went out. Suchinga enthusiastically dragged Su Liang to the romantic flower sea. As one of Shanghai's top 10 attractions, it's famous as a romantic spot for couples, a must-visit for couples from all over the country. Because it was the weekend, tourists flocked there, mostly in pairs. Men with beautiful girlfriends puffed out their chests, silently showing off. Men with handsome boyfriends did the same. However, when they saw Su Liang and Suchinga together, Their eyes widened, their mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. Oh wow, am I seeing things? I think I'm seeing a celestial being descended to Earth. She's like she stepped out of a painting, so beautiful, even more stunning than the diva Dongfang Xinyan. The girl is indeed like a fairy, and the man beside her is just as handsome, leaving those internet celebrities and stars in the dust. The crowd whispered among themselves. Su Qingge heard these comments and smiled happily, holding Su Liang's hand tightly. Su Liang glanced at her. There's nothing fun here, let's go somewhere else. Su Qingge arrogantly raised her chin and gave a light snort. As long as I think it's fun. I don't care what you think, I care what I think. Su Qingge. She pretended not to hear. After strolling around the romantic flower field, the two arrived at Crescent Lake, where Su Qingge insisted on taking photos. Their relationship hadn't been great before, but now that Su Qingge saw her brother had changed, she naturally wanted to improve it. She was snapping photos non-stop, as if trying to make up for everything. Afternoon. Su Qingge dragged her brother to an amusement park. Su Liang scoffed at the games only for children. Su Qingge, however, was having a blast. They stopped in front of a roller coaster called Time Travel. This was a much more thrilling ride than roller coaster or giant swing. People with weak hearts wouldn't dare ride it. It was like your body was running ahead while your soul was chasing behind, no joke. So scary. Su Qingge clung tightly to Su Liang, looking genuinely frightened. Su Liang was silent for a moment, then said, "How about we change to something else?" His acting was so clumsy. A grandmaster of internal energy afraid of an amusement ride? Don't be ridiculous. No. Su Qingge shook her head, her eyes shining. It's precisely because I'm afraid that I must overcome my fear. Brother will protect me, right? She blinked her bright eyes, staring intently at Su Liang. It was as if she remembered that dream. In the dream, no matter what danger she faced, Su Liang always appeared immediately, protecting her by her side. Brother, you protected me in my dreams, so in reality, let me protect you. Noticing his sister's expression, Su Liang paused for a moment. Boarding the time traveler, Su Qingge wasn't as brave as she claimed, failing to overcome her fear. Chapter 163 My Sister Goes to School. The protagonist's persecution complex. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Qingge was all smiles almost every day, clearly having a great time. However, Su Liang's mood wasn't so pleasant. Su Qingge was like a little shadow, constantly hovering around him. The key thing was, she didn't seem to consider herself an outsider at all, dressing very casually at home. Fortunately, today was the day he could get rid of her. Because today was the first day of school. When the idea of going back to school was first brought up, Su Qingge reacted extremely strongly. Smart as she was, she could quickly grasp the knowledge in university, there was absolutely no need to go to school. Su Liang, upon hearing this, was not going to allow it. He immediately threatened to send her back to the capital if she didn't go to school. Su Qingge had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Whatever car you want to drive, go to the garage and choose one yourself. Considering that the school was quite a distance from home, Su Liang planned to buy Su Qingge a car. But Su Qingge shook her head, grabbed his arm, and shook it violently. No, I want to ride in your car. Shanghai University. It's the first day of school, and the campus is bustling with activity. Freshmen, accompanied by their families, walk into the campus, their faces beaming with smiles, brimming with youthful vigor and energy. However, one freshman stands out from the crowd. In the sweltering summer heat, he's bundled up tightly, wearing a greenish hat. Sunglasses cover most of his face, as if he's afraid of being recognized. That's right, this is Zhao Cheng, the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. His eyes darted around, looking around nervously, like a frightened bird. Since his incident that day was exposed and became a laughingstock online, he's realized that an invisible hand is manipulating things behind the scenes. And in the following days, no matter what he does or where he goes, he encounters various forms of targeting, confirming his suspicions. Now, whenever he encounters trouble, he thinks someone is trying to harm him. His paranoia was getting worse. Today was the first day of school, and every student was excited, but he only felt fear. What if he was recognized? The social humiliation in real life was far more terrifying than being exposed online. Just thinking about his identity being revealed, attracting everyone's attention and pointing fingers. His scalp tingled, and a chill ran down his spine. Zhao Qing walked nervously towards the new student registration area. Suddenly, a murmur arose, and he paused, startled, to look. Two people stood conspicuously at the entrance of a teaching building, a man and a woman. The girl's face was exquisitely beautiful, breathtakingly so, and her aura ethereal. The students were stunned. Is this a freshman at our school? I've never seen her before. She's definitely a contender for school beauty. You're too naive, too narrow-minded. I think she's even prettier than those other school beauties. I'd call her the #1 school beauty. I know who she is now. The crowd was still discussing when suddenly someone exclaimed. Swish, swish, swish. Most people turned to look at him with curiosity. He was a young man dressed head to toe in designer brands, with an air of sophistication. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said excitedly. She's Su Qingge, the #1 beauty at Imperial University. I never expected her to transfer to our school. What? Everyone was shocked. They all knew Su Qingge's identity, the second young lady of the Su family. Then the elegant man beside her, is that Su Liang, the CEO of the Su Group? The excited girls around them had their eyes shining. Their gazes towards Su Liang were filled with undisguised desire. He's the eldest son of the Su family. Not only is he rich and handsome, but his background is unparalleled. He's the dream lover of countless girls. No wonder I was wondering why our university has such a beauty. She's the Su family's daughter? That's all right then. I'm so excited to see the Su family's daughter here. I think we don't need to bother with our school's beauty pageant anymore. She's the only beauty queen in the school. If we had to rank them, she'd definitely be #1. Otherwise, I won't accept it. I'd heard the Su family had a golden couple, and seeing them today, it's true. They've got the nation's heartthrob and the nation's goddess. The crowd was so excited they were practically dancing. Seeing the two aloof figures in the center of the crowd, Zhao Qing in the corner was furious. He recognized Su Liang at a glance, that despicable guy who stole his cousin. Seeing him with Su Qingge, Zhao Qing assumed it was Su Liang's woman, and he was seething with hatred. Having his cousin wasn't enough, he was even philandering outside. He couldn't help but feel deeply sorry for his cousin. Until he learned that it was his sister, Zhao Qing's jealousy intensified. Why didn't he have such a beautiful sister? His only cousin had been taken away by Su Liang. Zhao Qing was practically bursting with rage. Gradually, his face contorted, a smirk playing on his lips. You tricked my cousin away, so don't blame me. At school, good looks weren't everything, grades mattered too. He might not be good at anything else, but when it came to academics, he feared no one. He was the destined protagonist with a top student system. With just one exam, he could astound everyone and gain the adoration of all the girls. Then, no school beauty or department beauty could escape his grasp. Just as he was daydreaming, a gaze fell upon him. It was Su Liang. Their eyes met, then Zhao Qing abruptly looked away, leaving as if nothing had happened. Ding, Zhao Qing has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 888. Ding, Zhao Qing has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 888. Ding. Su Liang's gaze flickered slightly. This once glorious National College Entrance Examination champion, after just a few rounds, was so utterly defeated he dared not show his face. Thinking of that malicious look in his eyes earlier, Su Liang wondered if he had made his life easier lately. Then let's add fuel to the fire. Are you really willing to leave me alone at school? Su Qingge's pitiful voice rang out beside him. She still wanted to try. This school, it's better not to go. Good girl. Su Liang chuckled and reached out to pat her head. Study hard at school and improve every day. Su Chinga rolled her eyes, tilted her snow-white neck back, and gave a soft snort. I think you just want to leave me behind and can't wait to go find your sister-in-law, but actually I also. She trailed off, two blushes appearing on her pretty face. She already possessed a stunningly beautiful oval face, and now, with a slight blush, she was incredibly alluring. Oh my god. Su Liang took a deep breath, ruffled her hair forcefully, and said, I'm so glad I did this. Don't overthink it. You're at a carefree age right now. Just enjoy school life. This statement had a double meaning. Su Chinga was taken aback for a moment, then said nothing more, walking into the teaching building while turning back to look at herself every few steps. Chapter 164 Embracing Two Women? Making the protagonist's life worse than death. Watching his younger sister walk into the teaching building, Su Liang turned and left. On the balcony, Su Chinga rested her slender hand on the railing, staring blankly at Su Liang's retreating figure. Just then, a clear and melodious voice rang in her ears. Excuse me, are you the new transfer student in our class? Hello, I'm In Xiaoran, the class monitor of finance class 3-inch. A girl with a pure and sweet appearance stood before her, first introducing herself, then smiling and extending her hand. Su Chinga raised her beautiful eyebrows. She realized that the girl was not much less attractive than herself, and qualified to be her brother's woman. A brilliant idea flashed in her eyes. Wasn't her brother trying to get rid of me because of those vixens? Then why don't I cultivate one for him? Thinking that her brother would inevitably come to her whenever he wanted to see her, Su Chinga suddenly smiled. This smile was enough to make all the flowers pale in comparison. The girl named In Xiaoran in front of her was also stunned. She sensed a malicious intent in her smile. My name is Su Chinga. The two girls shook hands, indicating they knew each other. Chinga, who was that boy with you just now? Thinking of the handsome young man who had made her heart race at first glance, In Xiaoran asked. Him? He's my brother. Su Chinga took a step closer, her gaze intense. How is he? Pretty handsome, right? Want me to introduce you? They had only just met, and she was already acting like an older sister. And Xiaoran blushed. She had only asked a simple question, but Su Chinga had misunderstood. She was both embarrassed and flustered. No need. Seeing her innocent, rabbit-like demeanor, Su Chinga became interested and decided to tease her. The naive In Xiaoran was no match for the mischievous Su Chinga, and was completely outmaneuvered. Su Liang hadn't even left the school when he bumped into two acquaintances. It was Rin Shanshan and her sister. Being pestered by her younger sister at home, she'd completely forgotten that Rin Feifei was also starting school today. Brother Liang. Seeing Su Liang, Rin Feifei's eyes lit up, and she happily pulled her sister over. Su Liang sized her up. Compared to her village girl appearance when they first met, she was now completely integrated into city life. What should he do if he started having impure thoughts? Brother Liang, what are you doing here? Ren Shanshan was also excited, but being more mature than her sister, she managed to remain calm. I brought my sister to school. They both knew Su Liang had a younger sister, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment. They'd been spending a lot of time with her sister lately, and they longed for that companionship too. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly, giving her a knowing look. Ren Shanshan's heart raced, she understood instantly. He'd actually managed to gather the three beauties of the company together. It seemed they couldn't escape playing mahjong that night. Seeing that she understood, Su Liang looked at Rin Feifei with a smile. Since Feifei is going to register, let's go together. It'll be a good opportunity to let the school know, so some clueless people won't come knocking. Rin Feifei was a little confused. The naive girl didn't know what letting the school know meant. Knowing that Liang Ji was with her instantly brightened her mood. Ren Shanshan knew Su Liang was going to pull strings for her sister. What could she say? She could only use all her charm that night. So the three of them walked together towards the freshman registration area. A pair of stunningly beautiful sisters walking on campus, countless students were captivated, wanting to ask for their contact information. But when they saw Su Liang beside them, they all wilted, feeling utterly ashamed. Freshman Registration Building. Vice Principal Tang Mingyuan happened to be inspecting the area. Seeing the freshmen registering in an orderly fashion, he nodded in satisfaction. "Good morning, Principal Tang." A teacher saw him and put down their work to greet him. "Don't worry about me, you all do your own thing." Tang Mingyuan smiled, hands behind his back, his large belly protruding, his attitude kind. He was actually the school's vice principal? The students' gazes towards him changed, becoming somewhat reserved and respectful. Zhao Qing had been here for a while, but seeing so many people in the hall, he didn't dare to report. Being recognized would be a disaster. Seeing the vice principal arrive, his gaze sharpened. He considered whether to go up and greet him. His situation was too dire, explaining that he was being framed was simply impossible. If this vice principal helped him, things would be different. And he believed that with his grades, getting his help wouldn't be difficult. After all, which school could refuse a top-scoring student? Noticing the students' respectful gazes, Tang Mingyuan's smile widened, feeling quite pleased. Just as he was about to head to the next location, he suddenly saw 3 figures enter, and his body stiffened. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, wondering if he was seeing things, and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Once he confirmed it was indeed the eldest son of the Su family, he immediately adopted a fawning expression and eagerly went to greet him. Upon approaching, he spoke respectfully. "Young Master Su." Although Su Liang was also a graduate of this school, he didn't dare to act arrogantly due to his age. His attitude was even more respectful than towards his own father. "It's Principal Tang." Being recognized by Su Liang, Tang Mingyuan was somewhat flattered and quickly said, "I wonder what brings young Master Su to the school. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me." Su Liang smiled. "Well, it just so happens that I need your help with something." After letting Rin Shanshan and her sister register, he and Vice Principal Tang Mingyuan went to the side. Seeing the dignified vice principal being so respectful to a young man, all the new students were speechless with surprise. Holy crap! Who is he? How could the vice principal treat him like this? He's definitely a rich kid with a powerful background. I've heard that Shanghai University is full of rich kids. You could throw a brick at anyone and hit someone whose family is worth hundreds of millions. My God, is it really that scary? We'd better keep a low profile. Am I the only one who noticed those 2 stunning sisters? They came with that rich kid. I wonder what their relationship is. Is that even a question? He's got women on both sides, the enviable suave playboy. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Zhao Qing trembled with anger. The angelic girl he'd seen earlier was Su Liang's sister, so how did he explain these 2 beauties? Su Liang was just a spoiled brat, a playboy. He was certain his cousin, Yu Shuang, had been deceived. His cousin was a big star, how could she fall for a scumbag? On the other side, Su Liang mentioned Rin Feifei's situation, instructing the vice principal to keep an eye on the students and teachers. If anyone's blind, don't blame me. Tang Mingyuan nodded repeatedly, constantly wiping cold sweat from his forehead. He wanted to arrange for Rin Feifei to be placed in an all-girls class, and to provide a one-stop service of warning, punishment, and expulsion for any boys who approached. Oh, right, there's one more thing. I really don't like that Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing. Tang Mingyuan paused, the name sounding familiar. Slowly, he remembered Zhao Chang was this year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. He was a freshman in this year's cohort. He hadn't really remembered him before, but news about Zhao Qing surfaced a few days ago, and that's when he started paying attention. Even a top scorer wouldn't be accepted by their school if their character was so bad. Part of the reason he came to inspect the school today was for this reason, to see what kind of person this top scorer was. He hadn't expected such a nobody would be mentioned by the young master of the Su family. Then should I expel him? Tang Mingyuan asked tentatively. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Once Zhao Qing was exposed, he was doomed. Expelling him would be too lenient. At the very least he'd be worse off than dead, right? Chapter 165. The protagonist's infamy is widespread. The virtuous wife and loving mother heroine. When Su Liang returned, the two sisters had already registered. Next, Ren Shanshan was going to show her younger sister around the school, so he didn't need to accompany her. Giving Zhao Qing, who seemed like a mysterious figure, a meaningful look, Su Liang turned and left. This student, if you encounter any difficulties at school in the future, just tell me. Respectfully watching Su Liang leave, Tang Mingyuan looked at Ren Feifei with a fawning expression. Ren Feifei was somewhat confused. After a polite remark from her older sister, Ren Shanshan, she led her younger sister around the school. The freshmen in the hall, witnessing this scene, were filled with envy. With the vice principal as her backer, one could imagine that girl could walk around the school with her head held high. They really wanted a powerful and influential brother-in-law like that. Sensing the strange atmosphere, Tang Mingyuan couldn't stay any longer. After all, his behavior had been far too humble. Just then, someone blocked his way. Principal Tang. Whom? Tang Mingyuan was taken aback, frowning as he looked at the guy with the punk-chic hairstyle in front of him. What can I do for you, classmate? Principal Tang, may I speak to you privately? Who else could it be but Zhao Qing? Seeing Su Liang with women on either side of him, he couldn't hold back any longer. His ego for showing off was burning brightly. He wanted to use this vice principal to clear his name of the injustice he'd been wronged about, thus beginning his path of showing off. Speak your mind, I have other matters to attend to. Tang Mingyuan's brow furrowed slightly with displeasure. Could it be that because he'd been so respectful and obsequious to young Master Su, these people thought he was weak and easily bullied? Sensing his impatience, Zhao Qing had no choice but to step closer. He spoke in a tone only the two of them could hear. I am Zhao Qing, this year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. I would like to ask Principal Tang for a favor. Tang Mingyuan looked utterly astonished. The Zhao Qing we were just talking about, here he is? Thinking of young Master Su's arrangement, his eyes flickered, and he quickly made up his mind. His eyes darted around slightly, and he suddenly shouted loudly. You're the top scorer, Zhao Qing. A flurry of voices filled the hall. Because of his position as vice principal, many people in the hall were already paying attention to them. The sudden increase in volume drew everyone's attention even more. After hearing his words, everyone was shocked, staring incredulously at the cuckolded man in front of them. Having scored just 1 point shy of a perfect score to become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, Zhao Qing had been a sensation for a while when the results were first released. As time passed, it was thought his popularity would gradually fade, until a few days ago when several news stories broke. He became an overnight sensation, known throughout the internet, and utterly famous. However, it was all infamy. Even now, he's still occasionally brought up to be ridiculed. I never expected to find him right next to me. Ha! He's the Zhao Qing who was caught urinating and defecating in public and soliciting prostitutes. He's obviously no good. Dressed like a ghost in the middle of summer, he must be someone who can't be seen in public. After finding out his exam scores, I used to idolize him. Now he's an idol, someone to vomit at. I strongly suggest he shouldn't be admitted. I'd be ashamed to be in the same school as him. A moment of shock followed, then a torrent of abuse against Zhao Qing. If the teachers and principal hadn't been present, they probably would have hurled even harsher insults. Even so, Zhao Qing was pale, bloodless, and trembling slightly. The day he dreaded had finally arrived. Ding! Zhao Qing's mental state collapsed, villain value plus 999. Ding! Zhao Qing's mind was damaged, villain value plus 999. Ding! Zhao Qing glared angrily at Tang Mingyuan. If he hadn't spoken so loudly, he wouldn't have died on the spot. Tang Mingyuan appeared innocent, but inwardly he sneered. If it weren't for young Master Su's arrangement, it's hard to say whether someone like him could have stayed at the school. He wondered how he had offended young Master Su. His future was definitely going to be tough. He silently mourned for 3 seconds. Su Liang had just stepped out of the freshman registration building when a coincidence occurred. Another familiar figure came into view. Jiang Yan. The gentle female teacher who had transferred here. He had noticed her the moment she arrived in Shanghai, easily winning her over with his smooth-talking techniques and various unpredictable tactics. At that moment, she had just parked her car on the side of the road and hurriedly got out. As soon as she got out, she looked up and saw Su Liang. Jiang Yan was both surprised and delighted. "Brother Liang. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush." Su Liang smiled. Later, Su Liang got out of his car, got into the car driven by someone in red, and sped away. Jiang Yan got out of her car and nervously looked around. Only after confirming that no one was around did she breathe a sigh of relief. Watching the car disappear into the distance, she gave it a coquettish glance, her eyes alluring. After tidying herself up again and making sure everything was in order, she shuffled towards the freshman registration building in her high heels. She had been assigned here, naturally, as a department counselor. She was already late today, rushing here, and then running into Su Liang made things even more difficult. What if she got caught? As Jiang Yan passed by, she felt very uncomfortable whenever students looked at her. Each time this happened, she tried her best to remain calm. Luckily, she was a new teacher, and none of the students knew her, so no one came up to greet her. Perhaps heaven heard her thoughts. A voice full of surprise rang out. "Teacher Jiang." Jiang Yan froze and turned around. "It's me, Zhao Cheng." Zhao Cheng quickly took off her green hat, her expression incredibly excited. His identity had just been exposed by Vice Principal Tang Mingyuan with a single sentence, and now everyone in the hall knew. The news of his presence was spreading like wildfire, drawing crowds of students who rushed over like eager spectators watching a monkey. In this unfamiliar place, without a single acquaintance, and with his identity revealed, he felt like dying. Just as he was about to flee, he suddenly saw someone unexpected yet perfectly logical. It was their Chinese teacher, Jiang Yan. When fellow villagers meet, tears well up in their eyes, and Zhao Qing felt an urge to cry. This stunningly beautiful female teacher was impeccable. Not only was she beautiful and an excellent teacher, but she also possessed a gentle and refined demeanor. She was the epitome of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Whoever married her would be incredibly lucky. His decision to choose Shanghai University without hesitation was partly due to his cousin Ye Shuang's presence there, but also partly because teacher Jiang had been transferred there. His ulterior motives were obvious. He thought that in such a large city like Shanghai, running into her would be difficult, but it was such a coincidence. What a coincidence! Zhao, classmate. Jiang Yan's expression was slightly unnatural. She took a deep breath to remain calm. "You applied to Shanghai University?" Yes. Zhao Cheng nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He, Professor Jiang, I knew you were transferred to Shanghai University, so I followed you here. By the way, Professor Jiang, are you still teaching? I'm a freshman economics and management student advisor. Jiang Yan seemed a little absent-minded, but composed herself before replying. What a coincidence, I'm a student in the economics and management school. Please take care of me, Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Yan was startled and waved her hands repeatedly. Thinking to herself, unwell? It's probably. Chapter 166, the protagonist everyone hates. Manipulating the female lead at will. Feeling the gazes from all around, Jiang Yan felt extremely uncomfortable. She quickly made a few perfunctory remarks and left. Watching the beautiful teacher's retreating figure, Zhao Qing felt something was off. It was as if she had just finished something. He remembered the similar expression he'd seen on the woman leaving the building during the anti-prostitution raid. Shaking his head, Zhao Qing quickly dismissed the thought. Teacher Jiang was pure and gentle, how could she do such a thing in broad daylight? Looking at the new student registration building in front of him, Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and turned back. Originally, because his identity had been exposed, he faced ridicule and insults from everyone, and he had hesitated about enrolling. Seeing his acquaintance, Teacher Jiang, here, he was determined to stay. Hoping one day he could win her heart. And so, amidst the mocking gazes and the accusations of being a scumbag, he completed the new student registration procedures. Although the staff didn't give him a hard time, their disdain was undisguised. Zhao Qing's young heart suffered a tremendous shock. If he hadn't known about the existence of the system's cheat-like advantage, which would one day allow him to turn his life around, he would have already collapsed. He wandered aimlessly through the campus. He didn't see a slightly chubby girl weighing about 200 pounds walking towards him, and they bumped into each other. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhao Qing was knocked to the ground. Before he could react, the slightly chubby girl covered her miniskirt, looking at him with a terrified expression. You deliberately bumped into me, and even peeked under my skirt, you're so shameless. Zhao Qing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Just as he was about to explain, the chubby girl suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs. Help! Someone's groping me. Girls, does anyone know what this is? I just stepped out and ran into this groping guy. He not only touched me, but he also peeped at me. Zhao Qing was dumbfounded. He snapped back to reality. If he let her keep shouting like that, what if they found out? So, without thinking, he sprang to his feet. He reached out to cover the fat girl's mouth. I didn't do anything, don't talk nonsense. Help! Catch the pervert. However, the fat girl was very strong, and Zhao Qing couldn't stop her, he couldn't stop her at all. Soon, a large group of students gathered around, watching the two wrestling in astonishment. Holy crap! This guy's got guts. He even went after Fatty. How desperate are they? I heard Fatty's voice from way over there. Someone was peeking? I thought Su Xian was invincible after sleeping with a snake. Whose subordinate is that? Why does he look familiar? Wait, isn't that Zhao Qing, the top scorer in the National College entrance exam who caused such a stir online recently? No, at least not. It's Zhao Qing? Oh, never mind then. Has top scorer Zhao become this brazen now? Not only has he changed his tastes, he stopped going to brothels and started molesting his classmates. A collective gasp and sigh rippled through the crowd. Because of his prior criminal record, many people actually believed Zhao Qing was capable of such a thing. The gossip fire raged, and everyone pulled out their phones to take pictures and videos. Some shared the videos in group chats, others exposed them online. Shocking. Top student Zhao Qing molested a female classmate in broad daylight on his first day of school. Outrageous. A female student at a certain school was brutally assaulted. These video captions, once uploaded online, would undoubtedly create a huge uproar, propelling Zhao Qing's reputation to new heights. The crowd grew larger and larger, and it was only after school security arrived that the scene was brought under control. What exactly happened? He not only touched me, but he also deliberately lay on the ground peeping under my skirt. The chubby girl stood up arrogantly, pointing her finger at Zhao Qing and accusing him. You're talking nonsense. I clearly bumped into you by accident. You knocked me down and I haven't even blamed you. Zhao Qing explained, her face flushed. Who among you girls understands this? You touched me and then denied it. The chubby girl immediately burst into tears. The security guards watched, their heads aching, utterly conflicted. There were no security cameras here, so they didn't know if it was real or not. If it was fake, the chubby girl had no reason to do this, wouldn't it ruin her reputation? But if it was real, a normal person wouldn't do something like this. One of the security guards, hearing the crowd's discussion, also recognized Zhao Qing and quickly told his colleague about the photo. Instantly, the security guard's expressions changed. So it was because of her notorious reputation. Zhao Qing stared blankly, not understanding how things had turned out this way. If she were taken away now, even if she explained herself, her reputation would be ruined. No, it would be even worse. Grabbing a security guard and about to be taken to the security office, he suddenly spotted a figure in the crowd and froze. It was teacher Zhang Yan. She was looking at him with a complicated expression, seemingly surprised that he was this kind of person. His heart was already riddled with wounds, and he had finally found a sliver of comfort in teacher Jiang, an acquaintance. If she didn't believe him either, Zhao Qing felt he would collapse. He was about to explain when he saw Jiang Yin shake her head and turn away, looking as if she had misjudged him. No. Zhao Qing was taken to the security office. After a heated argument, he received a serious warning. Stepping out of the security office, looking at the gray sky, he felt a deep sense of malice. On his first day of school, he was disciplined for molesting a female student. Another wrongful conviction. He argued that he was innocent, but no one believed him. He couldn't imagine how dark his future would be. His parents didn't believe him, his cousin didn't believe him, his teachers didn't believe him. Wherever he went, he was despised and insulted. Thinking of this, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. Ding Zhao Qing's mind collapsed, villain value plus 999. Ding Zhao Qing felt despair, villain value plus 1000. Su family compound. Su Liang was leisurely lying on a chair in the garden, enjoying the massage from Zhu Ke while watching the sunset. Zhu Ke controlled her pressure as she massaged Su Liang, her eyes flickering. She was considering whether to attack him. At such close range, and with Su Liang off guard. Even a peak-level expert shouldn't be able to withstand her fatal blow, right? But every time she considered attacking, she remembered Su Liang's kiss from before, and her mind went blank. She didn't notice that Su Liang had been observing her every move. He wanted to see if this female lead would actually attack. If she really tried to kill him, then he wouldn't blame him for being ruthless. He wanted to seduce her and have her child, that was true, but only if she didn't cross his bottom line. After so many days of subtle training, if Zhu Ke still tried to kill him, then he would have to give up on her. He wouldn't keep a female lead who wanted to kill him by his side, even if he couldn't. Besides, there are so many female leads, one more won't make a difference. Ring 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 ring. Just as Suzaku was struggling with her inner turmoil, a cell phone rang, pulling her back to reality. Her heart skipped a beat. She knew it was a call from a secret contact, and she had set a special ringtone. What should she do? Answering the phone now, if Su Liang heard, she'd be finished. She calmly massaged herself, waiting for the call to end. However, the other end was unaware of her predicament. Seeing that she hadn't answered, they called again. Suzaku still didn't intend to answer, hoping to get away with it, but Su Liang wasn't going to let her have her way. You can answer it first. No need, it's just a spam call. Suzaku's heart pounded, but she still managed to reply calmly. I told you to answer. Su Liang frowned, a faint aura of pressure emanating from him. Seeing that she couldn't get away with it, Zhu Ke slowly took out her phone, desperately hoping the call would end during that time. But things didn't go as planned. There was no other way. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and pressed the answer button. When are we eating fish? Su Liang's senses were incredibly sharp. He immediately recognized Zhang Tianxi's voice, and his heart skipped a beat. He scooped Zhu Ke up, held her in his arms, and played with her in his hands. Chapter 167 Su Liang manipulates people's hearts. A protagonist's heartbreaking pain. Ah! Startled by Su Liang's sudden embrace, Zhu Ke's heart pounded wildly. She glanced cautiously at Su Liang, noticing a playful expression on his face, and her heart sank further. Oh no, could we have been exposed? What's wrong? Hearing the exclamation from the phone, Zhang Tianxi's heart tightened, and he asked anxiously. Seeing no response for a long time, he began to panic. Could his phone call have exposed Zhu Ke? If that were the case, because of him, he had placed Zhu Ke in danger, a crime deserving of death. But he couldn't wait any longer. These past few days had been agonizing. Because of him, hundreds of his brothers had died tragically. 3 of his men had become estranged from him, and no longer respected him as their leader. If he doesn't do something soon, the War God Temple will inevitably fall apart. Blood feuds must be washed away with blood. Su Liang, the culprit, must be killed by Zhang Tianxi. After several days of rest, his injuries were completely healed. The intense blow caused him to unleash his full power, his strength even surpassing his previous level, reaching the late stage of the transformation realm. The rain stopped, the sky cleared, and he felt confident again. The increase in strength gave him immense confidence. If he could coordinate with Zhu Ke in a surprise attack, killing Su Liang would be no problem. However, he still hadn't received any news from Zhu Ke. Jiang Tianxi couldn't hold back any longer and called to inquire about the situation. With all his informants removed, he had no way of knowing Su Liang's whereabouts, so he had to risk calling. However, considering Zhu Chue's safety as an undercover agent, he tried to disguise himself, deliberately changing his voice and giving a coded signal. Unfortunately, it was useless against Su Liang's keen senses. Zhu Ke was incredibly anxious. Jiang Tianxi's anxious call pulled her back to reality. She took a deep breath and said, "You've dialed the wrong number." Before she could finish speaking, a clear slap rang out. Feeling a burning sensation on her back, Zhu Ke dared not speak out in anger. This time, she was certain she had been exposed, there was no chance of escape. Su Liang reached for her ear. Zhu Ke tried to resist, but he easily grabbed her hand. After a soft cry, she felt all her strength drain away. Su Liang easily snatched the phone away. On the other end, Jiang Tianxi was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. His probing had worked, as expected, Zhu Ke would say, "You've dialed the wrong number." In other words, she wasn't available right now. Being suddenly interrupted at this moment could only mean Zhu Ke had been exposed. Jiang Tianxi cursed himself inwardly, but the sounds he heard on the phone made his face turn green. A slap, a shrill cry, he could already picture it. Jiang Tianxi couldn't help but think of Su Wanqing. How similar this scene was. The person on the other end was definitely Su Liang, and he was probably doing something to Zhu Ke. He was completely dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. That was Zhu Ke, her beauty rivaling Su Wanqing's, and she had always secretly loved him. Although he always thought of Su Wanqing and pretended not to hear Zhu Chue's feelings, he still felt a sense of satisfaction. But that satisfaction vanished in an instant. Not only had his wife and daughter been taken away by Su Liang, but Zhu Ke had also fallen into his hands. The worst part was that he had personally handed her over. He was cuckolded to the point of panic. Jiang Tianxi clutched his chest in agony. It hurt so much. A surge of rage followed. All of this was because of Su Liang. His eyes were red, he gritted his teeth, and roared. "Su Liang!" His eyes flickered, and Su Liang feigned surprise. "Little Jiang, I really underestimated you. You actually planted a spy right next to me." These words gave the illusion that he had just discovered Zhu Chue's identity. That's right, Su Liang was playing mind games again. Although he already knew Zhu Chue's identity, neither Zhu Ke herself nor Jiang Tianxi knew. He thought it was his phone call that exposed him. What would Zhu Ke think? He had humbled himself to infiltrate the enemy camp, enduring humiliating dances, playing the zither and flute. He had even kissed and touched her, almost to the very end. He had given his all. Just when he was about to kill Su Liang, a phone call came, and everything fell apart. Would he hate Jiang Tianxi out of love? Sure enough, Zhu Ke, who had been anxious about being discovered by Su Liang, had now come to his senses. His face was extremely ugly. And another thing, of course, was gaining villain points from Jiang Tianxi, two birds with one stone. Jiang Tianxi was furious, and said viciously, "What did you do to Zhu Ke? What do you think?" Su Liang's tone was mocking, and then, with a slap, a hand landed on her. "Little girl, say something." Zhu Ke gritted her teeth, remaining silent. Jiang Tianxi was furious. "Are you even a man? What kind of skill is it to lay a hand on a woman? If you've got the guts, come at me. Tsk Zhu Ke, tell him, am I a man or not?" Su Liang lifted Zhu Chue's chin, completely unconcerned about Jiang Tianxi's impotent rage. The heavy breathing on the other end of the phone could be faintly heard. "What do you want to do to let Zhu Ke go?" After calming down Tianxi, he asked coldly. "Oh." Su Liang feigned surprise, muttering to himself. Peacock? Juke? I see, one of the 4 great generals under the god of war. He paused, then smiled into the phone. Thank you for sending me such a beautiful woman, you're such a kind person. Beep. Friend card. Though the words were words of gratitude, Jiang Tianxi trembled with rage. Release Juke. Release? Impossible. I've always been chivalrous, how could I let my prey escape? But if you beg me, I might consider it. Silence, a deathly silence. Only the sound of Jiang Tianxi's heavy breathing. TSK Peacock, did you see that? You were willing to kill me for him, yet he wouldn't even beg me for you. Su Liang shook his head and sighed, feeling sorry for Juke. Without hesitation, he hung up the phone and promptly turned it off. He knew. The protagonist was just momentarily stunned. Once his anger subsided, he would be willing to beg, kowtow, or even die for the female lead, let alone beg him. Su Liang wouldn't let him utter any mindless, sentimental words. I beg. Beep beep beep. He'd only uttered 2 words when the busy tone on the phone made Jiang Tianxi go numb. Wasn't he supposed to beg? Why did it hang up? Without time to think, he immediately called back, but the phone was off. A strong sense of unease washed over him. No, I have to save Juke. At this moment, Zhuchua's expression shifted rapidly because of Su Liang's words, a mixture of pain, sadness, anger, a complex mix of negative emotions. Taking in her expression, Su Liang's face broke into a knowing smile. Should I call you Peacock or Vermilion Bird? Seeing her no response, Su Liang didn't mind and continued. How about we make a bet? If you win, I'll let you go, if you lose, you'll stay and be my maid. Chapter 168 My Obedient and Sensible Little Sister. A bets that were inevitable to lose. Ding Jiang Tianxi's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000. Ding Jiang Tianxi is consumed by rage and hatred, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Su Liang's words caught Zhuchua's attention. Suppressing her complex thoughts, she looked up and asked, What kind of bet do you want to make? Su Liang raised an eyebrow. The bet is simple. We'll bet whether Jiang Tianxi will come to rescue you within the next 2 days. Whether he can rescue you or not, if he comes, you win, otherwise, if he doesn't come, you lose. Not only that, if Jiang Tianxi comes, I will not only release you, but I also won't make things difficult for him. Juke thought for a moment, then sneered. How do I know if you'll make a move? Whether he comes or not is up to you. No, since I said it, the bet must be fair. Su Liang picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. I'll stay with you for the next 2 days and won't send anyone to stop Jiang Tianxi. Shuke frowned, lost in thought. If what Su Liang said was true, it was indeed worth the gamble. Originally, after being discovered by Su Liang, she had no intention of leaving alive. This bet gave her a glimmer of hope. Who would willingly choose death if they could live? Although she was angry that Jiang Tianxi had suddenly called and exposed her, and somewhat saddened that he hadn't pleaded with Su Liang for her sake, Shuke still trusted his character. After all, the impression she had built up over 5 years wouldn't be easily overturned. Even knowing the danger, Jiang Tianxi would come to save her when she was in mortal danger. After pondering for a moment, Juke raised her head, a glimmer of light finally appearing in her eyes. Are you serious? How do I know you won't secretly make a move? Su Liang smiled, a bright smile. I swear on the character of the Su family's eldest son. Although Juke was somewhat skeptical, he had no other choice but to nod in agreement. Su Liang's expression was inscrutable. Character? What does a villain need character for? He didn't care about the rules at all. However, this time, he could indeed act according to the rules. Because he had a better way, a way to definitely give the protagonist a surprise. Juke was nervous, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Soon, it was dinner time, and Su Chinga called, being very considerate. Knowing that her brother had been cooped up with her for the past few days, she immediately said that she would be eating out with her girlfriends today. Su Liang chuckled. You're quite nice, aren't you? After dinner, it was time for the maids to change shifts, but Zhuke didn't leave. Her gaze was fixed on Su Liang sitting on the sofa, as if afraid he would go out to stop Jiang Tianxi. Su Liang smiled slightly and waved to her. How can we have dinner without a dance? How about a traditional Chinese dance, Gokuraku Jodo? When Zhuke returned after changing her clothes and began to dance, Su Liang put his phone down from his ear, his expression playful. Between the white moonlight and the cinnabar mole, which would you choose? Just now, he called Su Wanqing and instructed her to send a message to Jiang Tianxi. The message contained only 2 words. Help. Then he closed all contact methods. Originally, he wanted to go see Su Wanqing in person. However, she was in the capital, representing the Su family to negotiate a cooperation. So he simply made a phone call. Su Wanqing agreed without hesitation. Although she vaguely felt this was a conspiracy against Jiang Tianxi, so what? Su Liangkai was her man. Jiang Tianxi? Sorry, not familiar. One can imagine what kind of expression Jiang Tianxi would have upon receiving this message. He's the protagonist, after all. When the female lead is in danger, of course he'll rush to her rescue without hesitation. Even if this female lead has nothing to do with him and has even hurt him. On one side is his beloved wife and daughter, and on the other is Zhuke, who has feelings for him. What choice will Jiang Tianxi make? He'll choose Su Wanqing. With all his spies removed, the investigation will trace back to the capital, only to discover he's been deceived. A little delay on the return journey will take 2 days. How heartbroken will Zhuke be then? That's when Su Liang will appear to comfort her. If Jiang Tianxi chooses to rescue Zhuke, that's fine too, he can simply send his men. The outcome will be the same. If he wants to split his forces, rescuing Su Wanqing himself and sending the 3 generals to rescue Zhuke. Su Liang will also send his men. This wouldn't be breaking the rules. He only said he wouldn't stop Jiang Tianxi, not that he wouldn't harm his men. Even if Zhuke finds out, it doesn't matter. Both faced mortal danger, but Jiang Tianxi didn't choose her. How heartbroken he must be. Su Liang can then play the good guy again. Time passes slowly. That evening, Su Qingge returned and clung to Su Liang, showering him with affection. Zhuke remained, even sneaking into Su Liang's room while he slept. Her purpose, of course, was to keep an eye on him. Su Liang was completely unconcerned. The greater his hopes now, the greater his disappointment would be later. Meanwhile, not far away. For figures lurked furtively, it was Jiang Tianxi and his 3 henchmen. After failing to reach Zhuke by phone, he immediately went back to find his 3 generals. Upon hearing that Zhuke was in danger, the 3 men were enraged. However, after hearing Jiang Tianxi's ashamed explanation, realizing that he was the reason Zhuke had been exposed, they fell silent. Although they said nothing, it was clear to everyone that the 3 men were very dissatisfied with Jiang Tianxi. Damn it, it's that bastard again. You're always causing trouble. Now look what's happened. Not only have hundreds of brothers died, but Zhuke has also been caught in the crossfire. Damn it. Jiang Tianxi felt the rift between him and his 3 closest brothers widening at this moment. The ship of their friendship was about to capsize at any moment, just one trigger away from breaking. He was heartbroken, shook his head, and tried to banish these thoughts. He had to rescue Zhuke first. Ding! His phone beeped with a message notification. To receive the message promptly, he had been constantly checking his phone, and quickly pulled it out to look. Jiang Tianxi was struck dumb. The message was from Su Wanqing. It contained only 2 words, help. What happened to Wanqing? Wasn't she with Su Liang? Why would she send a message for help? Could it be? Damn it, Su Liang really is no good. He frantically dialed the number. The number you dialed is currently switched off. After trying to dial more than 10 times, the phone was still switched off. Jiang Tianxi was frantic. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said to his 3 brothers, Wanqing is in danger. You go save Zhuke, I'll go save her. With that, he dashed off, leaving the three of them dumbfounded. They just agreed to come together to save her, and then one of them ran off. Going to save Su Wanqing? So Zhu Ke is just supposed to sacrifice herself? Even though I'm not human, you're a real dog, you bastard. The hot-tempered white tiger broke the silence first. He clenched his fist, the size of a sandbag, and slammed it against the wall beside him, making a dull thud. The honest and simple-minded black tortoise finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. I can't stand him anymore either. What's his relationship with Su Wanqing? They're divorced, yet he's still clinging to her. He really went too far this time. The usually rational Azure Dragon also spoke up. Normally, he wouldn't utter a word about calling him Big Brother. The anger had built up to a certain point, just waiting for the right moment to explode. Just as the three were discussing how to rescue Vermilion Bird, a figure whose aura was not much weaker than Zhang Tianxi appeared. Surrender, you're surrounded. Chapter 169. A fatal blow from his wife. The god of war suddenly awakens. The next afternoon. Looking disheveled and exhausted, Zhang Tianxi drove to the Su family's branch office in the capital. He ran into Su Wanqing, who had just returned from outside. Her complexion was rosy, and she was accompanied by a female bodyguard. She showed no signs of danger whatsoever. At that moment, he was dumbfounded. Wasn't she asking him for help? She looked perfectly fine. Because of the two-word message Su Wanqing sent him, he had been busy since last night. His informants in the city had been eliminated by Su Liang, and he dared not summon his brothers from the War God Hall. He had to rely on himself for the entire investigation. First, he went to the Happiness residential area where Su Wanqing lived, then to the Su family mansion. After all this trouble, he finally learned that Su Wanqing had gone to the capital. Worried, he wanted to go to the capital. However, it was already late at night, and tickets for high-speed trains and planes had stopped selling. So he went back and got a car. With his driving skills, reaching the capital shouldn't have taken long. However, things didn't go as planned. Traffic jams and inspections delayed him for over 10 hours. The longer the delay, the more worried Zhang Tianxi became. Upon arriving in the capital, he sped to the Su family's branch office. According to information, Su Wanqing was here to discuss cooperation. If she encountered danger, she could also inquire about clues here. Unexpectedly, he saw someone at the entrance, which surprised him greatly. Shocked, he was also filled with doubt. Could it be that Su Wanqing had been rescued after encountering danger? He quickly stopped the car and rushed to Su Wanqing, asking with concern. Wanqing, are you all right? Su Wanqing was startled when a disheveled man suddenly appeared before her, mistaking him for a beggar. Hearing the address, she looked him over more closely. Upon seeing it was Zhang Tianxi, her brows immediately furrowed. What could possibly happen to me? Didn't I tell you we have nothing to do with each other and not to appear before me? Those cold words were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Zhang Tianxi's heart. He felt an unbearable pain in his heart. Having learned she was in danger, he had traveled a long distance, only to receive this result after all the trouble. Although his heart was breaking, he was even more puzzled and asked, "Didn't you send me a distress message last night? I thought you were in danger, so I rushed over overnight to check on you." Su Wanqing was slightly taken aback. If Zhang Tianxi hadn't brought it up, she would have completely forgotten about it. Su Liang had asked her to send the message. Her eyes flickered slightly, she felt uneasy. Could this be a test from Su Liang? Would Su Liang really believe her when she said she had nothing to do with Zhang Tianxi? No, I have to prove it to Su Liang. Regaining her composure, Su Wanqing's gaze hardened, and she said as if suddenly realizing something. I accidentally pressed the wrong button on my phone. And then that was it. Zhang Tianxi was struck dumb, completely stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Then why was your phone off? I can't find you through any of your contact methods. Su Wanqing's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. So what if I turn off my phone? I want to, it's none of your business. A thunderous roar. Jiang Tianxi's mind was buzzing. Because of Su Wanqing's SOS message, he rushed from Shanghai to Beijing, didn't sleep a wink all night, and was mentally exhausted from worrying about everything. He even abandoned his plan to rescue Zhu Ke when she was in danger. And to receive such a dismissive answer. Jiang Tianxi's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on Su Wanqing, as if he were seeing her for the first time. Is there anything else? Don't block my way. With that, she walked away in her high heels and entered the company gate. Actually, saying such heartless words wasn't her intention. It wasn't because she was moved by Jiang Tianxi's concern for her. She was usually very approachable to complete strangers. It was all to distance herself from Jiang Tianxi. Who told him to offend her, man? Jiang Tianxi was in a daze. He didn't even know Su Wanqing had left. He felt his heart was torn to shreds. Ding! Jiang Tianxi's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding! Jiang Tianxi's mind was unstable, villain value plus 1000. Ding! Ha ha ha. After a long while, Jiang Tianxi let out a hysterical laugh. The laughter grew louder and louder, until finally, tears welled in his eyes, and he coughed. Cough cough cough, it was I, Jiang Tianxi, a toad lusting after a swan. From now on, all ties are severed. Whether you live or die is none of my business. Jiang Tianxi finally realized this. Simps never have a good ending. Simps in the end, they have nothing. Thinking about it carefully, Zhu Ke isn't bad either, right? In fact, she's even more outstanding. At such a young age, she has already reached the peak of dark force, her future achievements are limitless. Most importantly, she still harbored a secret crush on him. Thinking of this, Jiang Tianxi wanted to slap himself. How could he have been so blind before? Only thinking of Su Wanqing, neglecting Zhu Ke beside him? Thinking of Zhu Ke, he suddenly shuddered. Last night, he had abandoned his mission to save Su Wanqing because of her. He wondered what had happened to her now. Jiang Tianxi picked up his phone and called his 3 top lieutenants. The phones were switched off. He called all 3, with the same result. A bad premonition crept into his heart. He immediately drove to the airport, booked tickets on his phone, and wanted to fly to Shanghai immediately. He quickly discovered a problem: afternoon and evening tickets were sold out, there were no tickets available, and contacting customer service was useless. Jiang Tianxi then checked the high-speed rail, still no tickets. He sensed something was wrong. How could all the tickets be sold out at this time? A thick fog enveloped his vision. Through the layers of fog, he seemed to see a giant hand manipulating everything. Damn it! Jiang Tianxi's face darkened considerably. Su Liang, if you dare harm Zhu Ke, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. He jerked the steering wheel quickly, executing a stylish drift to reverse the car. Now, the only option was to drive back. Although anxious, he dared not floor the accelerator. Attracting the attention of the traffic police would be troublesome. Jiang Tianxi's eyes blazed with fury, the veins on his hands gripping the steering wheel bulging, his heart burning with anxiety. Zhu Ke, you must wait for me. I'm coming to rescue you now. When I get back, I promise you, we'll be together forever. Chapter 170. The path you walk is all my scheme. The heroine's beginning of turning against me. Evening. Su family compound. Su Liang sat in a recliner, admiring the full moon in the night sky. A pot of tea on the stone table beside him emitted a fragrant aroma. Not far away, Zhu Ke stood quietly, still waiting for Jiang Tianxi to rescue her. Su Liang leisurely picked up his teacup, took a sip, and spoke calmly. Are you still going to wait? I told you you'd followed the wrong person. You have no place in his heart at all. He wouldn't come to rescue you knowing the danger. Zhu Ke remained silent. From her constantly changing expression, it was clear that she wasn't entirely at peace. She had been waiting since last night, and hadn't seen a single person all day. Only a few hours remained until the end of the bet. Her initial hope had gradually turned into despair. Now, her faith was crumbling. Time passed slowly. Midnight signified the end of one day and the beginning of another. Zhu Ke still hadn't seen Jiang Tianxi. Her expression was blank, her mind devoid. She lacked confidence, knowing she was in danger. Jiang Tianxi hadn't come to her rescue. From yesterday until now, she had been with Su Liang, and she could see he kept his promise and hadn't attacked Jiang Tianxi. Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that he had ordered his men to stop him. Even so, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. "It seems you've lost, my little maid." Su Liang's voice came, and Zhu Ke glanced back before staggering away. Watching her departing figure, Su Liang seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, a smile bloomed on his face. "It seems you still don't believe me. Then let Jiang Tianxi tell you himself. That will surely be very interesting." He didn't return to his bedroom to sleep but continued sipping his tea, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Unlike Zhu Chue's apprehension, Su Liang was certain that person would come. And it won't be long. Sure enough, less than an hour later, a fierce fight erupted at the main gate. How could Zhu Ke not sense such a powerful disturbance? She flashed to the gate. Su Liang also leisurely approached. Luckily, his sister was out, otherwise, seeing this scene, she would definitely pester him with endless questions. At this moment, two groups were locked in fierce combat at the gate. One side had only one person, yet they were forcing several members of the other side to retreat steadily. Of course, this was under the condition that many assassins remained hidden. Seeing Su Liang appear, both sides stopped fighting and created distance, facing each other. Zhu Ke. The newcomer looked delighted. This was naturally Jiang Tianxi, who had returned from the capital. He had encountered some setbacks on the way back, causing some delays, but fortunately, he escaped unharmed. Hearing this voice, Zhu Ke remained silent, her expression complex. "Zhu Ke, you go first. I'll cover your retreat. They'll only be able to catch up if they step over my dead body." Jiang Tianxi unleashed the full power of a late-stage transformation realm expert, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Zhu Ke remained unmoved. Seeing this, Jiang Tianxi grew anxious and shouted, Go quickly. I can hold them off, but things will be different once Su Liang comes out." "Go? Where to? She's my little maid now." Hearing this nightmarish voice, Jiang Tianxi's killing intent surged, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Looking closely, he saw Su Liang had actually arrived beside Zhu Ke. The next moment, the scene before him made his eyes bloodshot. Su Liang reached out and wrapped his arm around Zhu Ke's waist. Jiang Tianxi was furious. "What are you doing? Let Zhu Ke go. Don't get excited. I made a bet with Care. She lost and became my little maid." Jiang Tianxi's hatred intensified, his aura erupting, displaying the domineering presence of a war god. Just as his aura reached its peak, ready to strike, Su Liang's voice rang out. "Want to know what bet we made?" Seeing Jiang Tianxi didn't reply, Su Liang didn't care and continued. "We bet that if you came to rescue Zhu Ke between the day before yesterday and yesterday, I'd release him. Too bad you went over time." Jiang Tianxi's breath hitched. His surging aura deflated like a punctured balloon, and he stammered. "What did you say?" A flash of insight cleared the fog before his eyes. He'd always felt something was off. Su Wanqing sent him a distress message, and when he rushed over, he found her unharmed. It was obvious she'd deliberately lured him there. By the time he returned, plane and train tickets were sold out. He'd been wondering how it could be such a coincidence, but now everything made sense. It was all Su Liang's doing, to buy time. Jiang Tianxi pointed angrily at Su Liang. "So it was you who did this?" "I was planning to rescue Zhu Ke the night before last, but you lured me to the capital, and then you monopolized the return tickets." Zhu Ke snapped out of her daze and turned to look at Su Liang suspiciously. "So it really was a covert operation?" Su Liang reached out and pinched her plump, collagen-filled cheek, and chuckled. "I probably didn't break any rules. I didn't do it myself, and I didn't have my men stop me. You can ask him why he went to the capital." Seeing Su Liang openly bullying Zhu Ke, Jiang Tianxi was so angry he wanted to kill someone, gritting his teeth. "It was you, it must have been you, right? You had Su Wanqing send me a distress message, leading me to the capital. He was furious. No wonder Su Wanqing said such cold words, it was Su Liang's doing again. He never understood why someone as gentle as Su Wanqing would deliberately play him. However, after this incident, Su Wanqing broke his heart, and he no longer wanted to be a simp. Now, all he had to do was rescue Zhu Ke, accept his unrequited love, and elope with her. Ding Jiang Tianci has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Jiang Tianci has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000. Oh. Su Liang responded with an oh, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Su Wanqing and Zhu Ke were in danger, and you abandoned Zhu Ke without hesitation, choosing to travel thousands of miles to rescue Su Wanqing, tisk tsk. That was exactly what he wanted to hear from Jiang Tianci, it was a fatal blow. Suicide? Seriously? What underhanded tactics he employed weren't important, the main thing was that Jiang Tianci had chosen to save Su Wanqing without hesitation. That was enough to shatter all of Zhu Chue's illusions. Sure enough, he felt Zhu Ke in his arms shudder, her Dao heart crumbling. Jiang Tianci could now see that Su Liang was sowing discord, and he trembled with rage. Zhu Ke, don't listen to his nonsense. If he hadn't monopolized all the tickets, I would have been able to come back in time to save you. Su Liang looked completely innocent, holding Zhu Ke even tighter. Hey, I meant not letting my men stop Jiang Tianci. Monopolizing the tickets was just me calling the airlines to ask them for a favor. Zhu Ke couldn't listen anymore, her expression was dejected, utterly lost. Jiang Tianci was furious, consumed by impotent rage. Su Liang, stop trying to twist the truth. If you're a man, fight me for real. Su Liang looked at him with disdain. I'm not interested in men. I'd be more interested in care. You are courting death. Boom. Jiang Tianci could no longer contain himself. His aura exploded, and he clenched his fist, ready to attack. Su Liang lightly snapped his fingers. From all directions, figures shot out, each with a terrifying aura. Several even possessed the aura of late-stage transformation realm experts. You think you can turn the tables here? It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly silencing Tianci. With so many powerful auras pressing down on him, even a late-stage transformation realm expert couldn't move. He could only glare at Su Liang with venomous eyes. Su Liang glanced at him sideways, his tone mocking. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Here's a chance for you to rephrase. Chapter 171 Su Liang's Divide and Conquer. The female lead cuts off relationship with the protagonist. The mocking words reached his ears, and Jiang Tianci's eyes widened, his teeth grinding to powder. Considering you delivered Zhu Ke to me, I'll give you a choice. How do you want to die? Su Liang's eyes flickered slightly, his calm words revealed a chilling killing intent. Jiang Tianci's eyes remained bloodshot. If looks could kill, Su Liang would have been reduced to ashes by now. The atmosphere was tense when an unexpected voice rang out. Let him go. Swish. Su Liang and Jiang Tianci both looked at Zhu Ke, it was she who had spoken. Zhu Ke composed herself, suppressing her complex thoughts, her expression turning cold. You once saved my life. This time, I'll let you go. We're even. From now on, you go your way, and I'll go mine. After speaking, she turned her gaze to Su Liang. Let him go, and I'll keep my promise and become your maid. A predictable smile appeared on Su Liang's face. He hadn't intended to kill the protagonist right now. He hadn't finished reaping the benefits yet. He said this because he had anticipated Zhu Ke would beg him to spare Jiang Tianci. Although the female lead was disappointed in the protagonist, their past affection remained, and it wasn't so easy to sever ties. It was all the same old trick. What Su Liang wanted was to offer a way out, to let the female lead sever the last vestige of her relationship with the protagonist, delivering a devastating blow to him. Of course he wouldn't agree so easily. Su Liang feigned deep thought, and as his brow furrowed slightly, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Just as Zhu Ke was feeling uneasy, Su Liang suddenly smiled and lifted her chin. Then I'll give you face. Meeting his deep eyes, and hearing his words, Zhuke felt a warmth in her heart. Like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, creating ripples. Previously, Jiang Tianxi had them conduct a thorough investigation of Su Liang, gaining a deep understanding of him. The eldest son of the Su family, the most powerful family in Shanghai, heir to hundreds of billions in assets, possessing peak-level internal energy cultivation, and commanding an incredibly mysterious power. Such a terrifying identity, yet willing to change his will for her sake. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. Noticing the change in her expression, Su Liang's lips curled into a faint smile. His goal achieved. He turned to look at Jiang Tianxi. Did you hear that? I'll let you go today because of Kair's pleading. But I'm not one to let you go easily. If you dare to dart around in front of me again, don't blame me for casually crushing you. With that, he waved his hand around him, and the figures around him withdrew their imposing auras. At this moment, Jiang Tianxi was still in a daze. Not long ago, he suddenly realized that being a simp had no future and decided to return to Zhuke. Now, Zhuke wants to sever ties with him, her attitude resolute. His white moonlight is gone, his cinnabar mole is gone. Life is truly unpredictable. Ding Jiang Tianxi's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Ding Jiang Tianxi's mind is unstable, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Seeing Su Liang and Zhuke leaving out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Tianxi snapped back to reality. Just as he was about to lash out, a barrage of gazes fell upon him again, instantly extinguishing his anger. Having endured the pressure just now, he calmed down and no longer had the will to fight. His strength was still too weak. If he could reach the peak of the transformation realm like Su Liang, how could these people stop him? He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, his face gradually contorting into a grimace. Endure. I must endure. I absolutely must endure. He couldn't take Zhuke away now, so he would let her stay here until he had the strength to come back and rescue her. Jiang Tianxi was panting heavily, finally managing to calm his anger. What about my 3 brothers? What did you do to them? Don't worry, they're not dead yet. For Zhuchua's sake, I'll let them go back. Su Liang said without turning back, his arm around Zhuchua's waist, and they gradually walked away. After he left, the figures gradually disappeared into the darkness, leaving only Jiang Tianxi at the doorway. Standing there for a long while, he finally decided against recklessly forcing his way in and turned away dejectedly. His back looked forlorn, like a dog. Back in the courtyard, Su Liang released his hand, his expression returning to its usual calm. Go back and get some rest. Zhuke was slightly taken aback. She had thought Su Liang would take her to his room, and she was prepared for a quick and intense encounter. Although she was puzzled, she was deeply moved and gratefully said, "Thank you, Master." She herself didn't realize that the word master carried a genuine meaning. Watching her retreating figure, Su Liang stroked his chin, lost in thought. Did he let Zhuke go? Of course not. He wouldn't let go of his prey, especially one already within his grasp. His favorability wasn't high enough to bring her into the family yet. She had just suffered a severe blow, her mentality was broken, and playing her wouldn't be enjoyable. However, he believed. By sowing discord between her and the protagonist, with his methods, favorability would rise quickly. Morning. After breakfast, Su Liang arrived at a warehouse not far away. Xinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu had been imprisoned here after being captured. They hadn't eaten or drunk for a night or two. Because they were worried about dying unknowingly, they had remained vigilant and hadn't slept, utterly exhausted. When Su Liang appeared before them, a powerful sense of oppression washed over them, and they panicked. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to kill. Su Liang smiled warmly. But to the 3 men, the smile was far more terrifying than the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As enemies, they knew how terrifying Su Liang was. He had hundreds of men under his command, whom he killed without hesitation. He was definitely not a kind soul. Ignoring their wariness, Su Liang spoke. I want to ask you for a favor. What do you want us to do? Xinglong asked warily. Su Liang flicked his wrist, and a glass bottle appeared in his hand, inside which lay a single pill. While playing with it, he began to explain to himself. This is a drug my men recently developed, specifically for martial artists. After ingesting it, it causes blockages in the meridians, rendering the user completely powerless in any fight, even at the grandmaster level. Upon hearing this, the three felt a chill run down their spines. As peak-level experts in the Dark Force realm, they immediately recognized the drug's viciousness. What a tragedy it was for a martial artist to be unable to use force. Not only that. Without force, if former enemies came knocking, they would be at their mercy. Seeing their reaction, Su Liang expressed satisfaction and stated his purpose. I want you to feed this drug to Zhang Tianxi. Chapter 172 Poisoning. Backstabbing the God of War. Manipulating people's hearts at your fingertips. You want us to poison our leader. Baihu was shocked, then his eyes widened in anger. If he didn't know he was no match for Zhang Tianxi, he would have definitely attacked. Mercenaries like them, who live in the underworld, value brotherhood highly. Besides, Zhang Tianxi was their leader. If word got out that he had betrayed his elder brother, not only would he be despised, but which of his men would dare to follow him? Even though he increasingly despised Zhang Tianxi, he never considered betrayal, let alone poisoning him. Xuanwu also stepped forward, speaking righteously and firmly. We admit defeat in your hands. Kill us or do with us as you please. You want us to betray our elder brother? Impossible. Xinglong didn't say anything, but his silence spoke volumes. Ha! Su Liang chuckled lightly. You treat Zhang Tianxi as your elder brother, but he might not consider you brothers. You don't know, do you? Zhang Tianxi came back to save Zhu Ke. He fought me to the death for a woman, but didn't care about your lives. You're talking nonsense. Our elder brother isn't that kind of person. Baihu retorted, but his tone was somewhat weak. In the underworld, Zhang Tianxi was good in every way, loyal and righteous. Since returning, he's been a completely different person. For a woman, he caused the deaths of hundreds of brothers and ruined his family fortune. Aren't you mistaken about something? I'm not here to discuss anything with you, I'm here to inform you. Su Liang's expression turned cold, an invisible pressure emanating from him, and the three fell silent. He glanced at the time and muttered something under his breath. It's almost time. Ring 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 ring. The words had barely left his lips when a cell phone on the table rang. Xinglong's brow twitched, it was his phone. He had seen someone retrieve the confiscated phones when Su Liang came in, which puzzled him greatly. Answer it. Noticing Su Liang's strange expression, Xinglong's heart skipped a beat, a strong sense of unease rising within him. He walked closer, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. Brother Long, something terrible has happened. Our headquarters has just been attacked, not a single survivor. Boom. Xinglong's mind went blank, his entire body went numb. What had he just heard? The War God Temple headquarters had been attacked? You must know, their headquarters was not only well hidden, but also extremely heavily defended. Various high-powered weapons were deployed, including tanks and rockets. Suddenly, someone told him that such a tight defense had been wiped out? But the caller was his most trusted subordinate, he wouldn't lie to him. Say it again. Xinglong's pupils contracted to pinpoints. To make sure he hadn't misheard, he asked again. Immediately, the other party recounted the whole story. Because the War God Group went bankrupt, the War God Temple lost its source of income, and all its capital was lost. They had no choice but to return to their old profession, becoming mercenaries. He returned with a small team after a mission to find headquarters engulfed in flames, everyone dead. He first called Zhang Tianxi, but there was no answer. He then called Xinglong, the second in command of the War God Temple. After confirming the destruction of headquarters, Xinglong was drenched in cold sweat, an overwhelming fear gripping his heart. Who did this? Besides Su Liang, who else could it be? He thought the force behind him had already been terrifying enough by wiping out his intelligence agents. Now, even headquarters had been destroyed. He looked up, meeting Su Liang's eyes, then quickly looked away. Qinglong, what happened to the war god temple? Baihu and Xuanwu pressed him for an answer. They had vaguely overheard news of the incident on the phone. Taking a deep breath, seeing that Su Liang didn't stop him, Qinglong began to explain. Su Liang watched quietly, his expression calm. It was as if the annihilation of hundreds of people wasn't his order. That's right, not wiping out the entire Temple of War is already a sign of his mercy. He only dealt with Jiang Tianxi's die-hard followers within the Temple of War. Once Jiang Tianxi is sent to his death and these three are under his control, he can secretly take control of the Temple of War. This is a decent force. Some minor matters don't require the Skynet's intervention, they can be left to them. How have you considered it? Putting his thoughts aside, Su Liang smiled at the three men. The three generals all wore expressions of grief. Hundreds more brothers had died tragically, they knew the murderer was right before their eyes, wanting revenge but powerless to do so. Do you know why I didn't wipe out the entire Temple of War? It's because only Jiang Tianxi offended me, it has nothing to do with you. Su Liang's words seemed to possess a magical power, compelling them to believe him, but then his tone shifted. So do you want to die here, or obediently do as I say? Su Liang's words reminded them. Yes, it's all Jiang Tianxi's fault. If he hadn't offended Su Liang, the war god group wouldn't have collapsed, so many brothers wouldn't have died, and they wouldn't have been implicated. The thought of them dying here in vain because of Jiang Tianxi made them furious. Anger gradually shifted towards Jiang Tianxi. Baihu grew angrier the more he thought about it, suddenly stepping forward, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it, let's do it. Not long after, Xuanwu and Qinglong also agreed, going back to poison Jiang Tianxi. Handing them the medicine bottles, Su Liang said meaningfully before leaving. I hope you keep your word. I don't want to see anyone pulling strings behind my back, otherwise you know the consequences. The three walked out of the warehouse with heavy hearts. Feeling the sunlight on them, they all felt as if they were in another world. That's how people are, they only learn to cherish what they've lost. They thought they would be locked up in that dark, sunless warehouse forever, until they starved to death. Now that they can see again, they cherish it all the more. Are we really going to poison our elder brother? Xuanwu asked hesitantly. What else can we do? With Su Liang's methods, do we have any other choice? Besides, Baihu's gaze was deep, suppressing his anger. It was Jiang Tianxi who caused this trouble. If he hadn't offended someone we couldn't afford to offend, so many of our brothers wouldn't have died. But Xuanwu wanted to say something, but Qinglong interrupted him. Let's go back first. The three of them sped back to the dark, damp house. Jiang Tianxi sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Seeing his three brothers return, he breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't seen his three capable subordinates again, he would have gone back to that terrifying place. You're back. With so many experts in the Su family compound, he could imagine the consequences of their attempt, so he didn't ask why. Big brother, what exactly happened that day? Why did you suddenly leave after rescuing Zhu Ke? Qinglong's eyes flickered slightly as he asked calmly. Jiang Tianxi didn't hide anything from his three brothers, telling them everything Su Liang had arranged behind the scenes. Speaking of Su Wanqing's coldness and Zhu Chue's decision to sever ties with him, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. After hearing his words, Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu all gritted their teeth. It truly confirmed Su Liang's words. This leader only cared about women, he didn't care about their lives at all. They had also narrowly escaped death, hadn't they? At that moment, a thought simultaneously popped into their minds. Since you're so heartless, don't blame us for being ruthless in return. Chapter 173 The Four Divine Beasts. Big brother, it's time for your medicine. Brother, did you receive the message from the Temple of War? Taking a deep breath, Qinglong asked, suppressing his anger. Message? What message? Due to mental exhaustion, Jiang Tianxi didn't notice the change in the three men's expressions, his face blank. He remembered receiving a call not long ago, but his phone had been off because he hadn't charged it for a while. Qinglong immediately recounted in detail the destruction of the war god temple headquarters. Zhang Tianci was stunned upon hearing this. His closest brothers, numbering 500 or 600, were all wiped out? He simply couldn't accept it. After a long while, he came to his senses. Grabbing Qinglong's shoulders tightly, his eyes blazing with fury, veins bulging on his arms, he exuded a terrifying aura. Who did this? The pressure of a grandmaster of internal energy enveloped them, making them afraid to even breathe, their anger growing even stronger. If you're so powerful, go find Su Liang and avenge our brothers. All you do is unleash your aura on your own people. They'd really had enough. So, Baihu disregarded his pride and spoke bluntly. Who else could it be but Su Liang? Su Liang. Zhang Tianci paused, snapping out of his rage, his teeth clenched. It was Su Liang again. His anger burned even brighter. Then, remembering Su Liang's terrifying strength and the support of that mysterious force, his anger gradually subsided. Yes, it's Su Liang. Because you offended him, we lost another 600 brothers. Zhang Tianci's dazed eyes shifted, landing on Baihu beside him. Having made up his mind, Baihu felt a surge of anger that needed to be vented. Before he could react, Xuanwu spoke up as well. We advised you to stay in the underworld, but you insisted on coming back. Now look what happened. Because of your arrogant boasting, the war god group went bankrupt. Because of your sycophancy, the war god temple lost a third of its 3,000 men. Being a sycophant is one thing, but in the end, not only did you fail to win back Su Wanqing, you also sent Zhu Ke there. You're truly a damn talent. Qinglong slapped Zhang Tianci's hand away, his eyes turning cold. It may sound unpleasant, but all of this is because of you. His lips moved at a 36-degree angle, uttering such cold words. Each word, like a sharp sword, pierced his heart. In the eyes of his three closest brothers, Zhang Tianci saw deep resentment. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he staggered back a few steps. You all. Zhang Tianci pointed at the three divine beasts, his eyes filled with disbelief, his heart aching terribly. The scenes of fighting side by side flashed before his eyes. Drinking wine from large bowls, eating meat heartily, slaughtering enemies on the battlefield, how carefree they were. Now, the eyes of his best brothers seemed to want nothing more than to kill him. Then, the hurtful words echoed in his ears. It was all because of him. Thud. He hadn't slept for a day and 2 nights, his mind was tense, and his emotions were already turbulent. Being deceived by Su Wanqing, the vermilion bird severing ties, and his brother's discontent. Under the relentless blows. Even with 5 years of training in the dark world and a late-stage transformation realm mental fortitude, he couldn't withstand it. With a pft, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The dizziness intensified, his head lolled to the side, and he fainted. Ding! Zhang Tianci's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1,000. Ding! Zhang Tianci's mind collapsed, villain value plus 1,000. Ding! When Zhang Tianci awoke, it was already afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on his face, feeling somewhat dazzling, and he closed his eyes slightly. When he groggily opened his eyes again, Qinglong brought over a bowl of medicine. Big brother, it's time for your medicine. Approaching him, he helped Zhang Tianci sit up and handed him the bowl. The medicine in the bowl was a light brown color, the same as the pills Su Liang had given them, and he crushed it and dissolved it in water. Feeling his good brother's concern, Zhang Tianci felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, there's no deep-seated hatred between brothers, what he said earlier was just a momentary outburst. Saying it out loud made him feel better. He really did have a big problem, he shouldn't have been angry with them. A genuine smile appeared on Zhang Tianci's face. Having you good brothers by my side, I, Zhang Tianci, am thrice blessed. After saying this, he took the bowl of medicine, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp, full of heroic spirit. Because he had just woken up, his usually keen senses failed to notice Qinglong's complex expression. After finishing the medicine, Zhang Tianci put down the bowl and said with relief, "Let's go back tomorrow." Qinglong watched him finish the medicine with a nervous expression, afraid that something might go wrong and he wouldn't know how to answer if asked. Fortunately, he had worried unnecessarily. Su Liang had said long ago that this medicine was specifically for martial artists. As long as no fighting was involved, there was no difference. Where to? Hearing Jiang Tianxi's words, Xinglong didn't react for a moment, asking in a daze. Of course, back to the dark world. It doesn't matter that the war god temple has fallen, we'll lead it to rise again. After a series of blows, he had come to understand some things. The gap between him and Su Liang was simply too vast. The city was originally his stronghold, going against him was tantamount to suicide. If I can't beat you, can't I at least avoid you? As for letting go of hatred? That's impossible, not even a little bit. He would make Su Liang pay 1,000-fold price. This time, he would return to the dark world to develop the war god temple even stronger, and only return when he had the strength to destroy the Su family. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Xinglong's face darkened. Just shut up already, you bastard. The war god temple brothers have already caused trouble for a third of the family, isn't that enough? Is he only satisfied after wiping out all 3,000 brothers? He even managed to find the hidden headquarters of the war god temple and destroy it without a trace. He had no doubt that Su Liang possessed the strength to easily annihilate the entire war god temple. A resolute smile appeared on Xinglong's face. Big brother, we'll listen to you. We'll go back once you've recovered from your injuries. Just as Jiang Tianxi was envisioning the future, and Xinglong was agreeing, Baihu suddenly appeared at the door and beckoned to him. Xinglong's brow twitched slightly. The usually outspoken Baihu was always blunt. His call for him now must concern a secret between the three of them, one that Jiang Tianxi couldn't know. Without hesitation, he immediately headed for the door. Jiang Tianxi didn't seem to care. Normally, he would have sensed something was amiss, but his composure was already shattered. Not long after, Xinglong returned, his expression complex. Brother, someone has found us. Not only does he possess peak-level internal energy, but he also has influence comparable to the Su family. He's willing to help us deal with Su Liang. Brother, would you like to come and meet him? Baihu had called him out earlier, saying Su Liang had given orders to come back after drugging him. Although he knew Jiang Tianxi had been drugged and was likely powerless, making him easy to manipulate. But the bond they'd built over many years prevented him from doing so. He found a suitable excuse. Sure enough, Jiang Tianxi's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. If he already had a way to deal with Su Liang, why would he need to return to the underworld and slowly develop his power? Go, of course I'll go. Chapter 174. The God of War returns and moves into a doghouse. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Xinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu led Jiang Tianxi to a tea house. Jiang Tianxi was filled with anticipation. If the person he met truly possessed strength no less than Su Liang's, and was even a peak-level expert in the transformation realm, then cooperating with him would give him the right to speak with Su Liang as an equal. It would make rescuing Zhu Ke easier. However, when he arrived at the tea house and entered a private room, he was completely dumbfounded to see only Su Liang sitting there. Su Liang took the tea prepared by Hongyi, sipped it lightly, and gave a thumbs up. You've improved. Knowing he liked tea, Hongyi, this top assassin, had specially studied tea ceremony for him. Receiving Su Liang's praise, she smiled happily. The master's approval was more important than anything else. Gently swirling the teacup in his hand, Su Liang looked at Jiang Tianxi with a playful expression. Long time no see. Jiang Tianxi wasn't stupid. He'd trusted his brothers too much before, but now he understood. No one wanted to harm Su Liang. His three good brothers had deliberately brought him here. His eyes blazed with fury as he looked at the three men, his face paling with horror. You betrayed me. The three men lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet Jiang Tianxi's eyes. After all, they were indeed in the wrong. Why? I thought I treated you well, saving your lives many times on the battlefield. Seeing their silence, Jiang Tianxi closed his eyes in anguish, feeling as if his heart was being torn apart. Have you forgotten the oath we 3,000 brothers swore when we established the Temple of War? We didn't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but we asked to die on the same day, month, and year. Even if we were shattered to pieces, we would never betray each other. And now you've betrayed me. He couldn't continue, his anger overwhelming him, his whole body trembling. Ding Jiang Tianxi's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1,000. Tisk. Su Liang sipped his tea, watching this scene with interest. Why did he have these three bring Jiang Tianxi here? Wasn't it to watch this show? Don't speak so harshly. It was clearly you who offended young Master Su. Why should we brothers be implicated? Things had come to this. Su Liang was clearly trying to sever their relationship with Jiang Tianxi. Qinglong stepped forward and said coldly. That's right, we just don't want our brothers to die needlessly because of you. We've already sacrificed enough for you, so you should just die. Baihu and Xuanwu spoke up as well, standing on the same side as Qinglong. Fine. Hearing them use this excuse again, Jiang Tianxi was speechless, his murderous gaze turning to Su Liang. Tell me, what did you want by having them lure me here? Ding Jiang Tianxi's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1,000. Ding Jiang Tianxi has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1,000. Nothing, I just wanted to see your brotherhood. Su Liang smiled, his demeanor calm and composed, always as gentle as a spring breeze. Jiang Tianxi, upon hearing this, felt like vomiting blood. Su Liang had tricked him into coming here just to see him and his three good brothers betray him? This was outrageous. Jiang Tianxi trembled with rage, taking deep breaths to suppress his fury. He had to endure it. He resolved to return to the underworld after leaving, to recklessly develop his power, and then stage a triumphant return. His clenched fist loosened, and without a word, he turned to leave. Before he could take 2 steps, Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu blocked his path. Their expressions shifted constantly. Since they had already offended him, there was only one path left, the dark side. If Jiang Tianxi revealed his betrayal, they would be in serious trouble. Seeing his former brothers standing in his way, ready to become his enemies, Jiang Tianxi felt a heart-wrenching pain that made it hard to breathe. He steadied himself, his expression turning cold. You think you can stop me? With that, he slightly bent his knees, assuming a fighting stance. Just then, a wave of weakness washed over him, and he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Tianxi was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why couldn't he muster any strength? The 3 men, however, knew that the medicine Su Liang had given them was taking effect, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. If it were the fully recovered war god, and Su Liang had been watching with amusement, they would have been finished. Seeing the 3 men's relieved expressions out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Tianxi realized something was wrong. He quickly connected the dots with the medicine Qinglong had given him. He had never encountered anything like this before, this was the only problem. He pointed at Qinglong, his hand trembling with extreme anger. You poisoned me. He never imagined that his 3 closest brothers would betray him so completely. Ding Jiang Tianxi suffers a mental breakdown, villain value plus 1,000. Let him go. Su Liang's light voice rang out. The 3 divine beasts' expressions shifted, hesitating whether to finish Jiang Tianxi off completely. Jiang Tianxi sensed the killing intent emanating from them, feeling utterly miserable, his life was a complete failure. His wife and daughter were in another man's arms, the woman who loved him had been given away by him, his business went bankrupt, his men died one by one, and his brothers betrayed him, wanting to kill him. Tragic. So tragic. How can one word describe such tragedy? At this moment, Jiang Tianxi felt utterly hopeless. Ding Jiang Tianxi falls into despair, villain value plus 1,000. Was I a bit too harsh? Su rubbed his chin, suddenly feeling a pang of conscience. What was going on? Brother, you're the protagonist, hang in there. Without experiencing a woman's deception, a brother's betrayal, and the bankruptcy of your business, you don't deserve to call yourself a protagonist. As the saying goes, heaven will entrust great responsibilities to those who are first tested with hardship and toil. Pulling back to reality, seeing the three divine beasts still standing menacingly before Jiang Tianxi, he frowned. Didn't you hear what I said? The three men shuddered, snapping out of their daze, and quickly made way for him. Jiang Tianxi shakily got to his feet. Realizing that he was safe as long as he didn't fight, he slowly left the tea house private room. At the door, he glanced back at Qinglong and the other two, as well as Su Liang, as if wanting to deeply remember the hatred of this moment. After he left, the three divine beasts looked at Su Liang, hesitant to speak. He had seriously offended Jiang Tianxi. Was he really going to just drug him and let him go? That didn't seem like him. Qinglong voiced his doubts. Young master, so you just let him go like that? Of course. Su Liang smiled slightly, but his tone changed halfway through his sentence. It's not that simple. He paused, then continued. I'm giving you a task, keep a close eye on him. No matter what method you use, don't let him eat or sleep well. Don't worry about him scavenging trash cans. Simply put, he can only eat trash cans. As for sleeping, give him a doghouse. The god of war has returned, and he's living in a doghouse? Is that even acceptable? Ah. Upon hearing the task Su Liang gave them, the three divine beasts were dumbfounded. They thought Su Liang was letting Jiang Tianxi go, but this is worse than killing him. As former brothers, even though they've turned against him and want him dead, they couldn't bring themselves to do something so humiliating. Young Master Su, there's no need to torture him, is there? Just kill him. After a moment's hesitation, Qinglong stepped forward, somewhat reluctantly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 175, The Nightmare of the God of War officially begins. The open-minded heroine. Are you teaching me how to do things? As Su Liang finished speaking, the air in the private room froze. His gaze fell. The three divine beasts felt as if they were being stared at by a primordial beast, their bodies stiffened, unable to move. At this moment, they finally realized. From beginning to end, Su Liang hadn't taken them seriously, they were merely dispensable pawns. If he hadn't tasked them with dealing with Jiang Tianxi, he might have easily wiped them out. The three felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts trembling with fear, and dared not utter another word. If you handle things well, I might let you go back and become bosses. Seeing that he had intimidated them, Su Liang withdrew his gaze, took a sip of tea, and said leisurely. If you don't do as I say, then go join your elder brother. Those 2,000 people in the War God Temple have no need to exist anymore. Swish, swish, swish. The three looked terrified. In the short time they had just been there, they were already drenched in sweat. His aura was far more terrifying than Jiang Tianxi's. Su Liang was even stronger than they had imagined. Did you hear me? Seeing Su Liang's question, the three nodded vigorously. Yes, we heard you, we will definitely do as you say. Now that he had said that, how could they dare not obey? Better to sacrifice a friend than themselves. Who told Jiang Tianxi to provoke Su Liang? Finding a reason in his mind, he suddenly felt enlightened. Get lost. Su Liang waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. The three divine beasts didn't care, instead, they seemed relieved and eagerly went to keep an eye on Jiang Tianxi. Master, are you really going to let them go back? Beside him, the woman in red poured Su Liang another cup of tea, blinking her beautiful eyes as she asked. Of course, when have I ever gone back on my word? A faint smile appeared on Su Liang's face. Jiang Tianxi is dead. How can he control the War God Temple if he doesn't release the three of them? Before that, he will make the three of them completely submit. Using mind control requires breaking down their psychological defenses, which will take time. He needs to accelerate the harvesting of their fortune, making it most suitable for them to manipulate Jiang Tianxi's mentality. This will subtly influence their psychology. Using mind control will be much easier then. The day the fortune is harvested will be the day Jiang Tianxi dies, and also the day he subdues them. Jiang Tianxi walked aimlessly down the street. His steps were unsteady, clearly still reeling from the blow of his brother's betrayal. Stop, thief! A sudden scream drew his attention. Looking closely, he saw a wealthy-looking middle-aged woman giving the scream, chasing after someone with an urgent expression. Running ahead was a young man with blonde hair, clutching an expensive handbag, undoubtedly the thief. Knowing he was a thief, no one dared to step forward to help. As the blonde-haired man passed by, people quickly moved aside, afraid of causing trouble. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man smirked, quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, he saw someone standing there, not moving, looking terrified. "Get out of the way." Zhang Tianxi didn't react, his expression blank, like a fool. Just as the thief passed by, he moved. He stretched out his left foot and tripped him. Ouch, damn it. The blonde-haired guy fell flat on his face, his cheeks bruised and battered. "You bastard, you dared to trick me." Getting up, the blonde-haired guy was furious and swung his fist at Zhang Tianxi's face. Zhang Tianxi's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fist as well. The next moment, a wave of weakness washed over him. He had been punched in the face. Before the weakness subsided, his head was spun, and he collapsed to the ground, his head hitting the ground, unconscious. Damn! Seeing that he had knocked the man down with one punch, the blonde-haired guy was stunned. Was he too weak? Or was he too strong? When he saw Zhang Tianxi lying motionless on the ground, he began to panic. Could he have killed him with one punch? Holy crap! Heaven and earth bear witness, this was his first time in the underworld. He'd gotten the loot, hadn't even had a chance to sell it, and now someone's dead. What kind of human tragedy is this? Kid, you think you can extort me? You're too green. Let me tell you, I have connections. Killing you wouldn't be a big deal. Still no response. The blonde-haired guy panicked completely and quickly went to Zhang Tianxi. He squatted down and shook him, but there was no reaction. Thump. The blonde-haired guy knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. "Big brother, I was wrong, please don't die." The surrounding crowd, seeing this, couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. "I thought he was a hero, at least he had some skills, but this is it? Is he really that weak? Damn, this young man, didn't he dodge when someone hit him? He could at least block it, not take it with his face. Why learn from Master Ma? So, he's like, if you dare hit me, you'll be begging me not to die the next moment, right? I'm speechless. This tells us, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If you don't have the ability, don't blindly stick your neck out. Hello, 110? Someone's faking an accident here. Oh wait, there's a robbery." Just as the crowd was whispering, the woman whose bag had been snatched came running, panting. She picked up her handbag and checked it. Seeing nothing was missing, she breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Zhang Tianxi lying motionless on the ground, having helped her stop the thief, she didn't dare approach him. This scene, witnessed by the crowd, drew another sigh. Acts of bravery are commendable, but helping someone like this is simply not worth it. A short while later, a police car sped up. The officers prepared to take him away, but Zhang Tianxi suddenly opened his eyes. Recalling what happened before he fainted, his face turned extremely grim. A mighty war god, knocked unconscious by a mere punk with a single punch. Although it was due to the poison, it still enraged him, making him even more furious towards Qinglong and his two companions. Ding, Zhang Tianxi has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding, Zhang Tianxi has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Refusing the offer to take him to the hospital for a checkup, Zhang Tianxi calmly made an excuse to go to the police station and silently left. His identity was too sensitive, going to the police station was too dangerous. He had to leave the country immediately. Just as he took out his phone to buy a plane ticket, he unexpectedly saw a newsflash on the large screen. A wanted notice has been issued. A terrorist organization leader is active in Shanghai. His name is Zhang Tianxi. We hope anyone with information will report him. The maximum reward for information is 500,000 yuan. After the basic information, several photos were attached. Zhang Tianxi's scalp tingled. He had become a wanted criminal? His first thought was that Su Liang had arranged it. But he couldn't understand it. Why did they issue an arrest warrant after letting him go, when they could have killed him earlier? He couldn't figure it out, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to be caught, so he had to go into hiding. Leaving the country was impossible for now. The wandering war god, from this moment on, is online. And Su Liang? Just then, he got into his car, heading to Hua Jiayu's invitation. His elaborate scheme hadn't been in vain. Now, it's time to reap the rewards. In short, it's quite simple. She's figured it out, she's come to terms with it. Chapter 176: The Shameless Protagonist. The heroine's bloodshed. As the sun set and night fell, the city lights twinkled in vibrant colors. On a bustling street, a young man in a vest, red shorts, and flip-flops strolled leisurely. When he encountered a beautiful woman, he would whistle, his smile utterly lewd. The young man's name was Yi Chen. An ordinary yet extraordinary name. Don't let his slovenly, lewd, and unreliable appearance fool you. If someone knew his other identity, they wouldn't think that way. Few knew that he belonged to a highly mysterious and terrifying assassin organization, the Underworld. He was one of the 10 kings of hell, Yama, the king of hell. Such a person should have been a force to be reckoned with in the dark world. Why was he here? Speaking of this, Yi Chen was quite frustrated. As a king of assassins with a 100% mission completion rate, he had been assigned to a mission of protecting someone. Killing is a piece of cake for him. Protecting others, is this a joke? It's a joke, the king of assassins protecting people. Yi Chen, used to his freedom, immediately felt annoyed at the thought of being restrained. He initially planned to refuse outright, but seeing the mission location was in Shanghai, he hesitated. Of course, he didn't want to accept the mission, he just wanted to go home and see his family. 10 years had passed, and he wanted to go home. He wondered how his parents were doing, and his porcelain doll-like younger sister, she should be in university by now. Back in Shanghai, Yi Chen hadn't figured out how to reunite with his family. Taking advantage of this time, he met with his employer. An old man, asking him to protect his daughter. At first, Yi Chen didn't care, even wanting to laugh. He needed to find out who he was, the king of assassins of the underworld. He hadn't decided whether to accept the mission yet. But when the old man showed him a picture of his daughter, Yi Chen's expression turned serious, and he assured him he would complete the mission. His attitude towards old Deng underwent a complete 180-degree turn. He practically wanted to call her father-in-law. It was simply because his daughter was too beautiful. Being her bodyguard was a great deal. However, while he was quite satisfied, her daughter wasn't interested in him at all. She showed him nothing but disdain the moment they met. She wanted nothing more than to get rid of him, let alone live with him or have him as her bodyguard. In the end, he had to drag old Deng away before the beautiful woman allowed him to stay. Even so, Yi only gave him a security guard position at the company. Although he was constantly looked down upon by the beautiful woman, he didn't care at all. In fact, he enjoyed it. This was just a little romantic gesture between husband and wife. Yes, in his heart, he already considered her his woman. Just after getting off work today, Yi Chen began to experience life as usual, eating, drinking, and looking at beautiful women. Just as he was thinking about what to eat tonight, a noisy crowd ahead caught his attention. He approached with a puzzled look, and as he drew near, the surrounding crowd scattered as if avoiding a plague. Thus, a passage was formed where Yi Chen passed. Like some kind of big brother. After pushing through the crowd, he saw a figure ahead. His eyes were immediately glued to the figure, and drool almost dripped from his mouth. A stunningly beautiful girl stood gracefully in front of a couple's restaurant. Hua Jiayu had arrived early and was quietly looking at her phone, occasionally glancing outside. Her quiet demeanor and exquisite beauty quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. Located in a bustling area, and with lunchtime approaching, the street was packed. Many stopped to admire the beauty, causing a traffic jam. That girl is so pretty. Is she some big star? I'm in love. Who says only celebrities are beautiful? There are plenty of people prettier than celebrities, she's one of them. Sigh, too bad, she probably has a boyfriend. Damn it, all the good cabbages are taken by pigs. When will a good man like me ever get to stand up for himself? Damn it, seeing someone else with a girlfriend is even more painful than not having one myself. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Yi-chen snapped out of his reverie, his eyes gleaming. The woman before him was in no way inferior to the icy beauty he was protecting. He was conflicted. Choosing between these two women was putting him, Fatty Tiger, in a difficult position. It didn't take long for him to realize his mistake. Children make choices, he wanted them both. He'd set his sights on this woman. Even Jesus couldn't keep her, as he said. What? She was waiting for someone outside a romantic restaurant. She might have a boyfriend? So what? She could always find another boyfriend. He glanced at the surrounding crowd. Some people wanted to approach her but hesitated. A smile played on his lips. He pushed aside a young man blocking his way. Yi-chen, a confident smile on his face, walked towards Hua-jieyu. You son of a bitch. He was enjoying admiring the beauty, and had even mustered the courage to ask for her contact information. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder, and his courage vanished, leaving the young man cursing angrily. Before he could finish his sentence, he was completely dumbfounded. He saw this beggar-like fellow walking towards the beautiful woman. Was he going to flirt with her? Good heavens! Was he a clown hired by the monkey? The young man sneered, arms crossed, looking on with anticipation. He wanted to see how this idiot would be rejected by the beautiful woman. And it wasn't just him. Everyone present had seen Yi-chen's actions, and they were all stunned. The scene gradually quieted down, and after a moment, a clamor erupted. What the hell, where did this beggar come from, trying to chase after beautiful women? Bro, times have changed. What era are we living in? Still dressing like this? Heh, clownish behavior. If any beautiful woman said 5 words to him, I'd eat all the shit in the world. Bro, trying to scam a free meal again? Don't be so sure, you'll get slapped in the face. I've seen protagonists in novels pretending to be weak to deceive others like this. Read too many novels, huh? You think he's a super soldier king? Even though Hua-jieyu was used to being stared at, being surrounded by people still made her slightly uncomfortable. Today, when she and Su Liang had agreed to have dinner at a love hotel, her heart had been pounding the whole time. She seemed to be anticipating what would happen that evening. She had been in a state of excitement all afternoon. When she arrived, she realized she was early. She could have gone inside and waited, but she didn't. She wanted to wait for Su Liang to arrive. She looked away from her phone. Hua-jieyu glanced outside, hoping to see the figure that had appeared so many times in her dreams. But instead of Su Liang, a disheveled young man walked over. Hey beautiful? Waiting for someone to eat. Approaching, Yi-chen flashed a sunny smile. Hua-jieyu frowned slightly. Seeing her silence, Yi-chen wasn't annoyed and continued. I haven't eaten either, how about we eat together? Hua-jieyu's expression changed, and she involuntarily took a step back. Is this guy an idiot? Yi-chen smirked at the sight. Was that step back for real? Such a small injury, yet it caused so much pain. Ahem, is the beautiful lady waiting for her boyfriend? Yes. Hua-jieyu was sparing with her words. She wanted this guy to give up as soon as possible, fearing that mental illness might be contagious. Yi-chen's smile was wicked. He tossed a strand of hair and winked seductively. Actually, I'm a fortune teller. I've calculated that you'll face a bloody disaster tonight. Hua-jieyu's face turned pale, but then, as if remembering something, her cheeks gradually flushed. She was startled. No, could it be? He even predicted that? Chapter 177, teetering on the brink of death. The birth of the ancient kidney body. Noticing the change in her expression, Yi-chen's small head was filled with great confusion. Why was she blushing when she said there was a bloody calamity? Shaking his head, he figured he was overthinking it and said with a smile. Don't be afraid, I'm here to avert this bloody calamity for the beautiful lady. Just find her a new boyfriend. The surrounding crowd was stunned by Yi-chen's outrageous actions. The scene fell silent, everyone staring in disbelief. Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru. A bewildered question broke the silence, followed by a surge of excitement. I've never seen such a shameless person. No way, no way? Does he think he's funny? I'm going to cry. Just how shameless does he have to be to say something like that? Are you trying to make me laugh to death and then inherit my fortune? Laughter rose and fell, and Hua Jieyu's face changed as well. Knowing this man was trying to pick her up, she was disgusted by his casual attitude, but she didn't react. Now he'd brought up her boyfriend, wasn't that referring to Su Liang? Of course, she couldn't stand it anymore. Her expression was cold and unfriendly as she uttered a single word. Get lost. She rarely got angry unless she couldn't hold back. Yi Chen touched his nose and scratched his head. Sensing that she was genuinely angry, he chuckled. Just kidding, don't mind me, beautiful lady. Perhaps feeling a little awkward, he paused before continuing. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen as in Yi Chen, Chen as in Yi Chen, what's your name, beautiful lady? Aren't you annoying? Hua Jieyu was very impatient, slightly raising her head and angrily rebuking him. The words had barely left her lips when she abruptly stopped, her gaze fixed on something behind Yi Chen. A familiar figure appeared. Su Liang had arrived. Slightly composing herself, a look of joy appeared on her face. She stepped forward to greet him. In the shadows. The men who were about to attack immediately stopped upon seeing the newcomer. They were bodyguards Su Liang had placed around Hua Jieyu. They wouldn't bother with the heroine's admirers unless they posed a threat. But if they angered the heroine, they would show no mercy. It could be said that Yi Chen had escaped death thanks to Su Liang's arrival. Yi Chen, unaware that he had just narrowly escaped death, was now teetering on the edge of it all. The beautiful woman before him suddenly smiled, and he was instantly captivated. He thought to himself, is this my charm? Seeing another beautiful woman walking towards him, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she couldn't resist his charm and was about to throw herself into his arms? Should he accept? Or should he politely say, beautiful lady, please have some self-respect? Just then, Hua Jieyu walked past him without stopping. His fantasy vanished, and Yi Chen froze on the spot. Immediately afterward, he heard the murmurs of the crowd around him. When did this handsome young man appear? Isn't he incredibly handsome? Something's not right. He's walking towards that beautiful girl. Is she annoyed that guy bothering her? So sweet. Hey, look, that beautiful girl is coming towards the handsome guy too. Turns out, he's the one she's been waiting for. It's a mutual attraction. Look at her boyfriend, and then look at that idiot. Doesn't he even take a piss and look at himself in the mirror? There's no comparison at all. That's how people are. When you meet someone who's not much different from you, or even worse, you feel jealous and hateful. But when you discover someone who far surpasses your imagination, someone from a completely different world, all that's left is envy. A series of harsh words rang out, and Yi Chen frowned, abruptly turning around. He saw the beautiful girl he had his eye on standing obediently in front of a handsome guy, smiling radiantly. Sorry, I seem to be late. Su Liang smiled, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. No, I forgot the time and arrived early. Hua Jieyu shook her head, explaining. Let's go, today is our time alone. Su Liang took her hand, raising an eyebrow slightly. Feeling the cool touch on her hand, Hua Jieyu's pretty face flushed. She struggled slightly but couldn't break free, so she lowered her head, letting Su Liang do as he pleased. The two walked towards the couple's restaurant together. As they passed Yi Chen, a strange light flashed in Su Liang's eyes. This is another protagonist has appeared? It has to be said, the quality of protagonists these days is getting higher and higher. Anyone that appears has the strength of the mid-stage of the transformation realm. He gave a wink to the woman in red not far away, signaling her to investigate this protagonist's information and report back. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he saw a sense of interest in this young master's eyes. That look as if he had discovered a new toy, which made him quite unhappy. What annoyed him even more was this guy had only glanced at him once, from beginning to end. A blatant disregard. As the saying goes, the greatest humiliation isn't verbal abuse, but being ignored. Yi Chen's face darkened. How long had it been? How long had it been since he felt this frustrated? If this weren't the city, with so many people around, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. Try this in the underworld? He could easily crush a spoiled rich kid like this. Seeing the beautiful woman being dragged into a couple's restaurant made Yi Chen extremely displeased. He had never had a good impression of these incompetent rich kids who relied on their family's wealth and power. The thought of the woman he had his eye on being defiled by such a man made him incredibly miserable. Ding. Yi Chen has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 555. His name is Yi Chen. Su Liang's eyes flashed, then he immediately forgot about it. Dealing with the protagonist can wait, now is the time for romance. Shortly after entering the restaurant, a waiter brought out a candlelight dinner. Couple's private room. In the cramped space, with only the two of them, an ambiguous atmosphere began to spread. Hua Jieyu's heart pounded wildly, she was at a loss, unsure how to start a conversation. Seeing the waiter open the red wine, her eyes lit up. Knowing Su Liang had a habit of drinking, she immediately took the bottle and poured him a drink. Little did she know. It wasn't that Su Liang had a habit of drinking, it was just that he was more likely to get things done when drunk. What's that saying again? If I'm not drunk, you have no chance. While this doesn't apply to the female lead, Su Liang's actions were a different matter. So she had walked right into a trap, and was now doomed. A smile flashed in Su Liang's eyes as he gently raised his glass. Congratulations on the great success of your Good Man series design. Su Liang was usually very busy, and Hua Jieyu sometimes wanted to meet him, but she was afraid of disturbing him. This time, one of her designs sold incredibly well, and she specially invited Su Liang to celebrate. She's a fashion designer. After numerous discussions with Su Liang, their relationship deepened, and she experienced a burst of inspiration, creating a series. Why is the series called Liangren, meaning good man? Only she knows the answer. Seeing this, Hua Jieyu also raised her glass, a smile blooming on her face. Thank you. After downing her drink, 2 blushes appeared on her pretty face, and she looked at Su Liang with her beautiful eyes. Speaking of which, I should thank you, you gave me the inspiration for my creation. No, I only said a few words, it's all thanks to your hard work. Su Liang waved his hand and smiled. As the conversation flowed, the two chatted back and forth, their relationship growing even closer. After a cozy candlelight dinner, the two took a walk and then went to the theater to see a play. It was already 11 p.m. when they came out. It's getting late, let's go back. Understanding the implication in Su Liang's words, he didn't separate you and me, but rather used we. She lowered her head shyly, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, and softly replied. Okay. Ding. Congratulations, host, family member +1, you have obtained the ancient kidney body. Chapter 178. The infinitely shy and adorable female lead. The protagonist is insanely jealous. Just as Su Liang and Hua Jieyu were having dinner, building atmosphere for a potentially explosive confrontation, a dramatic scene was unfolding outside. Seeing Su Liang and Hua Jieyu enter the restaurant, Yi Chen wanted to follow, hoping to find a chance to rescue the beautiful woman. In his opinion, the woman's willingness to be with that young master meant she must have used some means. Even if not, she was deceived by his sweet talk. As his protector, he certainly couldn't just watch a lamb walk into the lion's den. However, before he could take 2 steps, several figures blocked his way. Leading the group was a handsome young man, dressed in designer clothes, with an extraordinary air. Behind him were several burly men who looked like bodyguards, presumably young masters from some wealthy family. Yi Chen frowned. These people were up to no good. He was right, they were indeed here to cause him trouble. The young master's name was Chen Hai, the young master of the Chen family. He'd just come out of dinner and saw a beautiful woman standing there, and he was instantly mesmerized. His ex-girlfriends, the actresses he'd dated, were nothing compared to her. He was about to approach her when a beggar-looking guy beat him to it. He was instantly furious. What the hell? Dare to steal his woman? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He decided to hold off for now, and when the woman got impatient, he'd appear as a hero. And things went exactly as he expected. This beggar was a complete loser, utterly ordinary. He quickly won the woman over with just a few words. He thought, finally, it's my turn to show off. However, when he saw the handsome, refined gentleman who suddenly appeared, he froze. In high society. You might not know the Su family, but you can't not know Su Liang, the eldest son of the Su family. Every time they went out, the elders in the family would repeatedly warn them not to mess with the eldest son of the Su family. Especially not long ago. Hearing that the second young lady of the Su family had come to Shanghai, the family instructed these rich kids to keep a low profile. He was one of them. When he saw that the beautiful woman was waiting for Su Liang, his heart pounded, and his back was covered in a cold sweat. Damn it was Brother Liang's woman. Luckily, he was smart and didn't rush forward to chat her up, or he would have been dead for sure. Trying to steal Brother Liang's woman? That's like an old man eating poison, wanting to die even faster. After regaining his senses, seeing Yichen standing there in a daze, he immediately thought of a good idea. Although Brother Liang was magnanimous and wouldn't bother with such a small fry. But he had to be disgusting by appearing in front of Brother Liang's woman. He couldn't let it go like that. He had to teach him a lesson. Maybe he could even gain Brother Liang's favor because of it? A single word from him would be enough to sustain him for a lifetime. Thinking it through, Chen Hai immediately led his men to block Yi Chen's path as he tried to leave. Little beggar, do you know you're in trouble? Yi Chen was taken aback, looked around, and pointed blankly at himself. Are you talking to me? Chen Hai and the men behind him exchanged strange glances. It seemed this guy really had something wrong with his head. A normal person wouldn't say such a thing, nor would they dress like that. You think you can even covet Liang Ji's woman? Don't you know your place? Come with me to apologize to his wife later. You're the beggar. Your whole family are beggars. Yi Chen realized what he meant and cursed inwardly. How did he become a beggar? Why a beggar before that? Hearing the other's words, he sneered, his expression mocking. You're that guy's lackey. Looks like that young master isn't low status, with underlings supporting him. But so what? In his eyes, they're all just easy targets. Chen Hai's expression darkened slightly, but he didn't react. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Countless people in the circle want to be Liang Ji's dog, but they never get the chance. What he's doing now is indeed striving to become Liang Ji's dog. Watch your mouth. Some people are not to be trifled with. Don't think you can get away with this just because you're an idiot. Yi Chen was furious. He glanced at the men disdainfully, a smirk playing on his lips. What if I don't? What do you want then? It wasn't that he looked down on them, he genuinely didn't take them seriously. The bodyguards were just special forces soldiers, not even at the level of Ming Jin, a martial arts skill, one punch each. Wait, he had to hold back with each punch, afraid of killing them. As expected. Chen Hai gave the order, having his bodyguards subdue him and take him to Su Liang to apologize. His plan was good, but his strength wouldn't allow it. Yi Chen finished them off with a few punches and kicks, each one lying on the ground groaning. Chen Hai was dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen how his men ended up on the ground. When he saw Yi Chen approaching, rubbing his hands together, he started to panic. Don't come any closer. Yi Chen wasn't going to let this guy get away with it, even a lackey deserves to die. That young master known as Brother Liang might have gotten that beauty with this lackey's help. He showed no mercy, crippling both of his legs. Looking at the group of people lying on the ground unable to get up, Yi Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction and turned to walk into the couple's restaurant. Because of the delay, he couldn't find Su Liang and the beauty. After asking around, he learned they had gone into a private room. Unable to get in, he ordered some food outside and waited for them to come out. He waited for over 2 hours. Su Liang and Hua Jieyu came down from the second floor. When Yi Chen saw them, his pupils contracted. The beauty's face was slightly flushed, and her knee-length dress was incredibly alluring. Seeing Su Liang, Yi Chen's heart tightened, and he subconsciously clenched his fist. He hadn't expected that their relationship would become so much closer over just one meal. Damn it, if he were there, he would never have let that guy succeed. It's all that idiot's fault. He began to regret not going easy on her. Something's not right. Yi Chen looked closer. He noticed that the beautiful woman's blush wasn't from normal shyness, but from drinking. Her steps were unsteady, and she needed help walking. Just as he thought. His face showed an I knew it expression. He was right, the beautiful woman had definitely been fooled by him. Real couples don't get drunk together. Seeing the two leave the restaurant, Yi Chen didn't hesitate, quickly paid the bill, and followed. If he had taken advantage of her, he would have stepped in without hesitation to be the hero and saved the damsel in distress. Chapter 179 Confession. Female director Su Liangkai. Wedding night. For some reason, Hua Jieyu drank more than last time and was indeed quite drunk. The two walked hand in hand down the street. An unprecedented sense of security welled up within her. She gazed at the full moon in the sky. She longed to walk with Su Liang like this forever, until the end of time. They chatted about life like lovers, but poor little tales followed behind. Yi Chen was completely bewildered. What's wrong with this spoiled young master? He's already gotten her drunk, why isn't he taking her to a hotel? What's with the walk? Su Liang didn't do anything, and he couldn't very well intervene, so he could only silently follow behind. Another half-hour passed. The two happened to arrive at the theater. Su Liang had booked a performance there. He couldn't give these leading ladies a perfect love story, but arranging some romance was easy enough. He couldn't just lust after them, could he? After all, he still wanted them to have his children. Seeing that Su Liang still hadn't moved, Yi Chen didn't bother following. He immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Let go of that beauty." Hearing the voice, Hua Jieyu paused. She frowned slightly. It was that beggar-looking guy. Su Liang's heart stirred, a playful look on his face. He was leisurely watching what kind of fun this protagonist would get up to. "Beauty, is he the boyfriend you mentioned?" Approaching, Yi Chen glanced at Su Liang before turning to Hua Jieyu to ask. Hearing this, Hua Jieyu's already flushed face became even more alluring. When Yi Chen asked her earlier, she admitted that she wanted to get rid of this fly. Also, because Su Liang wasn't around. Now that it was said to her face, she felt a little shy. Actually, their relationship had already reached that point, they just hadn't said it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been holding hands and hugging Su Liang. Yi Chen's face darkened, his eyes darting around, and he said, "Don't be fooled by him. I think he has ulterior motives. Did he persuade you to drink?" He paused, then smiled crookedly, his expression seemingly knowing everything. "He just wants to get you drunk and then do some dirty things to achieve his goals. He frequently carried out missions around the world, he'd seen similar things many times. Innocent girls being seduced by spoiled rich young masters. Getting them drunk, filming them, and blackmailing them into becoming slaves." Hua Jieyu listened, stunned. What was all this about? Su Liang had ulterior motives towards her? And got her drunk? To do bad things? What was Su Liang's identity? The eldest son of the Su family, the largest family in Shanghai. What couldn't he want? Inheriting hundreds of millions from her parents' fortune means nothing to others, right? Besides, she admits she's beautiful, but aren't there plenty of women who rival her looks? Take Su Liang's female driver, for example, her temperament and appearance are no less than hers. What is there for her to covet? The idea of forcing her to drink is even more ridiculous. She's eaten with Su Liang many times, and he's never once made her drink. She always asks to drink on her own initiative. Even when they're drinking, Liang sometimes tries to persuade her not to drink with him. The accusation of doing anything wrong was completely baseless. They hadn't even held hands before. The only time they had any physical contact was when she initiated a kiss. They only started holding hands today after confessing their feelings. Just now, Liang hugged her because she was drunk, and he was worried she might fall while going downstairs. Liang meant well, but this guy made it sound so terrible. Hua Jieyu was truly angry. Are you crazy? Yi Chen. Oh, right. Liang's voice sounded from the side. As if he had just remembered, he took out an exquisite box from his pocket. I was going to give it to you later, but since this brother brought it up, I'll give it to you now. With that, he opened the box, revealing a delicate and beautiful necklace. The necklace was made of dozens of gemstones and jade, each tiny carving exquisitely crafted, clearly of extraordinary value. Both Hua Jieyu and Yi Chen possessed exceptional knowledge. Upon seeing the necklace, their pupils trembled. It was the Guardian of Love necklace that had recently gone viral. It had fetched tens of millions of US dollars at auction. Hua Jieyu covered her mouth in shock, never expecting Liang to give her such a precious necklace. Liang looked at her with a smile, his gaze deep and affectionate. Jieyu, will you be my girlfriend? Yes, I do. Suppressing her excitement, Hua Jieyu's eyes welled up with tears, and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then let me put it on for you. Liang took the necklace from the box, reached out to her neck, and gently fastened it. Hua Jieyu was stunningly beautiful, with a gentle and graceful demeanor. The necklace added an air of nobility to her. You're so beautiful. The compliment from her beloved, coupled with his intense gaze, made Hua Jieyu blush and lower her head shyly, radiating endless bashfulness. Liang's smile grew even brighter. Tonight's all set. Wait, shouldn't I do something now? Based on past experience, Liang pulled her into his arms. Yi Chen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, worse than if he'd eaten shit. I came here to break them up. How did it turn into matchmaking? Ding. Yi Chen has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 888. Yi Chen was still thinking about how to sabotage the two when suddenly a police siren sounded from afar. A police car sped up and stopped a short distance away. Several officers got out. Leading them was a stunningly beautiful policewoman with an amazing figure. Who else could it be but Police Flower Tang Xin? Someone called the police. The Chen family's young master had been assaulted. This was a trivial matter, something she shouldn't have been involved in. She could have just directed operations from her office. But she was incredibly bored, so she went to the scene herself. Based on the surveillance footage, she quickly located the assailant. It was quite an oddball who didn't run away. Tang Xin paused. From afar, she saw two people beside the assailant. A man and a woman, one of whom was none other than Liang, the man she had been longing for day and night. Seeing the woman beside him, she immediately understood what was going on. They'd set their sights on a new target. No wonder he hasn't come to see her these past few days. Tang Xin's eyes instantly turned resentful. However, she didn't intend to make a scene. She knew Liang better than anyone. He was practically a human beast. She really couldn't handle him alone. She just wanted Liang to spend more time with her in the future. Approaching him, she gave Liang a resentful wink. Liang nodded, indicating that next time he would definitely make sure she couldn't get out of bed. Their exchange of glances escaped Hua Jieyu's notice, but not Yi Chen's. Having discovered two stunning beauties in one night, he even wondered if his luck with women had turned. But when he saw the policewoman's amused and reproachful attitude towards Liang, he was stunned. No way, no way? Could these two also have some kind of relationship? While pondering this, the policewoman's gaze fell on him, her expression unfriendly. So it was you who hit Chen Hai from the Chen family. Yi Chen snapped out of his daze. It turned out that Guy had called the police to arrest him. He waved his hand. Comrade, is there a mistake? They attacked first. I was acting in self-defense. Self-defense resulting in broken legs, comminuted fractures? Come with me to the station. With a wave of Tang Xian's hand, two officers stepped forward and handcuffed Yi Chen. After dealing with Yi Chen, Tang Xian secretly winked at Su Liang before getting into the police car and speeding away. The clown was gone. Having agreed to be Su Liang's girlfriend, Hua Jieyu seemed completely at ease. She took Su Liang's arm proactively. After watching a play together at the theater, the two returned to Hua Jieyu's home. Everything fell into place naturally. Ding, would you like to add Hua Jieyu to your family? Make her a family member? Later. Seeing the information appear in his mind, Su Liang didn't hesitate and chose to confirm. Ding, congratulations, host, family member +1, you have obtained the ancient kidney physique. Ah, this. After reading the description of this physique, Su Liang fell silent. It wasn't the kind of invincible physique from fantasy novels. A single word difference made it seem unconventional, only describable as overpowering the heavens and earth. Theoretically speaking, he could become stronger while sleeping? That's absurd. In another part of Shanghai, in a luxuriously decorated room, a young man suddenly sat up in bed, sweating profusely and panting heavily. The unfamiliar surroundings left him bewildered. Then, a sharp pain shot through his mind, and a deluge of information flooded in. After processing these memories, the young man's face lit up with wild joy. Ha ha ha, I actually transmigrated. Transmigrated into the world of a novel I read, The Flower Protector Killer in the City, becoming a villainous male supporting character. Chapter 180 Villain? Getting stronger by grinding through the plot? The protagonist is courting death. Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Before, he was a lazy, good-for-nothing office worker. Now, he'd transformed into the eldest son of the Jiang family, one of the four great families of Shanghai. Not only did he have an invincible family background, but he also had a stunningly beautiful fiancée. It was practically the pinnacle of life. The thought of living a life of absolute power and adored beauties made him tremble with excitement. Wait. Remembering something, his excitement gradually subsided. In the novel, he was a villainous male supporting character. His personality was that of a crazy, brainless lunatic, prone to impotent rage and fits of rage over the smallest things. According to the novel's plot, the king of assassins, Yi Chen, returned from the underworld to become his fiancée's bodyguard. Starting as a lowly security guard, he would swagger and slap faces along the way, constantly encountering beautiful women. There are policewomen, CEOs, beautiful TV presenters. It's worth mentioning that, to generate hype, the author, in order to build anticipation, made sure the male lead didn't even touch the female lead's finger. Jiang Hao smiled crookedly. He knew this plot well. He'd transmigrated into the villain's body, and all these female leads were obviously there for him. As for the fact that he was a villain and would be targeted for extermination for offending the protagonist, he wasn't worried at all. System, come out here and explain your functions. He called himself a villain. But in reality, he was the true protagonist. How could a mere assassin possibly defeat someone with a system? After hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Hao understood how to use it correctly. The villain plot system. As the name suggests, as long as he followed his villainous plot, he would receive rewards. Finally, he could return to his original world. His face immediately darkened. What the hell? Return to his original world? Go back to being a capitalist slave? He truly couldn't understand it. Wouldn't it be better to be a billionaire heir in this world? Or were the beauties of this world inferior to the demons and monsters of his original world? This system's setting was utterly brain-dead. Fortunately, he could choose whether to go back or not. Otherwise, he would have lost all will to fight and might as well just give up. Thinking about these things was too early. What he was interested in now was progressing through the storyline and gaining rewards. Physical enhancements, wall climbing, 7 times a night, all sorts of skills made him incredibly envious. Meanwhile, the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. In the interrogation room, Yi Chen sat casually in the interrogation chair, legs crossed, looking quite dashing. Name. Tang Xin held up a pen and paper. Normally, she didn't need to handle such a trivial matter as interrogation. Seeing Su Liang with another woman today, she wasn't angry, but she was still a little jealous. She desperately needed something to kill time. The two police officers at the door were trembling with fear. Whenever their captain showed this kind of emotion, they had to run far away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Hopefully, no one would provoke her right now. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen not only didn't answer, but instead picked his nose. He was extremely annoyed. He hadn't separated that rich kid and the beautiful girl earlier. They might be in bed together right now. A dull ache in his heart. It's all this policewoman's fault. Of all times, she had to come at this crucial moment to arrest him. This is the city, some rules must be followed. He also had a mission to protect someone, so he decided to keep a low profile and didn't resist. This feeling of having power but having to endure it was unbearable. Yi Chen was seething with anger. Name. Tang Xin said, emphasizing each word and tapping the table. Yi Chen didn't notice her expression gradually changing. Oh, Yi Chen. Gender. Tang Xin asked again. Yi Chen froze, completely bewildered. Did he look like a woman? Routine questioning. Answer honestly. Tang Xin's expression turned serious, her aura gradually intensifying. Don't talk nonsense, I'm a real man, or I'll sue you for defamation. Sensing her impatience, Yi Chen didn't care and continued his reckless probing. Snap. Tang Xin's pen snapped in two, and she waved it away. The murderer is uncooperative, it's necessary to change interrogation rooms. Two officers stepped forward, understanding Captain Tang's meaning, and took Yi Chen to a small, dark room. They silently mourned for him for 2.5 seconds. Being electrocuted and whipped, Yi Chen initially didn't care. He was a mid-stage transformation realm expert. These methods were no different from tickling him, and he even enjoyed them somewhat. He kept shouting. That's it? That's it? Are you even capable? At this point, Tang Xin realized he wasn't an ordinary person and immediately turned up the electrotherapy. When the whip was turned up to its maximum setting, Yi Chen could no longer laugh, he trembled from the electric shock. Furthermore, under Su Liang's tutelage, her strength had reached the level of dark force, and she now unleashed her full power. One lash, though not enough to tear flesh, left a deep red welt. A pig-like scream rang out. When Liang Bingxue received the news and came to collect him, Yi Chen was already on the verge of death. She felt a sense of relief. She disliked this mentally unstable guy from the first glance. Learning that he had crippled someone outside and been arrested, Liang Bingxue was furious. She wanted to ignore him, but he was sent by her father, so she couldn't just abandon him. The soft morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, falling on the two people in the bedroom. Su Liang slowly opened his eyes, feeling full of energy. 7 times a night was like child's play. Not only was he not tired, but he seemed to be getting more and more vigorous. The ancient kidney body truly possesses extraordinary qualities, one can feel one's power gradually increasing. If this continues, invincibility will be a piece of cake, won't it? Unfortunately, while he can be like a perpetual motion machine, others cannot. He glanced at Hua Jieyu beside him. She showed no signs of waking up. She won't wake up until the afternoon. Without sleepiness, Su Liang got up, washed, and went out. He had a plan for today, to deliver prenatal medicine to several pregnant women. As for leaving so soon after their wedding night, giving the impression of being heartless? He had his own arrangements. He'd already asked the nanny to prepare a nutritious meal, which would be delivered with his name on it. The first thing the female lead saw when she woke up was a steaming meal on the table, with a note that read, "I had to go to the company, so I prepared this meal for you. Be a good girl, baby." He was so busy, yet he still prepared a meal for her. She should be very touched, right? MS for whether he made it himself? It didn't matter. The car drove smoothly down the street. Su Liang took out his phone, finally having time to check information about Yi Chun from last night. Although the underworld was mysterious and discreet, never publicizing its affairs. But through Yi Chen's clues, the Skynet still managed to uncover a lot of information. Name, Yi Chen, gender, male, age, 25. Trafficking into slavery 10 years ago, he rose through the ranks at an assassin base, began carrying out missions 8 years ago, and has maintained a 100% mission completion rate ever since, steadily climbing the ranks to become the king of hell. Current family situation: his father is paralyzed due to injury, and the family's expenses are entirely supported by his mother's odd jobs. His younger sister, Yi Liuli, is currently in university. Upon seeing this, Su Liang paused slightly, a strange expression on his face. What a coincidence! His plan to win over Yi Liuli was in its final stages. He was just preparing to make his move soon, and now the protagonist has returned. Chapter 181: The heroine who plays with fire. The maternal radiance of the female lead. Yi Chen returned to China 5 days ago. Instead of immediately going home to reunite with his family, he rented a place outside. The next day, he went to the Liang family to meet Liang Hua, the chairman of the Liang group. Afterward, he joined the Liang group as a security guard. On his first day of work, he was provoked by the security captain, who gathered his men to give him a hard time. Yi Chen beat them all up. Because the security captain was seriously injured and lay unconscious in the hospital, Yi Chen became the uncrowned king of the security team. After reading this information, Su Liang clicked his tongue. Too much of a feel. He only read this much of Yi Chen's information and didn't bother to read the rest. He had a basic understanding of this type of protagonist. Then he clicked on another person's information, the female lead protected by the protagonist, Liang Bingxue. As the new female lead, he naturally wanted to learn more about her. Name, Liang Bingxue, gender, female, age, 26. A PhD graduate in finance from Imperial Capital University, possessing astonishing business acumen, she returned home a year ago to take over the company. With her father, Liang Hua, gradually relinquishing control, her business talent has gradually emerged, doubling the market value of the Liang Group in a short period. True to her name, she is a renowned iceberg CEO, ruthless and cold-blooded, even more so than Lu Rulin. Su Liang paused slightly, the message stopping there, lost in thought. A strong-willed female lead is a bit tricky. Take Lu Rulin, for example. Even if you get her body, you can't win her heart. Simply deep communication isn't enough, subtle, gradual guidance is needed. Liang Bingxue's iceberg personality is different from Lu Rulin's. According to the information, she suffers from severe androphobia. This drastically increases the difficulty of winning her over. Imagine this. You want to strike up a conversation, but she won't give you a chance to approach. How can you even begin? Even if he's someone of high status, Liang Bingxue has to treat him with utmost respect. This will result in her smiling on the surface but harboring extreme disgust for you, and you happen to know this. Forced approaches won't work either. Using methods to force her into submission feels like treating her like a corpse. Why bother? Su Liang was drawn to a piece of information. Liang Bingxue is as cold as ice, completely avoiding contact with men, and has very few female friends. Surprisingly, she actually has a good relationship with Lu Rulin, and they're even good friends. Su Liang gently stroked his chin, his eyes flashing. Would using Lu Rulin as a starting point, getting her to help persuade her from the sidelines, make things easier? He immediately fell into deep thought. He wasn't unaware that Liang Bingxue had a fiancée. The target was the Jiang family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, but he completely ignored them. Leaving aside their hidden power, just considering his apparent status as the eldest son of the Su family. They stole his woman, would she dare utter a word of protest? Perhaps she'd even have to obediently send herself to his bed. In Yi Chen's experience, Liang Bingxue's fiancé was considered a significant villain. But in his eyes, he was nothing, someone he could crush with a flick of his wrist. Upon learning that Su Liang was coming, Lu Rulin didn't go to the company. She spent the whole morning preparing lunch at home. When Su Liang appeared, she stood at the door, like a devoted wife waiting. Seeing the things he was carrying, Lu Rulan quickly took them. She immediately recognized them as pregnancy-stabilizing medicine, and her heart leaped with joy. Although Su Liang had many women, she still held a place in his heart. She gently helped Su Liang change his shoes, then went to the kitchen to bring the prepared food to the table. Su Liang couldn't help but sigh. These women, who could become the heroines, truly possessed unique virtues. Once you win them over, they will be loyal to you until death, sparing no effort to treat you well. Everyone talks about love triangles, but he hasn't experienced one yet. Perhaps it's because he hasn't encountered the protagonists of those love triangle novels yet. Of course, if he did encounter a heroine like this, he wouldn't panic. How about the ancient kidney body? Simple output wasn't enough, he had countless other tricks up his sleeve. It has to be said, Lu Rulan knew Su Liang's tastes very well. The dishes she made were all his favorites. Perhaps worried that Su Liang would overwork himself, she added many tonics, such as oysters, yams, and soft-shelled turtles. After she finished serving the dishes, Su Liang lifted her chin. Do you know you're playing with fire? Lu Rulan was slightly taken aback, then understood Su Liang's meaning and said shyly. I'm doing this for your own good. Hey little girl, you have no idea how powerful I am. Su Liang chuckled coldly, but his gaze softened. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Lu Rulan's temperament had undergone some subtle changes. Shedding the aloofness of an icy CEO, she transformed into a virtuous wife and loving mother, radiating a maternal glow. Being with her, Su Liang actually felt a sense of home. This discovery startled him. He had never intended to marry any of these female leads. He had feelings for them, but not many. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Why this sudden sentiment? It was impossible for him to stop. Who knew how many protagonists there were in this world? He was the destined villain, with only one path left to take. Protagonist? For me to survive, you'd better die. Female leads? None of them could escape. Obediently bear my children. If you want. Lu Rulan hesitated, only pouting. Su Liang was amused. This female CEO was getting cuter and cuter. Who said a female lead with an icy personality would always be cold? She could change slowly. Right, was that cold, misogynistic personality the same? As long as he trained her well, it didn't matter if she treated other men differently, as long as she treated him differently. Although it's quite difficult, if he manages to win her over, she'll be completely devoted. The two began to enjoy lunch. Lu Rulan kept piling food onto her plate, even more domestic than his wife. But Su Liang stopped her. It's been a few days, and this is how you treat me. Hearing Su Liang's words, Lu Rulan was slightly taken aback. Was she not piling food fast enough? Su Liang suddenly smiled, his expression returning to its usual gentle warmth. I want you to feed me. Lu Rulan suddenly understood. She picked up a piece of meat and brought it close to Su Liang's lips. Su Liang, however, still shook his head, slightly raising his chin in a gesture. Ah! Lu Rulan truly understood this time. Although it wasn't the first time, she still felt her face flush. At the same time, she felt a small joy in her heart. Su Liang making a request of her meant he cared about her, didn't he? He wasn't the kind of person who would abandon someone without a second thought. Lunch ended in this ambiguous yet warm atmosphere. Afternoon. The two were enjoying the cool air in the pavilion outside the villa. Lu Rulan nestled obediently in Su Liang's arms. His eyes flickered slightly, and Su Liang began to inquire about Liang Bingshui. Chapter 182, a series of interconnected schemes. The female lead prepares to betray her best friend. Rulan, you're pregnant now. You can leave the company matters to your subordinates. What you need to do now is ensure your mental and physical well-being, so our child can be born healthy. Stroking Lu Rulan's hair, Su Liang said with concern, his voice gentle and warm. Lu Rulan was deeply moved by his words. Yes, I've started delegating now, I don't have to do everything myself, but... She paused, then continued. but there are some things I'm not comfortable leaving to others. Anyway, I'm bored at home alone, I need to find something to do. A smile appeared in Su Liang's eyes, he was waiting for her to say that. If you're bored, you can go shopping with your friends, listen to music, and enjoy the scenery. It's good for the baby. Lu Rulin was taken aback. The word friend was somewhat foreign to her. Perhaps it was because she had always been too outstanding. Boys would fawn over her, and girls would pale in comparison. She had never had any friends. No, it's not that there isn't anyone. There is one person she gets along well with. Liang Bingxue, the heiress of the Liang family. The two share similarities in both status and personality. However, compared to her, Liang Bingxue is more extreme. She prioritizes her career, maintaining a cold and aloof facade to intimidate her subordinates and develop her company. Liang Bingxue's coldness is all-encompassing. This is an illness, and it needs treatment. She has worried about her best friend's mental health more than once. I wonder how she is now. Thinking back, Lu Rulin and her best friend haven't seen each other for a long time. Ever since she was pressured by Su Liang, they haven't met in person. But they've kept in touch online. When Liang Bingxue learned about Su Liang's suppression of her company, she specifically inquired about it. However, she brushed it off. At that time, she felt her future was bleak and didn't want her best friend to worry about her. Now that she's out of the darkness, she could go find her. But thinking of Liang Bingxue's personality, a workaholic like her, she probably wouldn't have time for her, right? Lu Rulin gave a wry smile and shook her head. She's usually very busy, so I won't bother her. Who? Su Liang raised an eyebrow, waving his hand with an air of domineering arrogance. Tell me who she is? Even if it costs billions, I'll bring her here to keep you company. Whoosh! Lu Rulin abruptly looked up, meeting Su Liang's gentle gaze. She could sense that Su Liang's words were sincere, and she was instantly moved to tears. Thank you, Brother Liang, but it's all right, Liang Bingxue won't agree. I might go find her myself. Don't say she's too strong-willed to accept charity. Tell me, if a man wanted to give her something, given Liang Bingxue's misogyny, she definitely wouldn't agree. The friend you're talking about is Liang Bingxue. Su Liang seemed to only realize this at first, muttering to himself. After going around in circles for so long, he hesitated for a moment before finally asking the question he wanted to ask. Liang Bingxue is your friend, how much do you know about her? Lu Rulin was slightly taken aback. She didn't know why Su Liang would ask about Liang Bingxue. Seeing her confusion, Su Liang smiled and explained. There's a collaboration I've been thinking about, and I've decided that the Liang group is the most suitable. I just don't know if Liang Bingxue is willing to cooperate, so I wanted to find out more. Lu Rulin was even more confused. What kind of entity was the Su family? If they had a project to develop and were looking for partners, they could simply let it out. Wouldn't many multi-billion-dollar corporations be vying to cooperate? Although the Liang group was famous in Shanghai, with a market value of tens of billions, they weren't even qualified to cooperate with the Su family. A thought flashed through her mind, and she understood what was going on. So, Su Liang knew that Liang Bingxue wouldn't accept money. Therefore, he wanted to use a collaboration as a way to get Liang Bingxue to spend more time with her. This was truly, she was devastated. Lu Rulin wanted to tell Su Liang that there was no need for such trouble. But remembering his good intentions, she swallowed her words. She immediately recounted everything about Liang Bingxue, her personality, hobbies, and so on. Su Liang listened silently, nodding occasionally. His efforts hadn't been in vain. Just imagine. If he had directly asked Lu Rulin about Liang Bingxue, she would most likely have given the truth, but she would definitely have been heartbroken. After all, she was his woman, and the future mother of his child. It would be too disheartening. A different approach. Just a few extra words, and she willingly betrayed her best friend, and her feelings for him had increased dramatically. After recounting her best friend's story, seeing the interested expression on Su Liang's face, Lu Rulin suddenly had a thought. Liang Bingxue was no less capable than herself in terms of temperament, appearance, or work ability. If she could become Su Liang's woman too. Lu Rulan felt her heart skip a beat. The more she thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. Who was Su Liang? He was perfect in every way. He was the best potential partner, bar none. His only flaw was that he had a ton of women. No problem, he was too strong. There's no such thing as a field that can't be plowed, only an ox that's worn out from plowing. In his case, it was the complete opposite. And her best friend's misogyny was an illness. If it wasn't treated, it would probably get worse. If she could bring them together, it would be a win-win-win situation, no, a triple win. Su Liang would have another woman. Liang Bingxue would be cured of her illness. The two of them were best friends. Su Liang would definitely spend more time with them then. Lu Rulan's eyes flickered, her mind racing. Su Liang, taking in her expression, wore a knowing smile. A seed has been planted, waiting for the day it takes root and sprouts. Afternoon. Su Liang took Lu Rulan shopping and bought her some clothes and jewelry. Every item he bought was top tier, which moved Lu Rulan once again. These things were nothing to her, she could afford them. She was touched by Su Liang's care for her. In the evening, the two went out for a couple's set meal. The couples inside, seeing them, felt ashamed and embarrassed, none of them daring to say that their partners were beside them. That evening, they went to the concert hall and enjoyed a master's performance of Melody of Love. After the music, they went home together, and Su Liang held Lu Rulan as they fell asleep. Noticing that Lu Rulan was becoming increasingly dependent on him, Su Liang had achieved his desired effect. He needed to make her used to his presence so that she would willingly win over her best friend and help him win over Liang Bingxue. It was indeed as he had planned. Lu Rulan's expression shifted in his arms, and after some hesitation, she made up her mind. Bingxue, I hope you won't blame me later, and besides, I'm also helping you with your treatment. Chapter 183, The Immense Damage Caused by Comparison. The protagonist breaks down in tears. The next day. Near noon. At the entrance of Shanghai Airport. Shortly after Su Liang arrived, a mother and daughter walked out of the entrance. Brother. A little girl, about 5 years old, skipped and hopped towards him. Su Liang scooped her up in his arms. It was Su Wanqing, returning from handling matters in the capital, and her daughter, Su Xiaoxiao. The god of war, Jiang Tianxi, had almost no luck left. Su Liang decided to make his move and finish him off. To see his wife and daughter well taken care of before he died, was that a form of mercy? How was your first trip so far? Su Liang reached out and pinched her rosy cheek, asking with a smile. Speaking of this, Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed with excitement. It was her first time on an airplane, soaring into the blue sky, an extremely novel experience. Upon arriving in the place called the capital, her mother took her to many fun places and bought her lots of delicious food. It felt amazing. If my brother were with us, the three of us would be even more perfect. Xiao Xiao. At this moment, Su Wanqing walked over and glared at her daughter. What are you saying? A family of 3? No manners. This daughter is a waste of her upbringing. She takes her out to play and buys her treats, but she's always thinking about her brother, Su Liang. Your brother has work to do. Does he think everyone is as idle as you? Go to kindergarten as soon as you get back. Upon hearing about kindergarten, Su Xiaoxiao was full of resistance, her little face tense. I don't want to go to kindergarten. I can learn all that stuff in no time. I don't want to play with those little brats. That wasn't untrue. Su Xiaoxiao was very clever. She had already taught herself several elementary school books. It was incredibly strange that a 5-year-old girl would call someone a little brat. Su Wanqing wanted to argue with her daughter, but Su Liang stopped her. Wanqing, since Xiaoxiao doesn't want to go to kindergarten, let's not go. We'll just send her to elementary school later. Yay, brother is the best. Love you. Su Xiaoxiao cheered excitedly, leaning in to give Su Liang a kiss on the cheek. Since Su Liang had spoken, Su Wanqing remained silent. In the family of 3, Su Liang was still the one in charge. In the dilapidated park. A figure with tattered clothes, disheveled hair, and a haggard face emerged from a makeshift doghouse. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see the shadow of the former god of war. It was Jiang Tianxi, the wanted man of the entire city. In just 2 days, he'd fallen to a state worse off than a beggar. The story begins 2 days ago. Upon learning he was wanted, Jiang Tianxi decided to go into hiding. His black card was still intact. Once the storm passed, he'd immediately change his identity and leave the country. Gurgle, gurgle. Having gone without food for days, his stomach growled in protest. Just as he was about to find something to eat, the 3 divine beasts, his former brothers, appeared. Without a word, they broke one of his legs and stole all his valuables. Unable to use force, he had no power to resist and could only be slaughtered. Jiang Tianxi gritted his teeth in fury. If he had known these 3 were treacherous, he would have eliminated them without hesitation. It was truly a case of a tiger fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs, a dragon stranded in shallow waters being mocked by shrimp. He had already lost everything, yet these people still wouldn't let him go. This was just the beginning. Every time he approached a restaurant, intending to beg for some food, the 3 would appear. They would beat him up and then throw him aside. Jiang Tianxi realized this was a setup to let him starve to death. He was filled with rage and hatred. As if by divine intervention, a passerby happened to walk by and tossed him a piece of bread. Jiang Tianxi was completely bewildered. They were treating him like a beggar? Starving, he stared at the bread and swallowed hard. However, before he could even reach for it, the 3 reappeared and threw the bread into the trash can. Jiang Tianxi was trembling with rage. The 3 divine beasts' humiliation was more cruel than death. His resentment grew, and they wanted to see him in despair. He wouldn't let them have their way. He had to live, to avenge himself. So, he started rummaging through the trash cans, stuffing anything edible into his mouth. Surprisingly, the 3 divine beasts didn't appear to bother him. Seeing their former leader in such a wretched state, the 3 felt a pang of pain in their hearts. They didn't want to torture him, but it was Su Liang's arrangement. If they didn't do this, not only would they die, but the 2,000 brothers of the war god temple would also perish. Time passed slowly. Gradually, Jiang Tianxi discovered that as long as he rummaged through the trash cans, the 3 wouldn't appear. The blatant humiliation was undeniable. That night, with nowhere to go, he went to a dilapidated park, intending to spend the night there. Unexpectedly, the 3 divine beasts reappeared. And kindly, they built him a makeshift hut made of several doghouses. Thank you so much, you really put him on a leash. Jiang Tianxi didn't plan to live there, was he just going to treat it like a dog? That night, after enduring several beatings, he gave in. Seriously, it was actually quite warm inside. 2 days passed like this. Jiang Tianxi decided to go outside to find something to eat, rummaging through all the nearby trash cans. Ding! Jiang Tianxi's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1,000. Ding! Jiang Tianxi's mind collapsed, villain value plus 1,000. Ding! Wandering through the streets, Jiang Tianxi looked blank, ignoring the mocking words around him. The aroma of food wafted over, making his mouth water, but he dared not approach. Because he knew. The 3 divine beasts were secretly following him, ready to appear at the slightest move. Unfortunately, he was currently a wanted criminal and dared not reveal himself, feeling incredibly frustrated. Seeing a restaurant waiter carrying a bag of trash, Jiang Tianxi's eyes lit up, and he limped over. Just as he was rummaging through the trash, a childish voice faintly drifted over. Brother, look! That beggar is so pitiful. Jiang Tianxi froze. The voice was all too familiar. It was the voice of his daughter. He abruptly turned his head. Across the street, a 5-year-old girl was pointing and gesturing in his direction. Who else could it be but Su Xiaoxiao? She was holding Su Liang's hand. Beside her, the mature and sophisticated Su Wanqing stood almost touching him. Su Liang looked over, and from the playful look in Jiang Tianxi's eyes, he knew he had been discovered. Thinking of something amusing, Su Liang patted Su Xiaoxiao's head and chuckled. Be a good boy, okay? Disobedient children grow up to be just like him. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned pale with fright, and she quickly promised. I'll definitely listen to mom and brother. Good girl. Then, the three of them walked towards the private restaurant, the faint sound of a family's laughter echoing in the distance. Watching Su Liang steal his wife and daughter, now with one on each arm, entering a high-end restaurant. Meanwhile, he saw his brother betray him, his wife and daughter gone, penniless, reduced to scavenging garbage cans. Pain, sorrow, despair, all sorts of negative emotions erupted. Jiang Tianxi's mental state collapsed, and he broke down in tears on the spot. Chapter 184: A heart-piercing injury. The fall of the god of war. Caring for his wife and daughters. Ding. Jiang Tianxi's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000. Night deepened. In the dilapidated park, the cries of stray cats and dogs echoed intermittently. Jiang Tianxi huddled in his doghouse, sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded. The three divine beasts made their grand entrance, overturning the doghouse. Jiang Tianxi awoke with a start. Seeing the three of them again, he roared in grief and anger. Is this game over? Can't you spare me for the sake of our past brotherhood, for the fact that I once saved you? Give me a quick death, stop torturing me. Already mentally broken, now with his home destroyed, he gave up entirely. He was filthy and disheveled, his hair disheveled, his eyes lifeless, looking worse than a beggar. The azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise, seeing this, felt a pang of pity. Tragic, utterly tragic. Think of the once mighty war god, so full of vigor and invincibility, dominating the underworld. But how long has it been since he returned home? In just over 10 days, he's been brought down from his pedestal, reduced to this wretched state. If Jiang Tianxi had listened to their advice and stayed in the underworld, instead of returning and offending Su Liang, would things be different? Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Tiska, once great war god, his resilience is lacking. A mocking chuckle rang out. The park was secluded, and in the still of the night, the voice was very clear. Jiang Tianxi's face instantly darkened, his pupils contracting to their limit. He would never forget that voice. He was often awakened by that nightmarish sound in his sleep. Following the sound, two figures, bathed in the bright moonlight, approached from a distance. Both possessed an ethereal quality, appearing almost otherworldly in this setting. Leading them was Su Liang, a gentle smile playing on his lips, his presence as warm as a spring breeze. Today was the day to defeat the protagonist and subdue the three divine beasts. To ensure nothing went wrong, he naturally had to appear. Lagging half a step behind was the man in red, the system-appointed bodyguard, always on high alert. Young Master Su. Seeing the two approach, the three divine beasts bowed respectfully. Their fate, including that of the war god temple, was in Su Liang's hands, leaving them no choice but to be respectful. Jiang Tianxi stared intently at Su Liang, his eyes filled with intense hatred. If he still possessed even a shred of strength, he would have fought to the death. For no other reason than that, his current predicament was all Su Liang's doing. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do now. At the same time, seeing the scene before him, he finally understood what had happened. For the past 2 days, the three divine beasts had made him rummage through trash cans and sleep in dog kennels, which he had assumed was their revenge. Because of him, they had been implicated. Now the case was solved. So it was you who was behind it all. Jiang Tianxi's voice trembled, the grief and indignation in it plain for anyone to hear. He hadn't offended him at all, it was him who had been targeting him all along. What grudge did he hold against him? Why did they have to make him wish he were dead? Oh, congratulations on guessing correctly, but there's no reward. Su Liang glanced at him, his words mocking. The contemptuous words enraged Jiang Tianxi once more. I won't let you succeed. You want me to suffer a fate worse than death? I won't let you have your way. Now, his mentality had collapsed, and he was determined to die. Although he didn't know why Su Liang insisted on humiliating and tormenting him, he wouldn't let him succeed. You are powerful, but I am a cripple now, I can't do anything to you. Can you stop me from dying? Jiang Tianxi sneered. Without hesitation, he took a sharp, rusty piece of iron from his pocket and quickly slashed it towards his neck. He had found it in a trash can. Originally intended for self-defense, it had now been used on himself. Su Liang raised an eyebrow and lightly flicked a pebble in front of him with his toe. With a whoosh, the pebble flew out at speed exceeding that of a bullet, perfectly deflecting the iron piece from Jiang Tianxi's hand. "Did I tell you to die?" The calm words uttered by Su Liang sent a chill down the spines of the three divine beasts. Jiang Tianxi was filled with despair. He suddenly realized his carelessness. If Su Liang truly wanted to torture him, he could actually prevent him from committing suicide. For example, breaking his limbs, cutting off his tongue. Immersing himself in that neither human nor ghost role, deep fear and despair welled up in Jiang Tianxi's eyes. Ding. Jiang Tianxi feels despair, villain value plus 1001. Ding. Jiang Tianxi is terrified, villain value plus 1001. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Su Liang's heart stirred slightly. The villain value had broken 1000. Is this off the charts? He looked up at Jiang Tianxi's head. Visibly, the last vestige of his luck had vanished. He felt a pang of regret. Even the protagonist of the War Gods series couldn't provide enough resources for him to exploit multiple times. Fortunately, Yi Chen appeared, providing a constant stream of easy profits, one harvest after another. Regaining his composure, Su Liang stroked his chin. Now that the protagonist's luck was exhausted, let him make the most of his remaining time before his death. His gaze fell upon the three divine beasts. "I'm giving you a task. If you do it well, I won't make things difficult for you anymore, and I'll spare the War God Temple." Hearing this, the three didn't rejoice. Instead, they exchanged uneasy glances. They all had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Liang said, "Go kill him, one sword each." Swish, swish, swish. The three's faces paled instantly. Admittedly, seeing Jiang Tianxi being tortured, they felt sorry for him and wanted to relieve his suffering. But they didn't intend to intervene personally. After all, he was their former elder brother who had saved their lives. If word got out, their reputation would be completely ruined, and they didn't want to be branded as ungrateful and betraying their leader. But if they didn't do as Su Liang said, the consequences could be severe. For a moment, the three men's expressions shifted, deeply conflicted. "Young Master Su, do you think it's possible to have this lady intervene? After all, he used to be our leader, we can't bring ourselves to do it." Xinglong forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Su Liang remained expressionless, countering with a question. "What do you say?" His goal was for the three of them to deal with Jiang Tianxi, thus destabilizing his mind and giving him an opportunity to use mind control. Seeing this, the three divine beasts had no choice but to grit their teeth and draw a short knife. Each of them struck Jiang Tianxi once. "Remember what I said? Go in peace. I will take care of your wife and daughters. Do not worry. You." Seeing the playful expression on Su Liang's face, Jiang Tianxi was enraged and pointed at him. Finally, his hand fell limply. Watching his breath weaken and disappear, the three divine beasts reacted differently. Some were pale, some had lifeless eyes, and some collapsed to the ground. Just then, Su Liang's mind stirred. Mind control activated. Shortly afterward, the three of them suppressed all their emotions and knelt respectfully before him. "Greetings, Master." Su Liang's face was beaming. Tonight's events were a complete success. He turned and walked away with the woman in red. Not long after, a huge fire broke out in the dilapidated park, reducing everything to ashes. Chapter 185. The female lead admits defeat. A plan to target the Ice Queen. Midnight, as Tang Xian wished, Su Liang arrived at her house. The policewoman left the door open, and had prepared various uniforms, her enthusiasm burning bright. A beautiful night slowly passed. "Brother Liang, I'm about to be promoted to deputy director." Snuggled in Su Liang's arms, Tang Xian smiled and told him the good news. Through her several meritorious service, and with Su Liang's help, her promotion was on the agenda. Su Liang suddenly understood. No wonder he was working so hard earlier. Slap, he gave her a light tap. Now that you've been promoted, don't run around everywhere. Just let your subordinates handle it. If I didn't run around, how would I know that our busy CEO Su is actually having affairs all over the place? Tang Xin pouted, giving him a "I'm jealous and need to be coaxed" look. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Stop being sarcastic, you want a beating, don't you? Tang Xin immediately cowered, saying fearfully, "Brother, I admit I spoke a little too loudly just now." Then, her eyes flickered slightly as she said, "There's something I need to tell you. That guy you cheated on is a bit more than you think." What? 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 Su Liang looked puzzled, asking. She said, "It's that guy whose woman you stole." Who? I've stolen plenty of women, which one are you referring to? Tang Xin fell silent. Saying she had many women to her face was incredibly disrespectful. After a while, despite her jealousy, she still recounted the incident of catching Yi Chen that day. Su Liang fell into deep thought. No wonder the system kept reminding Yi Chen that his mentality was collapsing that night, and his villain value kept increasing. This time, he didn't give the order. Tang Xin locked the protagonist in a dark room for interrogation. Could it be that she, the female lead, corresponds to Yi Chen, the protagonist? It's the same old plot. It's just that because he provided the torture instruments, the protagonist was tortured terribly, leaving him no chance to show off. Should I go and arrest him? Seeing him deep in thought, Tang Xin suggested. Although that guy has the president of the Liang group as his backer. But once I get promoted, I won't have to give her face anymore. Su Liang smiled slightly. Remember when I told you not to worry about making meritorious contributions? Terrorists will come knocking on your door. You mean? Tang Xin was shocked and quickly said. I'll go arrest him right now. That's right, in this city, where are there so many grandmaster level experts? That person has an unruly personality. Those who operate in the underworld year-round only know how to use their fists, they have no regard for the law. That Yi Chen, just leave him alone for now. He'll be useful. Su Liang said after a moment's thought. He was still needed to win over Liang Bingshui. It wouldn't be fun if Tang Xin, without thinking, killed him. The sun was high in the sky. After leaving Tang Xin's house and letting her rest, Su Liang drove to his company. He hadn't been there for several days, and a huge pile of documents needed his signature. At the entrance of the Su group. Before he even arrived, 3 beautiful women were already waiting. They wore different uniforms, all possessing stunning looks and figures, each with their own unique charm. As expected of the 3 beauties of the Su group. They all knew Su Liang was coming to the company and eagerly came out to greet him. I say, you two, your department managers, isn't it inappropriate to stand at the door waiting for the president? Shui Yuron, his personal secretary, looked at the 2 who had arrived even earlier than her with some dissatisfaction. Hey, do we not know what you're thinking? You big-breasted cow, you're so cunning. Li Wanjun glanced at her sideways, seeing right through her. Taking advantage of her ample bosom, she often flaunted herself in front of them, harboring considerable resentment. Want to be alone with the president? Dream on. Secretaries do the work, and when there's nothing else as company managers, they can. Exactly, we need to report to the president, what? Aren't you going to help us? Ren Shanshan echoed. Let's see who gets to report later. Shui Yurong crossed her arms, her expression turning deep, and glared at them fiercely. Swoosh. Just as the 3 women were staring at each other, a car pulled up and stopped in front of them. Seeing Su Liang get out, the 3 women smiled and walked into the company together. In public, they behaved with poise and grace. Upon arriving at the office, Su Liang glanced around. Sure enough, a thick stack of documents was piled on the desk. The busy work officially began. While signing documents, Su Liang asked, How's the negotiation on that plot of land in the eastern suburbs going? Secretary Shui Yurong began her report. Everything's settled. The bidding process is over, it's directly handed over to our Su group for development. This plot of land was the blockbuster project that the reborn protagonist Wu Zhe had mentioned. It was originally supposed to be put up for bidding by various groups. Upon learning of Su Liang's interest, the top leader readily handed the matter over to the Su group. The reason he acquired this land was that he discovered the Liang group was one of the competitors. When he told Lu Rulan he wanted to collaborate with Liang Bingxue, Su Liang wasn't joking. He wanted to use this to win the heart of the icy beauty. Next, the two managers reported on their work. Ren Shanshan was quite proper. Li Wanjun reported on the winery's operations, which she had acquired from Wu Zhe. He had reluctantly sold off his cash cow because he lacked sales channels. Through the Su Group's management, the winery's products sold extremely well, approaching the sales volume of Mutai. Li Wanjun had thus gained seniority. It's worth mentioning that the wine's name still retained the one given by the protagonist, Twin Wine. Eliminating the protagonist and profiting from his business felt pretty good. After the three women finished their reports, Su Liang was satisfied with their work and rewarded each of them. As evening approached, Su Liang arrived at Yu Shuaiying's house. The famous star cooked for him, and they enjoyed an intimate dinner together. After dinner, Su Liang sat on the sofa while Yu Shuaiying gave him a massage. Su Liang casually brought it up. Shuaiying, most universities have started classes now. Your cousin should have started school too, right? He was extremely familiar with the current situation of the protagonist, Zhao Qing. Under his tacit instruction, a vice principal kept a close watch on him day and night, making his life utterly miserable. After the scandal of being disciplined for molesting a female classmate, Zhao Qing's tragic life had only just begun. Teachers disliked him, classmates ostracized him, he was universally disliked. Recently, during freshman military training, he received special treatment, being forced to stand in the sun every day as punishment. It's a miracle that Zhao Qing could endure it. Su Liang asked this question to test Yu Shuaiying's attitude. This was related to the protagonist's next move. Chapter 186 Time Management Master. Prodigy, I need your help in my cultivation. Hearing Su Liang's words, Yu Shuaiying paused in her massage, falling slightly silent. Whether as a public figure or now as a member of company management, she always paid close attention to the news. She had seen her cousin, the top scorer in the college entrance exam, trend on social media several times. It's true what they say, you can't judge a book by its cover. This top scorer, who acted so ambitious in front of her mother, was actually so despicable and sleazy. She felt ashamed to be related to someone like that. Since Su Liang had asked, she honestly told him about Zhao Qing's situation. That was indeed a bit much. Su Liang frowned, paused, and continued. He's your cousin, after all. Should I lend a hand? Yu Shuaiying's eyes gleamed. Not because Su Liang wanted to help his cousin, but because he was willing to help her. Touched, her massage became even gentler. No need, let him fend for himself. Our family isn't close to his. A slight smile appeared on Su Liang's face. Yu Shuaiying distanced herself, saving him the trouble of interfering. Now, he could act freely against the protagonist. The next day, Su Liang arrived at Baikatang, having arranged lunch with the goddess physician Chen Jianjia. He wasn't the heartless type who only cared about the new heroines and ignored the old ones. He needed to win over the new heroine, and he couldn't neglect the heroines he had already won over. After all, his goal was to have many children and much happiness. The woman in red drove up to the entrance, only to find a large crowd gathered, making it impossible to get in. Su Liang got out of the car out of curiosity, and heard an angry voice. He raised an eyebrow. Bring Chen Jianjia out. Isn't she known as a goddess doctor? Why won't she treat us handsome Chinese people? Healing and saving lives shouldn't be limited by nationality. Following the sound. At the front of the crowd, a stretched Lincoln was parked. A short, stocky, and fat man was jumping up and down angrily at the entrance. Several security guards were blocking the entrance, but the pressure was mounting as the crowd grew larger. Hearing the surrounding chatter, he understood what was going on. The man in the Lincoln was a handsome Chinese man suffering from cancer who knew that Chen Jianjia could treat cancer. Dissatisfied with the online registration and waiting list, he came directly to the clinic, and was furious after being stopped. The short, stocky, and fat man was with him, constantly calling everyone a handsome Chinese person, a typical banana, yellow on the outside, white on the inside. Su Liang originally didn't want Chen Jianjia to treat him. But considering his refined and approachable image, he created a registration system. The waiting list for treatment is now over a decade long. They'll never get their turn. This cycle of giving them hope only to bring them despair is quite something, Su Liang thinks. For a while, things were managed well. Even with pressure from multiple countries, the Su family managed to deflect it. Someone secretly came to cause trouble, but was caught by Skynet. As the situation gradually calmed down, it wasn't taken as seriously anymore. Plus, a traitor led the way, and this foreigner took advantage of the situation. Su Liang had anticipated this and had made contingency plans. Soon, several police cars arrived and drove the man away. The banana man was still shouting, unaware that death was approaching him. People like him, meek and submissive abroad but ruthless and decisive at home, die without a care in the world. Ignoring this incident, Su Liang entered by Kaitang and met the manager, Chen Jianjia. After numerous hands-on lessons, she was increasingly showing the makings of a goddess-like doctor. Of course, she was still far from his level, they needed more in-depth communication. After finishing their work, the two went upstairs to manager Chen's office. Chen Jianjia's gaze was resentful. "Brother Liang, you're always so busy, why don't you spend time with my two junior sisters? Why did you suddenly have time to come see me?" Her words were laced with bitterness. She possessed a refined, ethereal beauty, and her jealousy at this moment had a unique charm. After personally teaching Chen Jianjia a set of acupuncture techniques, Su Liang drove around Shanghai. Wherever he passed, he would offer his services to any woman nearby. When passing the Starry Night bar, Su Liang asked the woman in red to stop. With the Starry Night Society unifying Shanghai's underworld, this bar, as its headquarters, had become incredibly popular. It was showing signs of becoming Shanghai's premier nightclub. Su Liang made a phone call, and coincidentally, the cult leader, Xia Qingqiu, was at the bar. The title cult leader became popular after Xia Qingqiu annexed the Wolf Alliance and unified the city. After all, the title godfather was somewhat inappropriate for a woman. Not long after, Xia Qingqiu rushed downstairs to greet Su Liang. This greatly surprised her group of admirers. The dignified underworld boss of Shanghai actually came down to greet someone personally? Oh, that person is the eldest son of the Su family? Then it's all right. Young Master Su. Xia Qingqiu's domineering and cold demeanor underwent a complete transformation, revealing a captivating and alluring charm. Everyone knows her domineering and ruthless nature, but no one knows how she behaves in front of Su Liang. Over the next few days, Su Liang was a veritable master of time management, flitting from flower to flower. 20-odd women, not a single one was missed. This proved the power of the ancient kidney body. Although he was still at the peak of the transformation realm, his strength was more than twice as strong as before. Feeling a slight itch on his nose, Su Liang slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was his sister's fairy-like oval face. This girl didn't sleep early in the morning, climbed onto his bed, and teased him by grabbing a strand of hair. "The sun's already high in the sky, why aren't you up?" Su Qingga wrinkled her nose, gave a light snort, and a triumphant smile played on her lips. What she didn't know was, Su Liang had spotted her the moment she entered the room, but hadn't called her out on it. "Hey, you stinky brother, I have a question for you." Thinking of something, Su Qingga suddenly leaned down, her face almost touching Su Liang's. "Our majors classes are packed Monday through Friday, is that your doing?" "Hey, you're overthinking it. I'm not that bored." Su Liang appeared nonchalant, but inwardly he was slightly alarmed. "My sister is too perceptive." She even connected this to him? Chapter 187, Acting Cute and Charming. Is the show about to begin? Is that so? Su Chinga's expression clearly showed disbelief. She quickly stopped dwelling on that and her attention was drawn to Su Liang's face. She had long noticed that her brother's skin was better than hers, and this close observation only confirmed it. Suddenly, a hand expanded in her field of vision, pressing down on her head and ruffling it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. By this time, Su Liang had already dressed. Su Chinga smiled brightly, carefully examining every inch of her brother's skin. Brother, what skincare products do you use? Your skin is so good. Skincare products? I never use that stuff. Brother, just tell me, my dear good brother. Su Chinga didn't believe him. Su Liang fell into deep thought. This younger sister was no ordinary person. She had unexpectedly joined the underworld and could no longer remain uninvolved. Recently, Yi Chen, the king of hell, the protagonist, had appeared. His sister's early-stage transformation realm cultivation was somewhat insufficient. To avoid any accidents, it's necessary to boost her strength. Although he manipulates people's hearts with ease, he still needs to take care of this sister who doesn't treat him like an outsider. With a thought, he took out a marrow-cleansing pill from his personal space. Eat it. Seeing her brother flip his wrist and a pill appear in his palm, Su Chinga looked amazed. Brother, how did you do that? Never seen magic before. Su Liang glanced at her, his expression inscrutable. He was wearing short sleeves and shorts at the moment. Su Chinga flipped his wrist and then searched her clothes. She couldn't find where he had hidden it. Her little head was full of questions, and her expression was somewhat resentful. Are you sure it's magic, and not sorcery? Finally, she held the pill in her hand, examining it closely, then brought it to her nose and sniffed it. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted over, refreshing her senses. What is this? It looks like a pill from a novel. Just tell me, are you going to eat it or not? Give it back if you don't want it. Seeing her brother reach out and grab it, Su Chinga immediately ate it. Of course, she trusted her brother wouldn't harm her. The marrow-cleansing pill melted instantly in her mouth, and warm currents surged throughout her body. Ah! Su Chinga felt warm and comfortable, but soon she sensed something was wrong. A layer of sticky grime seeped out of her body, making her very uncomfortable and giving off a foul stench. With a scream, she rushed into the bathroom without even going back to her room. Half an hour later. Su Chinga's screams echoed from the bathroom. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at her transformation, her expression was quite interesting. After calming down, she realized where she was, and her clothes were too dirty to wear. Brother, get me some clothes. How you think I'd just get them for you? That'd be embarrassing. Su Liang scoffed and turned to leave. His sister's voice came from across the hall. Please, brother, please get me some clothes. Su Liang. He went to his sister's room across the hall and grabbed a dress at random. Thank you, brother. Get lost. Soon, Su Chinga, dressed and beaming, emerged. She still couldn't quite believe it. A tiny pill had brought about such a dramatic change. Her skin was now as smooth and delicate as her brother's, brimming with collagen, as if you could squeeze water from it. Compared to before, her charm had reached a new level. Not only that, but her early-stage transformation realm strength showed faint signs of breakthrough. It was unbelievable. Su Chinga's eyes shone brightly. Her brother, in her eyes, seemed shrouded in a mist, unclear and unfathomable, becoming increasingly mysterious. She felt no fear, instead, her eyes gleamed with a frenzied thirst for knowledge. Licking her luscious lips, she believed that one day she would uncover her brother's secret. Brother, what are those pills? They're so magical. Brother, do you think your sister is pretty now? Brother, do you have any more of those magical pills? That morning, a scene of brotherly affection and sisterly respect unfolded in the Su family compound. Wherever Su Liang went, there was always a little tag-along following him. Don't think about it, one dose of that medicine is enough. Of course I don't want to take it myself. If brother has any, give one to mom, and auntie too. They'll be so happy. Seeing his sister's aggrieved expression, Liang reached out and tapped her on the head. I have my own plans for them. You're so filial, but I never see you being filial to your brother. Chingda covered her head, her eyes darting around, a smile appearing on her face. Of course I won't forget my brother's kindness. I'm already preparing a gift to show my respect. I'll definitely surprise you. Just don't give me a shock. Afternoon. Chingda went to visit her best friend, ostensibly to prepare a surprise for her brother. Liang, on the other hand, went to the Liang group. At this moment, a farce was unfolding at the entrance. The eldest son of the Zhang family, one of the four great families, was stopped outside by a security guard, who was about to start a fight. After figuring out the plot development, Zhang Hao, with an arrogant gait and a villainous, maniacal smile on his face, arrived at his fiancée's company. According to this plot, he came to see his fiancée, Liang Bingxue, and was beaten half to death by the protagonist, who was also a security guard. Although he knew he would be brutally beaten by the protagonist, he still came, all for the system reward. Sure enough, just as he entered the company, he was stopped by the protagonist, Yi Chen. Holy crap! This security guard's got guts. He actually managed to stop the young master of the Zhang family at the door. You agree? Even if it were the chairman of the Liang group, let alone a lowly security guard, he'd have to give young Master Zhang face. Hee, you guys don't know yet? The Liang and Zhang families have a marriage alliance. The groom is this young Master Zhang, and the president of the Liang group, Liang Bingxue. So even if the chairman of the Liang group came, he wouldn't need to give him face, after all, he's the future son-in-law. This security guard's done for. Young Master Zhang is notoriously unpredictable, blocking his way is practically suicide. A moment of silence for him. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Zhang Hao knew the time was right. A cold, villainous smirk curled at the corner of his lips. The show was about to begin, it was time for his performance. Chapter 188. Watching the protagonists fight like dogs. Liang is in control of everything. Zhang Hao sneered. Pointing a finger at Yi Chen's nose, he said disdainfully. Who do you think you are? A lowly security guard dares to block my way. Do you know who I am to your master? Liang Bingxue's fiancé. Believe me, I can have Liang Bingxue fire you right now. Get out of my way. Domineering, arrogant, ruthless, he perfectly portrayed a crazed villain. Zhang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Life is like a play, all about acting. Next comes the protagonist hearing that the female lead is his fiancée, his face turning ugly and his heart filled with anger. As expected. Upon hearing his words, Yi Chen, dressed in a security guard uniform, clenched his fist, a flash of murderous intent appearing in his eyes. So what if there's a marriage agreement? Liang Bingxue is the woman he's set his sights on, no one else can touch her. Besides, this guy in front of him looks like he's not quite right in the head. I can't let him in. Thoughts raced through his mind, but Yi Chen remained expressionless, adopting a purely businesslike demeanor. No matter who you are, since the president appointed me as a security guard, you must follow company rules. Pretending. What a damn good actor. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Zhang Hao cursed inwardly. But it didn't matter. Let him pretend, I'll play my part. As long as I kept following the plot, I could continuously receive system rewards. When the time came, turning the tables and killing the protagonist wasn't out of the question. What if I insist on going in? What can you do to me? You shameless bastard. Having delivered his lines with an air of dominance, Zhang Hao turned and walked into the company. Yi Chen immediately blocked his way. Zhang Hao impatiently tried to push him aside. But Yi Chen's body jolted him, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. You're asking for. Before he could utter the word die, a slap enlarged in his vision, landing heavily on his face with a resounding smack, leaving a bright red handprint. Before he could react, a flying kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Yi Chen's face showed disdain. These rich kids are all useless. If this were the underworld, anyone who dared to be arrogant in front of him would have been dead countless times over. Knocked to the ground, Jiang Hao's head was buzzing, then he erupted in fury. You dare hit me? My parents never even hit me. His face twisted in a grimace as he ordered the security guards behind him. Go! Kill him. I'll take responsibility for the consequences. His anger this time wasn't entirely feigned. He'd been living the life of a top-tier rich kid in the transmigration city for days, eating delicacies, wearing designer clothes, and driving supercars like Lamborghinis at will. This was the first time he'd suffered such humiliation. The thought that he himself had orchestrated this whole situation, reaping what he sowed, only fueled his resentment. It was all for the system's reward. He could get his revenge later when he had the strength. Jiang Hao could only console himself with this thought. Upon hearing the order, several bodyguards in black stepped forward and surrounded Yi Chen. However, moments later, the bodyguards collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain, having been taken down in a single move. Among the crowd, Liang, who witnessed this scene, fell into deep thought. In his vision, Yi Chen and the young master of the Zhang family both had golden auras of fortune hanging above their heads. In other words, they were both protagonists. Yi Chen was undoubtedly the template for the return of the god of slaughter, while the young master of the Zhang family was clearly a villain. Could it be? Considering Jiang Hao's behavior just now, Liang's eyes flickered. Perhaps in others' eyes, Jiang Hao was just a domineering and arrogant second-generation rich kid. But he could see that Jiang Hao's eyes remained calm from beginning to end, as if he had expected all of this. He was initially thought to be a minor villain, but he possessed protagonist luck. A villainous protagonist? This is getting more and more interesting. A smile appeared on Liang's face. Who cares who you are? Even if you're a villain like him, but possess protagonist luck, you're still a target for him. He didn't immediately include Jiang Hao in his target list. Yi Chen's identity investigation is almost complete, but Jiang Hao's hidden identity remains unclear. Does he possess a system? Or is he reborn? Or has he transmigrated? Or perhaps all of these? What functions does the system have? Rebirth? And in which timeline? Transmigration, is it to a parallel world? Or to a novel's world? Am I even a character in the book? All of this needs to be investigated. Gathering his thoughts, Liang instructed the woman in red to investigate Jiang Hao. Just then, he noticed a change in Jiang Hao's expression, a thoughtful look on his face. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the scene of being humiliated by the protagonist. You have received a random reward, Peak Ming Gene Strength. Implanting strength reward, please wait. Implantation successful, congratulations on becoming a minor Ming Gene Master, we hope the host will continue to strive. Jiang Hao's face lit up with elation. He clenched his fist, feeling his entire body brimming with power, enough to kill a bull with a single punch. He threw a punch almost imperceptibly, a faint sound of air being cut through the air escaping. Stay calm, don't get carried away. Don't underestimate his Ming Gene strength compared to the protagonist's Hua Gene Grandmaster level. Remember, he's only just cleared a small part of the story. But when he finishes, easily defeating the protagonist with one hand shouldn't be difficult, right? Jiang Hao was lost in his fantasies about the future. Unbeknownst to him, a gaze had witnessed everything he did. Liang stroked his chin, his gaze full of interest. He had been watching Jiang Hao closely. Earlier, Jiang Hao had been knocked to the ground by Yi Chen, completely powerless. Just an ordinary person. But now, seeing him throw a punch, clearly possessing Ming Gene power. Combined with the changes in his expression, it was certain there was a system involved. It was just a little strange. Did he have to be humiliated by the protagonist's arrogance to receive a reward? Having gained a general understanding of Jiang Hao's system, the next step is to verify whether he's been reborn or transmigrated. That's relatively simple. Waiting for him to appear will allow us to further narrow down the possibilities? Holy crap, that security guard actually beat up young Master Jiang. That's incredibly brave. Awesome. I heard young Master Jiang is unpredictable, even a glance will get you yelled at. This is truly a relief. Good for him. But that security guard is finished. With the Jiang family's power, there's nowhere for him to hide in the entire city of Shanghai. His look at the door, CEO Liang is here. Swish swish swish. All eyes turned to the stunning figure emerging from the company, and the entire room fell silent for a moment. Liang Bingxue wore a CEO uniform that perfectly showcased her enviable figure, her aura as cold as ice. Her exquisitely beautiful oval face always wore an expression that said, "Keep away." With her arrival, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees, like an air conditioner. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Chapter 189. The protagonist is dumbfounded. Something's wrong with the plot. The female lead lowers her head. Not only were the surrounding onlookers stunned, but Jiang Hao was also captivated by his fiancée's stunning beauty. His impression of Liang Bingxue came from his predecessor's memories. Now, seeing her in person, she was even more breathtakingly beautiful than described, a true beauty that could topple kingdoms. No wonder this is a novel world, the beauties here are far superior to the demons and monsters of his past life. The thought that such a stunning beauty was his fiancée stirred Jiang Hao's heart. A moment later, his face darkened. Although he had a fiancée, he could only look, not possess her. Not only that, he had to follow the plot, watching the protagonist steal his fiancée away step by step. Isn't this like watching him being cuckolded? And with his knowledge at that. What a stupid setting. Garbage system. Fortunately, the protagonist was pursuing the female lead but hadn't touched her. When he gained power, he could still salvage the situation. Grateful to the three pure ones, grateful to the Jade Emperor, grateful to the author for making the protagonist a eunuch. In the end, he gained power, and the female lead was his. The protagonist was just a stepping stone, he was the true chosen one. At the same time, he knew his fiancée had severe misogyny, making his conquest hellish. Want to cuckold him? Not so easy. Thinking this way, his mind cleared. His mood improved considerably, and his gaze fell on Liang Bingxue, admiring his fiancée's graceful figure. Seeing Liang Bingxue walk to the door, Jiang Hao quickly mentally rehearsed the next plot. Although she didn't like her fiancé, even despised him, she still had to consider his feelings for the Jiang family. Upon learning of his conflict with the security guard, she came from her office to welcome him inside. Then he'd have to mock the protagonist to truly complete this scene. Being humiliated by Yi Chen's arrogance already earned him a generous reward. Wouldn't the reward be even more substantial once the story ended? What Jiang Hao didn't know was that Liang Bingxue's appearance wasn't because of her conflict with Yi Chen. Well, it wasn't entirely unrelated, just incidental. She appeared because she received a message from Shui Yuron, the secretary of the Su Group's president, that their president would be appearing at this time. Su Liang, the president of the Su Group. Although she felt nothing for men, and even less for this young master who had pressured her best friend. The Su family's eldest son's status was undeniable, leaving her no choice but to take him seriously. On her way there, her secretary told her what had happened at the door, further fueling her frustration. She felt nothing but disgust for that crazy, brainless fiancé. She had already said she wouldn't be with him, yet he was like a persistent leech, impossible to shake off. They come looking for her every now and then, it's incredibly annoying. And then there's that security guard named Yi Chen. He's always slacking off, incredibly slovenly, with a lecherous expression, and he's always causing trouble. If it weren't for the fact that my father arranged for him to come, I would have told him to get lost long ago. What kind of people are these? Liang Bingxue shivered with coldness, her misogyny showing signs of worsening. Fortunately, her long-lost best friend, Lu Rulan, contacted her again, offering a sliver of comfort. President, this guy tried to force his way into the company, but I stopped him. Yi Chen approached, his face contorted with sarcasm. He was following the rules, but it was still necessary to explain. Liang Bingxue remained expressionless, not even glancing at him. Yi Chen rubbed his nose. She truly was an ice queen, keeping everyone at arm's length. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? The more charismatic she was, the harder she was to pursue, and the greater the sense of accomplishment after finally getting her. Jiang Hao, standing nearby, smirked. He had read the original novel. Knowing Yi Chen's inner thoughts, he sneered inwardly. You're just a male lead who only talks big, and you dare to dream of conquering the female lead? Everything was going according to plan. Now, it was time for his turn. Jiang Hao immediately jumped out, glaring at Yi Chen. You little punk, did you see that? Your CEO is personally coming to greet me. Just you wait, I'll show you what happens when you offend me. Seeing Yi Chen's face instantly turn ugly, he felt incredibly satisfied. Awesome, so damn awesome. Winning over the female lead right in front of the protagonist is how a villain should act. Although it has nothing to do with him right now. But with the system, that day will come. Jiang Hao was looking forward to it. Having vented his negative emotions, he looked at his stunning fiancée, revealing what he thought was a charming smile. Bingxue, I'm really sorry to have made you come all this way. However, upon hearing his words, Liang Bingxue was furious and retorted without any politeness. Don't call me Bingxue, we're not close. How many times have I told you, there's no future for us? Don't come looking for me. And don't mention our relationship in front of outsiders, lest I break off the engagement and you embarrass yourself. Jiang Hao shrugged. Even though he had expected it, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself, no wonder she's the most difficult ice queen to win over. This personality, anyone would be doomed. There's a good and a bad side to it, I guess. At least he doesn't have to worry about being cheated on. However, Liang Bingxue's next words made his expression change drastically. You can leave now, or I'll have to call security to throw you out. Taking a deep breath, Liang Bingxue said coldly. She would never have been so polite to this fiancé she loathed so much, if it weren't for the crowd. Get out of here, you little punk, don't disturb my time with Bingxue. Jiang Hao was just taunting Yi Chen when he suddenly heard Liang Bingxue's words and was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Shouldn't Liang Bingxue be taking him into the company right now? Even if she was unhappy, she should at least consider the Zheng family's reputation. What the hell is going on? Jiang Hao abruptly turned around, staring incredulously at his fiancée, and asked blankly. Aren't you taking me in? Liang Bingxue ignored him. Hiss? No, something's not right. The plot was almost over when a problem arose at the last minute. It concerned the system rewards, so Jiang Hao had to salvage the situation. I really have something to discuss with you. Let's go inside and talk about it. I swear if you take me in, I'll never bother you again. Liang Bingxue still ignored him. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap? What's going on? Jiang Hao panicked. He panicked. Wait. Seeing Liang Bingxue standing at the door, showing no sign of leaving, a thought struck him, and he relaxed. If she really wanted him to leave, why didn't she leave herself? Standing here like a model? His icy fiancée was joking with him. Trying to get back at him this way? When did the icy CEO become so adorable? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, teasingly saying. Stop pretending. Didn't you come out to pick me up? Otherwise, why are you just standing here? Liang Bingxue glanced at him impatiently, her tone icy. I did come to pick someone up, but not you. Don't flatter yourself. You're really joking. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Hao saw his icy fiancé take a few steps forward, standing in front of a handsome man. Chapter 190, the two protagonists become clowns. They get hands and fetishes on the female lead. Jiang Hao was dumbfounded. He thought Liang Bingxue was joking, but it turned out she really had come to pick him up, and it was a man at that. He became wary. Because he realized. The newcomer completely overshadowed him in appearance, physique, and demeanor, and a surge of displeasure rose within him. Since Jiang Hao transmigrated, besides his powerful background, his most prized possession was his looks and physique, comparable to Yen Zhu from his previous life. This was what a villainous, rich, and handsome man should look like. Compared to the protagonist, who was always plain, ordinary-looking, and not particularly handsome, it was incredibly satisfying. However, even his prized appearance was overshadowed by this suddenly appearing guy. He snorted coldly in displeasure. What good is being better looking than me? I have a system, infinite possibilities. As long as I follow the plot and obtain system rewards, my charm can be increased. Thinking about the plot, Jiang Hao felt a surge of frustration. Everything was going well until this unexpected obstacle appeared. Isn't this ruining his story? Wait, the focus now doesn't seem to be on the plot. Liang Bingxue personally came out to greet him. What's their relationship? Holy crap! Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. His ears twitched, he heard the hushed whispers of the surrounding crowd. What an elegant young man! Compared to that young Master Jiang, he seems more like a scion of a wealthy family. Oh my god, what did I just see? President Liang is actually greeting that young man. Who is he? No way, is there anyone who doesn't know the eldest son of the Su family? President Liang bowing to young Master Su, what's so unreasonable about that? If I remember correctly, young Master Jiang is President Liang's fiancé, right? She keeps her fiancé at arm's length, and now she's with another man. TSK, I hadn't even realized it until you said it. Isn't that like doing it in front of her fiancé? Su Liang's extraordinary aura made him the center of attention wherever he went. As he stepped out of the crowd, he instantly attracted the attention of most people, who began whispering amongst themselves. The Su family, Su Liang. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He knew who it was. When he merged his memories, he realized this world was not simple. It wasn't simply the world of the novels he'd read. In the novels he'd read, the Jiang family was the top family in Shanghai, with a market value of hundreds of billions. That wasn't reality. The Jiang family was only one of the 4 major families. In fact, calling them the 3 major families would be more accurate. Because the Su family was above the 3 major families. Their publicly exposed assets alone were worth hundreds of billions. Not just in the business world, the Su family had also reached the pinnacle in the military and political spheres, far surpassing the influence of the 3 major families. The Su family's influence was unimaginable. Although Su Liang was the eldest son of the Su family, with a higher status than him, Jiang Hao scoffed at him. He knew a little about Su Liang, not much, but enough. After learning that the dignified young master of the Su family was fawning over a woman, he immediately lost interest. Just a simp, what's there to be afraid of? Maybe he's just a villain from some novel, used as a stepping stone for the protagonist. If he hadn't stopped his subordinate from continuing, he would have realized Su Liang wasn't simple. His methods were far beyond what a typical simp villain could possess. Knowing Su Liang's identity, Jiang Hao was actually less worried. Even if Liang Bingxue recovered from her misogyny, she still wouldn't look at him. Why? Because simps end up with nothing. A question then surfaced in Jiang Hao's mind, his eyes flickering. Why isn't this guy being a simp? Why is he suddenly showing up at his fiancée's place? Young Master Su. Approaching Su Liang, Liang Bingxue frowned, greeting him somewhat reluctantly. Su Liang sized her up, then suddenly chuckled, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. You're too kind. I hope you don't mind my intrusion, Mr. Liang. His gaze held a hint of amusement. He had 2 methods for dealing with this kind of woman. Liang Bingxue's personality was even more extreme than Lu Rulan's. Developing feelings over time was out of the question. Only extreme manipulation would work. Like how he subdued Hongyi. Lock her in the basement and twist her personality. However, this method was a bit troublesome to implement. Liang Bingxue's status as the president of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate meant her influence was far greater than Hongyi's. Of course, that was secondary. There were few things he couldn't do. The second method was to slowly boil the frog. The protagonist would eventually win over such a woman through repeated acts of kindness, like a hero rescuing her. This was incredibly easy for him, he only needed to devise a few scenarios. Plus, she had a close friend who was an undercover agent. He'd try this method first. If that didn't work, he'd switch to the first, simpler and more direct approach. Hearing Su Liang's words, Liang Bingxue remained unmoved, her expression unchanged. The two then headed towards the company. As they passed the entrance, a figure followed them like a shadow. Who else could it be but Yi Chen? His face was grim, dark and brooding. Su Liang's appearance brought back nightmarish memories. In the dark, gloomy room, electrotherapy and whipping had left him utterly tortured. His body trembled involuntarily, his eyes blazing with rage. All his anger towards the policewoman was now directed at Su Liang. If it weren't for Su Liang, he wouldn't have been arrested for assault. What wrong had the policewoman done? She was so beautiful, so strong-willed. Now, appearing in the company, what did he want? Wasn't having such a beautiful woman enough? Did he also want to make a move on Liang Bingxue? Feeling uneasy, he decided to protect her. What are you doing following me? Seeing Yi Chen trailing behind, Liang Bingxue frowned and said coldly. As your personal bodyguard, I have an obligation to protect your safety. I'm at the company, I don't need protection. Liang Bingxue's face darkened upon hearing this. Of course I trust company employees, but some people are a different story. As he spoke, Yi Chen's gaze swept over Su Liang and Jiang Hao. Su Liang crossed his arms, watching the show with amusement. Liang Bingxue felt humiliated and glared coldly at Yi Chen. Stay here quietly, or get out of the company. Seeing her resolute attitude, Yi Chen didn't object, only giving Su Liang a warning look. Dare to have designs on Liang Bingxue? You'll regret this. Su Liang returned a mocking look. So what if I did? Not only designs, I'll also get physical. Chapter 191. Everything is under control. The female CEO's way of treating guests. Seeing his fiancée about to walk into the company side by side with Su Liang, Jiang Hao immediately objected. He trusted Liang Bingxue, but a man and a woman alone together, and so close to Su Liang. What about his reputation? Bingxue, wait. Before he could finish speaking, Liang Bingxue, without even glancing at him, ordered Yi Chen. Throw him out. Then, amidst strange stares, she and Su Liang walked through the door. It still has to be young Master Su. No matter how noble your status or how icy your personality, you have to be polite to him. Sigh with a fiancé like President Liang, young Master Zhang's future is in jeopardy. Who says otherwise? What if young Master Su takes a fancy to President Liang? Would he dare say a word against it? He only dares to bully us commoners. He's a bully who preys on the weak. Keep your voice down. Don't forget young Master Zhang's personality. Be careful not to be overheard. Whispers and sighs rose from the crowd. Jiang Hao, whose strength had been enhanced, heard them clearly, his face turning pale and then red. His fist hardened. Not only because of the crowd's discussions, but also because Su Liang had appeared earlier, and he hadn't even glanced at him once. He had been utterly ignored. He was the eldest son of the Jiang family, one of the four great families. Wherever he went, he was showered with flattery and obsequiousness. This was the first time he had suffered humiliation since transmigrating. This was intolerable. Jiang Hao, furious, was about to rush in to catch them in the act, but Yi Chen stopped him at the door. Get out of my way. Jiang Hao shouted angrily. He had been acting earlier, now he was genuinely angry. Yi Chen was equally enraged. Already depressed because of Liang Bingxue's distrust, especially after Su Liang's last look, he was infuriated. Now, being treated like a dog by this guy, he finally exploded. Su Liang was no good, and neither was Jiang Hao. He threw a punch. Caught off guard, Jiang Hao was struck in the handsome face and fell straight to the ground. After a while, he got up, clutching his face, and tried to rush in again. Firstly, to see if there were any system rewards after going inside. Although the plot is completely messed up. Secondly, he needs to see what Su Liang is up to. The plot's direction is closely related to his system rewards. He can't afford to ignore Su Liang's sudden appearance. But seeing Yichen standing at the door, he chickened out, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Damn it, let you be arrogant for a few more days. Once I have enough power, it'll be your death day. Jiang Hao noticed Yichen's somewhat agitated state out of the corner of his eye, and a thought struck him. How could he have forgotten this? Yichen considers Liang Bingxue his chosen woman. He probably doesn't feel comfortable with Liang Bingxue and Su Liang alone together, right? His eyes darted around, and he took a few steps closer, sneering. You're still standing there? Aren't you worried at all about Su Liang and Liang Bingxue being together? Yi Chen glared at him fiercely. He was already somewhat uneasy, and Jiang Hao's reminder made him even more restless. He knew Jiang Hao's purpose. This guy was acting suspiciously, definitely planning to wait for him to barge in. Without him blocking his way, the security guards, considering his status, wouldn't dare to stop him. However, they all had a common enemy now, Su Liang. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen stopped worrying and turned to walk into the company. Jiang Hao felt a slight sense of relief and immediately followed. If Yi Chen had stayed here, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything. Sure enough, without Yi Chen blocking his way, the surrounding security guards let him in as if he were invisible. After entering the company, Liang Bingxue led Su Liang to the reception room. After the secretary poured a cup of tea, Liang Bingxue waved him away, frowning as she looked at Su Liang. I wonder what kind of cooperation Mr. Su wants to discuss with me. Su Liang picked up his teacup, gently swirling it, his demeanor refined and approachable. President Liang should know about that plot of land in the eastern suburbs, right? Liang Bingxue's heart skipped a beat. How could she not know? After learning the inside story that the higher-ups planned to develop that land into a second commercial city. Her brilliant business acumen told her that an opportunity had presented itself for the Liang Group. Once they secured that land, the Liang Group would undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough, easily surpassing a market capitalization of 100 billion. Therefore, she raised tens of billions of yuan, determined to win the bid for that land. As usual, a bidding process would be arranged, with the highest bidder winning the development rights. However, before the bidding even began, news arrived that the land had been snatched away. It turned out that the Su family had also set their sights on that land. The Su family was interested in the land, so the higher-ups simply gave it away. Without even mentioning a bidding process. This was incredibly unfair. But what could she do? It was the Su family. Although Liang Bingxue was indignant, she had no choice but to accept the reality. She hadn't expected Su Liang to appear at this moment, bringing up the land issue again. Was he here to humiliate her? Liang Bingxue's face turned cold. What does Mr. Su mean? I heard that President Liang is also interested in that land, so I'd like to use it for a collaboration. Taking a leisurely sip of tea, Su Liang stated the purpose of his visit. Liang Bingxue was taken aback, but after understanding, her heart skipped a beat. The eastern suburbs land was a huge opportunity. With a collaboration, she could also reap enormous profits. With proper development and management, breaking the 100 billion mark wouldn't be difficult. Liang Bingxue was rational and not blinded by the sudden windfall. However, some things remained unclear. The Su Group spanned various industries. While the scale of the project on that land was considerable, it was sufficient for them to develop it independently. Why did they need to collaborate with her? She voiced her doubts. No reason why. Su Liang chuckled lightly, speaking casually. The Su Group's business focus isn't on real estate, we simply don't want to put in the effort, that's all. Liang Bingxue fell silent upon hearing this. Look at that, is he even speaking human language? A piece of land that could create a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, which she had painstakingly pursued, was spoken of so casually by him. Just tell me if you want to cooperate or not. If not, I'll find someone else. Su Liang's voice woke Liang Bingxue, who composed herself and said, "How do you want to cooperate, Mr. Su?" "It's simple. I'll provide the land, you'll be responsible for development, and we'll jointly operate it, splitting the profit 70/30ths, me 70% and you 30%. Liang Bingxue fell into deep thought. That piece of land would cost at least 30 to 40 billion to acquire, and developing it herself would cost roughly the same. Even a 30/70 split would be a huge profit. Next, the two discussed the details further. Although Liang Bingxue had a misogyny, they got along relatively well when discussing work matters. After eliminating any potential problems in the cooperation and finding nothing amiss, Liang Bingxue's brow relaxed. "Mr. Su, on behalf of the Liang Group, I agree to cooperate with you." Then a pleasant cooperation. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. She picked up the teacup on the table, ready to clink it in a gesture of cooperation. But then she realized the tea was empty. As she reached for the teapot, a hand moved faster. Liang Bingxue picked up the teapot and poured tea. In the past, she wouldn't even consider pouring tea for a man, let alone sharing a room with him. Today, she was in a good mood. Su Liang had at least offered her a cooperation opportunity. To expect him to personally pour tea seemed rather rude of her. Su Liang's ears twitched. He heard footsteps outside the door. It must be Yi Chen and Jiang Hao, the two main characters, arriving. TSK, they're worried about the female lead. Since you gave me that warning look earlier, I might as well do something, or I'd be wasting your attention. Watching Liang Bingxue intently pour tea as he raised his cup, a thought struck him. With a surge of internal energy, Liang Bingxue made a mistake, spilling tea onto Su Liang's hand. Liang Bingxue was flustered. Unable to find tissues, in her haste, she wiped herself with her hands. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Su Liang seemed to only then realize what was happening, saying, "It's okay, I can do it myself," while his other hand reached out. And in an instant, 4 hands were intertwined. Click. At that moment, the door to the reception room opened, and Yi Chen and Jiang Hao burst in, immediately dumbfounded. Chapter 192: The Allure of the Iceberg Heroine. Making a move on the protagonist's sister. The two protagonists burst into the reception room, staring dumbfounded at Su Liang and Liang Bingxue, their hands clasped together. "The president has something to attend to, you can't come in." Seeing the two force their way in, the secretary urgently tried to stop them. When she saw the scene inside, she too froze. Good heavens, what did she see? She thought the president was entertaining guests, but it turned out they were having a secret rendezvous. Liang Bingxue had always maintained an aloof image towards men, but behind his back, she was being intimate with young Master Su. Thinking of this, the secretary felt a pang of panic. She had stumbled upon this other side of the president. Would he kill her to cover it up? Liang Bingxue was startled when the door suddenly opened. Turning her head and seeing the expressions on the three people's faces, she quickly recovered and abruptly pulled her hands back. 2 faint blushes appeared on her icy, beautiful face, adding a touch of humanity. She should have been breathtakingly beautiful, but now her expression was somewhat strange. Because of her first intimate contact with a man, a strange emotion welled up inside her. Unexpectedly. Besides an instinctive feeling of disgust, she felt nothing else. This was all based on the persona Su Liang projected, gentle and refined, with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Of course, the most important thing was the opportunity to cooperate. It showed Liang Bingxue the development direction of the Liang Group. This was incredibly attractive to a workaholic. Therefore, not only did her impression of Su Liang change, but she even felt a slight fondness for him. If it were Yi Chen and Jiang Hao, she would have wanted to chop off her hand. No, she wouldn't give them a chance to be alone. Ding. Yi Chen feels anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding. Jiang Hao feels hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding. Su Liang had anticipated this scene. Or rather, he had created this situation. Hearing the system notification in his mind, he twitched his brow slightly and waved his hand imperceptibly. This scene, in the eyes of the two protagonists, was blatant boasting, igniting their fury. They knew that even speaking to Liang Bingxue up close was a luxury, let alone touching her hand. Yi Chen immediately exploded. As Liang Bingxue's personal bodyguard, he hadn't even touched her clothes, yet Su Liang had gone ahead and touched her. Besides anger towards Su Liang, there was also disappointment in Liang Bingxue. She usually seemed so aloof, displaying disdain for men, but behind his back, she was hooking up with Su Liang. Yi Chen wanted to kill them, pointing at the two men in a fit of rage. "What are you doing?" Jiang Hao behind him was equally furious. He had thought Liang Bingxue wouldn't cheat on him, but in the blink of an eye, he'd been proven wrong, feeling utterly cuckolded. However, he was more rational and didn't explode like the protagonist. Although he looked down on Su Liang, he had to admit that the Su family was stronger than his Jiang family, and he couldn't afford to offend them now. Making an enemy of Su Liang meant either a swift and decisive victory, eliminating him completely. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. He still had to follow the plot. If Su Liang's ghost lingered and caused trouble, it would be a real problem. The system immediately notified him after he entered the company that the plot had collapsed. He hadn't received any rewards. External factors had a significant impact. Therefore, he couldn't antagonize Su Liang unless he gave up the system rewards. Even with overwhelming anger, he could only suppress it. He suppressed his rage. He would get his revenge 100-fold when he had the strength. Su Liang didn't care at all. Seemingly thinking of something amusing, a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Don't misunderstand, Bingxue just accidentally spilled water and was just wiping it up for me." After speaking, his eyes fell on Liang Bingxue out of the corner of his eye. This was a test. If Liang Bingxue reacted strongly to this address, he could directly announce the start of the second plan, otherwise, there would be an opportunity. Liang Bingxue frowned slightly at his explanation, not correcting Su Liang's form of address. Su Liang's explanation only fueled Yi Chen and Jiang Hao's rage. "You deserve to die." Yi Chen's killing intent erupted. His aura enveloped the entire reception room, making the air feel stagnant. "Enough." Liang Bingxue's icy voice interrupted Yi Chen's words. "Haven't you made enough of a scene? What are you trying to do with all this yelling? Get out." Yi Chen was stunned by Liang Bingxue's sudden outburst, suppressing his anger and staring at her in astonishment. Then he glared at Su Liang. "I knew he wasn't a good person, taking advantage of you. Didn't you hear what I said? Get out." Seeing Liang Bingxue take his good intentions for granted, Yi Chen was furious. He glared fiercely at Su Liang, then turned and left angrily. Yi Chen chickened out, but Jiang Hao wasn't afraid of Liang Bingxue. He didn't want to go against Su Liang for the time being, but that didn't mean he'd swallow his anger. He had to get an explanation from Liang Bingxue. Besides, his persona was that of a ruthless villain. It would be strange if he didn't explode. "Liang Bingxue, I need an explanation. Don't forget we're engaged." However, Liang Bingxue wasn't going to put up with him, her tone indifferent. "What I do is none of your business. I've said we're impossible. Should we annul the engagement right now?" Jiang Hao's lips twitched. He had to admit, he was threatened by Liang Bingxue's words. Annulling the engagement was a major plot point, and completing it would definitely yield a generous reward. This plot point was in the future, not now. If Liang Bingxue annulled the engagement now, the plot would fall apart. Frustrating. So damn frustrating. His fiancée cheated on him, and he couldn't do anything to the adulterer, not even raise his voice in front of her. He could only endure it. Clenching his fist, Jiang Hao walked out of the reception room unwillingly. "Ding Yi Chen has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Jiang Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Bingxue, I'm sorry, I caused you to be misunderstood." Having watched a good show, Su Liang felt it was time to step in and wrap things up. Though his apology was polite, his face held a playful expression. Liang Bingxue shook her head. "I should apologize to you for accidentally spilling the tea." Finally, Liang Bingxue saw Su Liang to the door. Yi Chen's earlier demeanor made her uneasy. She feared he might cause trouble again and provoke Su Liang, so she had to be cautious. This scene infuriated both protagonists to the point of near collapse. Leaving the Liang group, Su Liang went to a milk tea shop in the city center. At this time, the milk tea shop wasn't crowded, but business was booming. A long queue stretched out. The reason for its popularity wasn't just the cheap and delicious milk tea, but also the owner. A pure and stunningly beautiful girl. All the customers affectionately called her Milk Tea Sister. Many people traveled from afar to catch a glimpse of the Milk Tea Sister. Her name is Yi Lioli. That's right, the protagonist's sister, and Su Liang is going to make his move on her. It's getting cold, everyone remember to wear more clothes and ward off colds. Chapter 193 Yi Lioli, the commoner school beauty. Exploiting gratitude. Offering herself in return. 2 months ago. After entering Sage Mode, Su Liang emerged from a female protagonist's house and spotted Yi Lioli. She was dressed as a white rabbit mascot, weaving through the crowd, handing out flyers. When someone took a flyer, she would bow slightly in thanks. Some people ignored her, even walking away quickly with disdain, but she didn't seem bothered. Su Liang's car happened to pass by and witnessed this scene. At a glance, he saw the female protagonist's halo above the mascot's head. Although he couldn't see Yi Lioli's face at the time, adhering to the principle that the female protagonist can't be ugly, he told his driver to stop. Passing in front of the white rabbit mascot, Yi Lioli handed him a flyer, which he accepted with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, he raised an eyebrow slightly. The next moment, Yi Lioli seemed to trip over something and fell to the ground. Flyers scattered everywhere, even the doll's head spun around, everything went black. Yi Lioli removed the white rabbit headgear, revealing her pure and exquisite oval face. The hot weather, coupled with the poor ventilation inside the doll, made her sweat profusely. Yi Lioli felt despair at that moment. Her family was of modest means. Several years ago, her father was disabled in a work accident, further burdening their already meager finances. With her father, the head of the family, gone, the entire burden fell on her mother, who worked several jobs every day. At the time, she was still in high school, wanting to help but feeling powerless. To avoid disappointing her parents, she studied hard, and her efforts were rewarded. She entered Shanghai University, ranking first in her grade. She wanted to drop out to help ease the family's burden, but her parents firmly disagreed. With her family's frugal lifestyle, Yi Lioli managed to support herself through university by earning numerous scholarships and working odd jobs after school. However, this period of relative ease was short-lived. Her mother, working several jobs daily, eventually fell ill from overwork and was hospitalized. The cost of her father's medical treatment and her mother's medication weighed heavily on her heart. Suppressing her urge to care for her mother in the hospital, she went out to look for work. She looked at some high-paying jobs, but after discovering they were all only interested in her appearance, Yi Lioli sheepishly gave up. After several attempts, she found a relatively stable job. Distributing flyers. Recently, distributing flyers wasn't going well either. She encountered threats from her boss, and everything seemed to be going wrong. She could have gritted her teeth and persevered, but this sudden setback brought all her grievances to the surface. Yi Lioli wanted to cry, but she didn't. Children from poor families mature early. She knew crying was pointless. Just as she stopped crying and gritted her teeth, trying to get up, Su Liang appeared. He was holding a stack of flyers. He had clearly picked them up and tidied them up for her. Yi Lioli had a deep impression of Su Liang. Because he was the most handsome and charismatic person she had ever met while handing out flyers, and the first to smile at her. Now, he was the first to help her. Because of her difficult family background, she had previously encountered either disdain or ulterior motives. This was the first time someone had helped her pick up her flyers. She was carrying the little white rabbit doll, certain he hadn't seen her face before and probably had no other intentions. His gentle, warm smile was deeply etched into Yi Lioli's heart, forever etched in her memory. Yi Lioli froze on the spot. Su Liang waved the flyers in front of her. "How are you?" Yi Lioli snapped out of her daze, quickly averting her gaze, her face flushed with embarrassment. Just as she was in a state of panic, unsure of what to do, a hand was extended in front of her. Looking up, she saw it was Su Liang helping her up. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Liuli didn't refuse. She was always self-respecting, she would never have approached anyone else. Helped up by Su Liang and given a stack of flyers, Yi Liuli sincerely thanked him. Thank you. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a playful look appearing on his face. I picked up so many flyers for you, you should thank me, and not just say it. In reality, he didn't lift a finger. With several bodyguards with him, why would he need to lift a finger? While Yi Liuli wasn't looking, the bodyguards picked up the flyers and handed them to Su Liang to play the Good Samaritan. His job was to let his subordinates do the dirty work while he enjoyed the ride. Ha! Hearing Su Liang's words, Yi Liuli was stunned. Isn't something wrong? Shouldn't she say thank you, he nod, and leave gracefully? Why is he asking for payment? Sir, what kind of reward do you want? She didn't refuse, but her tone was a little nervous. Because she really didn't have any money for payment. It's lunchtime, and I'm a little hungry. How about you treat me to a meal? Villains, after all, often take advantage of kindness, it's normal. Okay, but I don't have any money. The meal can't be too expensive. Thinking of the only 20 yuan she had left in her pocket. That was her food money for a week at school. Yi Liuli hesitated for a moment before saying this. Su Liang was slightly taken aback. What they ate wasn't important, the main thing was getting to know the female lead. During the meal, Su Liang learned the female lead's name. Through his subordinate's investigation, he also learned her background. She lived in a shantytown, her father was disabled and needed medical care, and her mother was ill. Almost instantly, Su Liang was certain. This female lead was his, she couldn't escape his grasp. After the meal, the two became friends, albeit reluctantly. Under the guise of friendship, Su Liang arranged a job for her. Yi Liuli hesitated, feeling that Su Liang's character wasn't the type to engage in underhanded tactics. Besides, she genuinely needed a job, so she nodded and agreed. Su Liang didn't go all the way. He didn't immediately give her a large sum of money to help with her parents' medical expenses. This would not only arouse the female lead's suspicion but also come across as sycophantic. To deal with a strong-willed young woman like this, you can't be too obvious, you need to adopt a gradual, subtle approach. As they spent more time together, their relationship grew stronger. One day, Su Liang walked her home and pretended to only just discover her family situation. He immediately transferred her mother, who was in the hospital, to the First People's Hospital, the best hospital in Shanghai. Meanwhile, he also arranged for her father to be treated at the hospital, to see the best orthopedic surgeon, perhaps there was a chance of a cure. Yi Liuli didn't want to trouble Su Liang. But given her parents' illness, she bit her lip and ultimately didn't refuse Su Liang's kindness. Feeling indebted, Yi Liuli approached Su Liang that evening. Your kindness is immeasurable, I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself to you. That was roughly the gist of it. However, Su Liang noticed that her favorability rating hadn't reached the required level, she was only doing this out of gratitude. Without reaching the required favorability rating, he couldn't unlock gold coins. Coincidentally, he was currently pursuing another female lead and needed to have a deeper interaction with her, so he temporarily let Yi Liuli go. As he left, he proposed a solution. He would lend Yi Liuli money to open a milk tea shop, and she could repay it when she made money. This way, not only would it put the female lead at ease, but it would also increase her favorability. The rest is history. The plot unfolds, the protagonist appears, and has been too busy to comfort the young heroine. As the saying goes, raise a girl for 1,000 days, use her for a lifetime. It's time for her to help him cultivate. Chapter 194. Everything is under control. Giving the protagonist a hard time. First encounter with the milk tea shop. This is the name Yi Liuli gave to her milk tea shop. Meaning, if only life were like our first meeting. Because of her first encounter with Su Liang, the gears of fate began to turn. And that led to her current wonderful life. A long queue stretched outside the milk tea shop. Not many were genuinely there to drink the milk tea, most were there to see the milk tea sister. Meanwhile, Yilioli, known as the milk tea sister, was busy inside. Logically, as the owner of the milk tea shop, she shouldn't have to do everything herself. But she just couldn't sit still. After finishing her classes at school, she would come to the milk tea shop to help. Although busy, she was happy and immersed in her work. This life was so much better than it had been 2 months ago. And all of this was thanks to Su Liang. Thinking of Su Liang, Yilioli's eyebrows curved into crescent moons, her heart filled with joy. Suddenly, she paused, and Su Liang's figure appeared in her sight. What you wish for, you get. Su Liang walked into the milk tea shop and waved to her. Lioli, stop what you're doing, come eat with me. Yilioli smiled wryly. Knowing he didn't want her to tire herself out, she was touched, but also somewhat helpless. She really didn't feel tired, on the contrary, she was full of energy. She agreed, quickly stopped what she was doing, washed and tidied herself up, and hurried out. She never refused any of Su Liang's requests. Then, amidst shocked, bitter, envious, and jealous gazes, the milk tea girl was taken away. Everyone, including those who knew Yilioli and those who didn't, was dumbfounded. Their goddess, who had traveled a long way just to see her for a cup of milk tea, now saw a man appear, greet her, and snatch their goddess away. They couldn't accept it. Holy crap! Who's he? Why did he call our goddess away? Exactly. I fought my way from the south of the city to the north just to see the milk tea sister. They were so close, could he be her boyfriend? I've never heard of him before. He's the milk tea sister's boyfriend? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, no one is worthy of her. Yilioli and Su Liang left, leaving behind only the sound of heartbreak. What's wrong? Little Lioli, it's been a few days, are you being distant with your brother Liang? Looking at Yilioli, dressed simply but with an undeniable purity, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, Su Liang asked with a smile. No. Yilioli quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Su Liang used to come see her every day or two. Suddenly being apart for so long, she was afraid Su Liang wouldn't talk to her anymore. In front of Su Liang, Yilioli felt somewhat inferior. Even if she wanted to see him, she didn't dare to contact him, afraid of bothering him. So little Lioli didn't miss me. Seeing her anxious little face, Su Liang felt like teasing her and said with a wistful expression, Ha! Yilioli was stunned for a long time, her little head filled with great confusion. She was trying to